Chapter 1598. Xiaohua used the hibernating thunder escape and grabbed Sun Shu's waist, saving her from the flying leopard's claws. Then, without stopping, he immediately flew away. However, even though Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast, the flying leopard's tail was even faster. A shadow flashed past, and the flying leopard's tail, which was harder than an iron rod, attacked Xiaohua's waist from top to bottom. Xiaohua had already planned this when he flew over. The tip of the devil's spear in his hand was already ready. Seeing the flying leopard's tail attack, he immediately went up to meet it. Just like when he was dealing with Zhen Qing, the flying leopard's tail also swayed slightly, wanting to dodge the devil's spear. However, Xiaohua's wrist moved slightly, and the devil's spear seemed to be attracted by the flying leopard's tail. With a slight tremble, a few other devil spear tips suddenly appeared and stabbed out with the flying leopard's tail. Pa! The flying leopard's tail hit the devil spear tip. A force that Xiaohua had never encountered before rushed into the devil spear tip. At this moment, Xiaohua's devil spear tip moved again. He actually used the devil spear tip to change the direction of the flying leopard's tail's attack and borrowed the force to fly towards Zhen Qing. This unforeseen event happened in a few breaths of time. The bystanders who were fleeing in panic didn't see it clearly. Only a few disciples who had flown away earlier occasionally released their divine sense, and saw Xiaohua holding Sun Shu and flying to Zhen Qing's side. Zhen Qing was originally shocked, but when she saw Xiaohua suddenly fly out and was strangely sent flying to her side by the flying leopard beast, she was shocked, but at the same time, a relaxed expression appeared on her face. "Go!" Zhen Qing shouted. Netherseeker once again increased its speed. The sound waves on it wrapped around the flying leopard. At this moment, the flying leopard was somewhat irritable. Its head swayed rapidly, as if it wasn't used to the sound attack. Immediately, the flying leopard's limbs stiffened. The soundless wave began to take effect. The flying leopard let out a long roar and suddenly expanded, charging towards Zhen Qing. Ah! Even though Zhen Qing wasn't afraid of the winged leopard, Xiaohua and Sun Shu were by his side, so he couldn't help but protect them. Right at this moment, a voice resounded. "Fellow Taoist, who's up ahead?" Subsequently, a resounding cry of a bird resounded. "Caw!" The bird's chirp was extremely loud and clear, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. The winged leopard beast stopped abruptly when it heard the chirp. It looked in the direction of the sound in shock before diving into the clouds below and flying underground without looking back. Someone's coming. Xiaohua's heart was also beating violently. He was still in a state of shock, but when he heard the chirping of birds and human voices, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly let go of Sun Shu, allowing him to activate the flight talisman. He stood to the side with a complicated expression. Although Sun Shu knew that the danger had passed, she was the same as Xiaohua, unable to immediately calm down. Her towering chest violently heaved up and down. "I am the Imperial Thunder Sect's Zhen Qing. May I know which fellow Taoist has arrived?" When Zhen Qing saw that the flying leopard had disappeared, he didn't chase after it. Instead, he pointed at the flying leopard above his head. He looked up with a trace of luck on his face. Layers of floating clouds in the distance were blown away by the hurricane. After the hurricane, an unbelievably large bird beast appeared in Xiaohua's field of vision. The bird beast looked like an ibis. It had a slender neck and a slender beak. Its black and white feathers fluttered in the wind. Ah! Xiaohua almost wanted to rub his eyes. He couldn't believe that it was so big. It was almost the same size as Zhen Qing's thunderboat. On the back of the bird was a golden core old man with white hair and beard. He had his hands behind his back and was leisurely looking over. "Howling Night Ibis." Zhen Qing's eyes narrowed as he shouted. He then looked around. At this moment, Zhen Yu had already driven the thunderboat into the air. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect who had scattered in all directions were also gathering here. "Are you a fellow Taoist from the Seven Skills Sect?" Zhen Qing transmitted his voice. "Haha, Thunderboat. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder Sect." The Golden Core Cultivator laughed loudly. The Howling Night Ibis spread its wings and stopped not too far away from Zhen Qing. "So it's fellow Taoist Wei Chongxi." Clearly, Zhen Qing was familiar with the Golden Core Cultivator. He had a faint smile on his face as he cupped his hands and smiled. "Haha, fellow Taoist Zhen? Are you also going to the Tai Ching sect to participate in the Feather Immortal Gathering? How come? Did you encounter something here?" Wei Chongxi smiled as he looked at the thunderboat behind Zhen Qing and the Qi refining disciples who were flying over from all directions. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Wei. Just now, a flying leopard suddenly attacked us. However, under the resistance of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, the flying leopard was unable to escape. Zhen Qing said indifferently. Ah? Flying leopard? Wei Chongxi pretended to be surprised and shouted, "That's a 5th-rank spiritual beast. Fellow Taoist Zhen, your strength is about the same as the flying leopard. However, you don't seem to be as fast as the flying leopard, right? You also don't have the tyrannical strength of the flying leopard, right?" Then he looked at the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples curiously and said with grief, "Your sect's disciples didn't suffer any casualties." Zhen Qing smiled and said, "Thanks to the 7 Skills sect, your sect's Howling Night Ibis is also a 5th-rank spiritual beast." Its cry had already scared the flying leopard away. The winged leopard beast is so powerful that it overturned your sect's thunderboat. Even with fellow Taoist Zhen leading the way, the winged leopard beast couldn't be chased away. How could a mere guard beast of my 7 Skills sect be able to chase it away? Fellow Taoist Zhen, you're exaggerating. Wei Chongxi was immensely proud. He lowered his head to look below and said, "This is the edge of Inkcloud Black Forest. It's a place where spiritual beasts roam. If fellow Taoist Zhen doesn't mind, why don't we head to Tai Ching sect together?" Zhen Qing pondered for a moment. He knew that there was a barrier between the 7 Skills sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. However, who could say that there wasn't a barrier between the 7 Skills sect and the Xuanyan school? No matter what, the 2 cultivation sects were from the country of Xi. Compared to the cultivation sects from the country of Meng and the country of Lian, they should have a common enemy. There shouldn't be any problems on the way to Tai Ching sect. Of course, the 5 cultivation sects of the country of Xi would often travel together. Therefore, Zhen Qing only thought for a moment before cupping his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Wei, since you're so kind, I wouldn't dare to refuse. All right, then my 7 Skills sect will ride the Howling Night Ibis first, and the Imperial Thunder sect will follow behind. As fellow Taoist wishes." All right, Wei Chongxi didn't seem to move, but the whistling night ibis stopped in midair and let out a long cry. Its black and white wings suddenly flapped, and the several Qi condensation cultivators on its back flew away in the blink of an eye, carrying the dozen or so peak 12th-layer Qi condensation cultivators. Zhen Qing turned his head to look at Xiao Hua and waved his hand. "Let's go." Then, the 3 of them flew onto the thunder boat. After everyone boarded the thunder boat, Zhen Qing personally took control and chased after the howling night ibis. Sun Shu followed behind Xiao Hua and landed on the thunder boat. As soon as Xiao Hua touched the ground, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Seeing this, Sun Shu hesitated. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, thank you for saving my life." Then he didn't go far. Instead, he found a place around Xiao Hua and sat down cross-legged, cultivating diligently. The other 18 aura refining disciples were in stark contrast to the 2 of them. Among them, several had witnessed what happened just now and were whispering to the disciples they were familiar with. They'd naturally experienced Xiaohua's flying speed, but it was still slower than the flying leopard. They couldn't understand why Xiaohua would disregard his own life to save Sun Shu. Of course, with just a few words, everyone was like the people in the marketplace. Using the words beauty doesn't captivate people to explain it. Naturally, Yuan Bo's expression became even more unsightly. Yuan Bo and Min Ji's thoughts didn't need to be said. They were both worldly disciples and could be considered second class in the Imperial Thunder sect. If they could find a female direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect to dual cultivate with, needless to say, they'd have a solid foundation in the Imperial Thunder sect in the future. Sun Shu and Xue Xue were both Sun Ming's disciples, and Sun Ming was a gold core cultivator. How could the 2 of them not be envious of such a backer? Not to mention that Sun Shu and Xue Xue were first-class beauties. Even if they were Wu Yan, the 2 of them would still cover their eyes with a handkerchief and recognize them as beauties. However, Xue Xue entered the Imperial Thunder sect with Xiao Hua and was previously treated coldly by Yuan Bo and the others. Although Min Ge felt that Xue Xue was close to Xiao Hua, when he thought about his appearance, his background, and his cultivation, he always felt a trace of luck in his heart. As for Yuan Bo, he had already separated from Min Ge and was eyeing Sun Shu. Although Sun Shu couldn't see any connection with Xiao Hua, Xiaohua saved Sun Shu, and Sun Shu was sitting close to Xiaohua and cultivating like a little bird relying on a human. Yuanbo already felt that something was wrong, so how could he not have any thoughts? On the contrary, Wang Yunxiao listened to everyone's discussion and looked at Yuanbo's expression, but he didn't say a word. Xiaohua sat on the thunder boat and released his Buddhist awareness. He slowly scanned the crowd and stopped around Zhenqing. Zhenqing didn't feel anything. She only released her divine sense to the maximum. She was constantly scanning the area, afraid that she would encounter another spirit beast surprise attack. Seeing that the gold core stage Zhenqing couldn't sense his Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua was satisfied and withdrew his Buddhist awareness. Shortly after, he opened his eyes slightly and looked at Sun Shu, who was cultivating beside him. He then looked at the many disciples who were gesticulating and snorted coldly from his nose and started cultivating. Several days later, they saw the edge of the ink cloud black forest, and there were no more dangers. Exhausted, Zhenqing handed over the thunderboat to Zhenyu and sat beside Xiaohua. She took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it, closing her eyes to recover her magic power. After waiting for 2 hours, Zhenqing opened her eyes and looked at Xiaohua. She transmitted her voice. Xiaohua, what you used just now, was it the hibernating thunder escape? Xiaohua opened his eyes, looked at Zhenqing and nodded slightly. Seeing that Xiaohua confirmed her guess, Zhenqing didn't feel happy. Instead, she was even more confused. The hibernating thunder escape was naturally not something that Xiaohua, an aura-refining disciple of the Thunderclap Palace, could successfully cultivate. However, Zhenqing didn't ask too much. She smiled and transmitted her voice. You're very good. I owe you a favor. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said in a low voice, if Grandmaster feels that it's inappropriate, then play another song for disciple. Chapter 1599. Ha 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 ha, what's so difficult about that? Zhenqing laughed loudly. She took out a flute and placed it next to her lips. A melodious tune once again flowed on the thunder boat. Xiaohua smiled. He entered the space again with the rhythm of the tune. His body's true energy was also slowly circulating under the influence of the heavenly laws embodiment technique. After the tune ended, Zhenqing stood up and released her divine sense. She said, Disciples, we are now in Meng Empire. We will reach Taiching sect in a few days. There is no danger in between. Cultivate more and strive to win glory for our Imperial Thunder sect in the Feather Immortal Gathering. Yes, thank you for your teachings, martial ancestor. The disciples said in unison and closed their eyes to cultivate. Xiaohua's slightly opened eyes were filled with confusion. He muttered in his heart, what's going on? Last time when martial ancestor Zhen played the tune, my cultivation increased rapidly. It's more than a month's worth of cultivation. But why didn't the tune have any effect? Forget it. Music is martial ancestor Zhen's cultivation method. It's enough that I can get some benefits. What else can I ask for? Xiaohua closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Although Sun Shu, who was beside Xiaohua, had been cultivating with her eyes closed, her mind was always in a mess. No matter what, she couldn't calm down. She couldn't cultivate at all. This was not surprising. Sun Shu had always lived in the Sun Lei Palace. With Sun Ming, an Aurus Core stage cultivator, as her master, she had many privileges in the Imperial Thunder sect. Many people protected her and doted on her. Even if it was a routine training, there would always be disciples around to protect her. She had experienced the feeling of life and death before, but the coldness and self-preservation of others in the line of life and death shattered something in her heart. It made her understand what it meant to be heartless and to protect oneself. She was thinking and reflecting, so she couldn't cultivate in peace. Sure enough, in the next few days, the thunderboat flew very smoothly. Every day, several 7 skills sect disciples with profound cultivation would come over to interact with the Imperial Thunder sect disciples. However, Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the early stage of qi refining stage, so he was never the center of attention. Most of the time, it was the disciples of the Qian and Kuan lightning palaces who came out to receive him. As for whether they sat together to chat or discuss their cultivation experiences, Xiaohua didn't care. On the other hand, Sun Shu was even colder than before. Occasionally, he would stand up and look at the scenery outside the thunderboat. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he had something on his mind. It must be because he suddenly saw the fickleness of human nature and found it hard to adapt, right? On this day, in front of the thunder boat, a fiery red sun rose from the east. Endless brilliance shone over the entire land. Under that red sun, 3 towering mountains stood in the sky. The Taiching sect is up ahead. Zhen Qing, who was standing at the edge of the thunder boat with her sleeves folded, was illuminated by the orange sunlight. There was an indescribable expression on her face. Hearing this, Xiaohua stopped cultivating and stood up. He walked to the edge of the thunder boat and looked as far as his eyes could see. The 3 mountains were like 3 pillars that supported the heavens and the earth, supporting the heaven and earth. It is said that when the heaven and earth were first created, there was a massive chaos. A saint was born from the chaos and split the chaos. Yang was the heaven and the Yin was the earth. Later on, afraid that the heaven and earth would merge, the saint created the heaven, earth, and human peaks to support the heaven and earth. The Taiching sect's heaven, earth, and human peaks boast that they are the pillars that the saint supports the heaven and earth. Seeing Xiaohua stand up and look, Zhen Qing said in a low voice, "The Taiching sect itself is divided into the heaven sect, earth sect, and human sect. They are located in the 3 peaks." Martial ancestor, disciple has a question. Xiaohua stared at the mountain for a long time, then bowed and asked, "Say it." Zhen Qing had a good impression of Xiaohua, so she said with a smile, "Since it is the pillar that supports the heaven and earth, then just fly up and see if there is a peak on this mountain." Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha." Zhen Qing was stunned at first, then she clapped her hands and said, "This idea is simple. But, do you think the Taiching sect's cultivators wouldn't think of it? Could it be that this is really the pillar of heaven?" Xiaohua's body shook, and he said in disbelief, "But, disciple thinks that even if they want to support the heaven and earth, they can't be gathered together, right? Wouldn't it be better if they were scattered?" Zhen Qing said unhappily, "When did this old man say that this is the pillar of heaven? This is just the Taiching sect's boasting. Who would believe it? As for whether the heaven, earth, and human peaks have a peak or not, I'm afraid only the Taiching sect's cultivators know. Won't we know if we fly up and see?" Xiaohua said casually. Zhen Qing said with a smile, "Xiaohua, I'm afraid you haven't flown up to the sky before, right?" Xiaohua was stunned. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, why would disciple fly up to the sky for no reason? And then have you escaped underground before?" "Of course," Xiaohua answered honestly. "Presumably, once you reach a certain depth, you won't be able to go any deeper, right?" Zhen Qing said with a smile. "Yes." Xiaohua nodded, then said, "According to what martial ancestor said, flying to the heavens is also ordinary. And that's right, the sky isn't as calm as you think. Above us, there are astral winds, thunder winds, heavenly winds, and so on. The higher we go, the more profound our cultivation is. Who would take the risk to see whether the 3 peaks have a peak?" Xiaohua never thought that the azure sky above his head would have so many dangers. He was shocked, but he bowed and said, "Many thanks for martial ancestors' teachings." Zhen Qing waved her hand and said with a smile, "You have the hidden fire physique, so your true qi is the hardest to control. Your state of mind is very important. Remember that there is always a sky above the sky, and there will always be someone better than you." While she was talking, the whistling night ibis flying in front of the thunderboat suddenly cried out, and that sharp cry once again resounded through the sky. This thing, did it run into another spirit beast? After several days of observation, Xiaohua knew that the whistling night ibis loved to fight. Whenever a spirit beast appeared nearby, it would cry out in protest. If it weren't for the 7 skills sect's disciples restraining it, it would have already fought several rounds. Roar! Just as the whistling night ibis cried out, a dragon's roar that was many times more majestic than a bird's cry came from the Taiching sect. Although the dragon's roar was very far away, it sounded like it was ringing in Xiaohua's heart. The magic power around Xiaohua's body suddenly froze, and he couldn't move his body. "Little White." Xiaohua was delighted. This dragon's roar sounded very familiar. Immediately, the dragon transformation art that Xiaohua had been cultivating in his meridians sped up. His true qi flowed through his meridians, and the magic power in his body began to flow again. He looked at Zhen Qing, who was beside him, and frowned. She glanced at Zhen Yu, who was controlling the thunderboat, and found that he wasn't affected much. The thunderboat sank a few feet, then flew up again. But the 7 skills sect disciples in the distance were in a miserable state. Obviously, the dragon's roar was targeted at the whistling night ibis. Wherever the dragon's roar went, the whistling night ibis was immediately bound and fell from the sky like a rock. The Seven Skills sect's two main disciples, Wei Chengxi and Cheng Xiang, used their magic power to break free from the bindings. The two of them flew into the sky, but the other dozen or so qi refining disciples were in a miserable state. They fell from the sky like the whistling night ibis. Go quickly, seeing this, Zhen Qing's face was expressionless. She urged her magic power, and the entire thunderbolt flew towards where the Seven Skills sect disciples fell. Wei Chengxi and Cheng Xiang couldn't take care of all the disciples, so they could only catch 3 or 4 of them. The others were still falling. Evil creatures. Just as the Imperial Thunder sect's thunderbolt caught a few disciples, a fiery red dragon that was dozens of feet long flew over from the distant horizon. A furious roar came from the dragon's head. Roar, another dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Everyone felt their bodies become lighter, and their magic power could be used again. Not only were the dozen or so disciples lifted into the air in a panic, the whistling night ibis also struggled to stabilize themselves. After everyone calmed down, the fiery red dragon also flew in front of everyone. Sigh, too bad it's not Little White. Looking at the huge dragon's head not far away, Xiaohua was a bit disappointed. This dragon's head didn't seem to be comparable to Little White. The dragon's head was clearly visible, but it was more like a snake's head. There was only a single horn protruding from the top of the snake's head, and there was also a hint of a dragon's horn. Then there were the 2 faint dragon whiskers that grew from the sides of the snake's mouth. Looking at the dragon's body that was dozens of feet thick, the scales on its body had just taken the shape of dragon scales. There were also 3 dragon claws that were smaller than an infant's fist that had just grown out from its abdomen. Is this how the Tai Ching sect treats their guests? Wei Chengxi was enraged. He flew in front of the dragon and stared at the golden core cultivator on the dragon's head as he shouted, I am the Tai Ching sect's Dao Qing. Greetings, fellow Taoist from the 7 Possibilities sect. On the dragon's head was a middle-aged cultivator. 3 strands of long beard fluttered in the wind. He had a very calm expression as he bowed and spoke. However, at this moment, the dragon once again displayed its might. It raised its head to the sky and roared. Its body flew, and its huge dragon head entered the 7 Possibilities sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. Only when the dragon's head touched the Imperial Thunder sect's thunder ship did it stop. Ah! The Imperial Thunder sect's people were shocked. They trembled in fear and didn't dare to move. Xiaohua's heart also turned cold. He immediately stopped cultivating the dragonization art. The dragon's head that was several times bigger than the thunder ship was touching the edge of the thunder ship. The snake's eyes, which looked even bigger than Xiaohua's, were emotionless. It coldly scanned the people on the thunder ship. As if it didn't find anything, it suddenly hissed and flicked its tongue left and right on the thunder ship. Although Xiaohua was very close to Little White in the past, the dragon's fierce aura enveloped the entire thunder ship. The snake's tongue seemed to be an extremely powerful magic tool. As long as it touched it, it could crush him into meat paste. How? How could he dare to move? Taoist Dao Qing, what is the meaning of this? Zhen Qing naturally didn't dare to move under the dragon's might. She shouted in a deep voice, Evil creature. Dao Qing clapped his hand and a strange jade rui appeared in his hand. He activated his magic power and waved it slightly. The dragon shook its head as if it was very unwilling. However, it couldn't disobey the jade rui's command. It could only open its mouth, raise its head, and fly back. Chapter 1600. Xiaohua was currently under the snake's head. The fishy smell from the snake's mouth made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He thought to himself, damn it, Little White's mouth seems to be very fragrant. Why is this thing so disgusting? Dao Qing restrained the python dragon and stood on the dragon's head. He bowed and said, I wonder which fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect has graced my Tai Ching sect with your presence? I am Zhen Qing. Zhen Qing returned the greeting. All right, I'll let fellow Taoist Zhen Qing know that the python dragon of my sect has never acted recklessly. Just now, it was the 7 Skills sect's howling night ibis that provoked my sect. The python dragon ignored Ai's restraint and flew out. As for why it came to visit your sect's thunderbolt, I don't know either. However, no matter what, it has disturbed your sect's disciples. My Tai Ching sect will compensate. I will immediately report this matter to the deacon when I return to the sect. I hope fellow Taoist Zhen and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect can understand. When Dao Qing said this, his voice wasn't very soft. Naturally, the disciples of the Seven Skills sect could hear him. Wei Chongxi originally wanted to aggressively demand an explanation from the Tai Ching sect. However, after listening to Dao Qing's words, he realized that it wasn't right. How could he blame the Tai Ching sect's python dragon? How could he not know the temper of his own spirit beast? A few days ago, he was showing off his spirit beast in front of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. Who would have thought that he would run into a hard nut today? The Seven Skills sect's face was completely destroyed. Several of their disciples were even saved by the Imperial Thunder sect's thunderbolt. After Dao Qing finished speaking, he glanced at Wei Chongxi. Seeing that he didn't intend to pursue the matter, he continued, "This year, my Tai Ching sect is holding the Feather Immortal Gathering. We've specially set the venue on the Flying Sky Peak. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I will summon my disciples and send everyone to the Flying Sky Peak." After he finished speaking, he sent out a yellow talisman. A moment later, a red-crowned crane flew over. On the red-crowned crane stood a mid-stage foundation establishment disciple. "Dao Jing, send the fellow Taoists from the country of Shi's Seven Skills sect and the Imperial Thunder sect to the Flying Sky Peak." Dao Qing instructed. "Yes, disciple obeys." Dao Jing steered the crane and led the way. Zhen Qing and Wei Chongxi cupped their hands at Dao Qing and bid him farewell. They steered the thunderboat and the howling night ibis to follow the crane. Dao Qing stood on the python dragon and frowned as he watched everyone disappear. The actions of the python dragon today were indeed suspicious. Ignoring the fact that the provocation of the howling night ibis could make the python dragon fly out of the abyss of cultivation, just the fact that the python dragon had stuck its head onto the thunderboat of the Imperial Thunder sect disciples made him even more suspicious. Could it be that the thunder-controlling sect's thunderboat has something that the python dragon is interested in? But that's not right. It seems that the boa dragon didn't pay much attention to the thunderboat after that. Unfortunately, the eyes of the dragon under Dao Qing's feet were slightly closed, as if it was asleep. Dao Qing didn't know how to ask, so after a while, he stomped his feet again. The dragon turned around and flew back to the Tai Ching sect. Xiao Hua and the others steered the thunderboat and followed Dao Jing's crane to the west. At this moment, Wei Chongxi was somewhat listless and no longer had his previous arrogance. The Seven Skills sect disciples didn't return to the howling night ibis's back and only stayed on the Imperial Thunder sect's thunderboat to chat with the disciples they were familiar with. In just a short moment, a small mountain floating in the air appeared before everyone's eyes. Countless clouds lingered below the small mountain. Although they still couldn't see the scenery above the small mountain clearly, just this scene alone made them feel like they were in a fairyland. The Yen Thunder Palace's Yen Thunder Palace was in the air. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples had seen it before, but it was only a palace. At a glance, they knew it was created by the Imperial Thunder sect's ancestors. The Tai Ching sect's small mountain was very large. There was no need to mention its weight. If it was created by the Tai Ching sect cultivators, how powerful would their divine ability be? However, if Golden Core cultivators like Zhen Qing swept their divine sense over it and didn't see any spiritual energy fluctuations, they would think that the small mountain was created by the gods. Then who would believe it? Xiaohua was dumbfounded like everyone else. He also stared at the huge mountain in a daze. When they got closer, they saw that the small mountain was indeed floating in the air abruptly. There was no place below it that was in contact with the ground. Thousands of clouds gathered and dissipated from time to time under the small mountain. It was no different from what they usually saw. Within the clouds on the small mountain, there were green pine trees and green bamboos. The green mountains and clear waters reflected each other. Not long after, there were deer and young rabbits running away in a panic, startling the birds and beasts resting by the stream. The movement made people feel relaxed and happy, as expected of the Tai Ching sect. Such a quiet place is a good place to cultivate. Xiaohua looked envious and sighed secretly. Seniors, this is where the Tai Ching sect's disciples usually cultivate. It's called the Bright Realm. Because the Feather Immortal Gathering this time is related to the Bright Realm, my sect master specially held the Feather Immortal Gathering in the Bright Realm. Dao Qing held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He swung it naturally and said with a smile. When Zhen Qing heard this, she felt a little strange. She frowned and said, "The Feather Immortal Gathering is held once every 10 years. This year, it's the Tai Ching sect's turn. What does it have to do with the Bright Realm?" Haha, I'm going to keep you in suspense. Dao Jing smiled proudly and said, when the Feather Immortal Gathering is held, Senior Gen will naturally know. Humph, Wei Chongxi snorted coldly and said, it's just an illusion. Who doesn't have it? Dao Jing had a good temper and didn't argue. He raised his hand and sent out a communication talisman. Then he smiled and said, Seniors, please, just as he said the word please. Another signal flew into the sky from the southwest. What a coincidence today. 3 sects came in a row. Dao Jing looked at the signal and turned to ask Zhen Qing and Wei Chongxi, Seniors, do you want to go to the Bright Realm first or wait here for a while? Zhen Qing glanced at Wei Chongxi and said, I think we should wait here for a while. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if we have to greet them after entering the Bright Realm. Haha, I have the same idea, Wei Chongxi said with a smile. As they were talking, a snow-white crane flew over from the southwest. Behind the crane, there was a dazzling phoenix boat that broke through the clouds in the sky and slowly flew over. Are you kidding me? When Xiaohua saw the phoenix boat, he had a strange feeling. My Imperial Thunder sect has 20 disciples. 1 lightning boat is enough. This phoenix boat is probably several times bigger than the lightning boat. This sect has 50 to 60 disciples participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering? What's there to see? In the country of Xi, the country of Meng, and the country of Lian, other than the Huanhua sect, who else would be so bored? There are less than 20 disciples participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering. Why would they send such a big phoenix boat? Wei Chongxi snorted and said in a low voice, Huanhua sect. When Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed and his eyes lit up. If Fairy Hongxia had joined the Huanhua sect, it would have been several years. With Fairy Hongxia's talent, even if she hadn't reached the late stage of the 12th layer of the qi refining stage, she would at least be in the middle stage of the 12th layer of the qi refining stage. She would most likely be qualified to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. When he thought of Fairy Hongxia, Xiaohua's heaven-like beauty immediately appeared in his mind. The phoenix boat was very big and flew very slowly. When it stopped, there were indeed only a dozen disciples that flew down from the phoenix boat. The one in front was a golden core stage cultivator. When he looked behind the golden core stage cultivator, he saw that the dozen disciples were all handsome men and beautiful women. They were all talents. Fairy Hongxia. At the front of the dozen disciples, wasn't it the peerless Fairy Hongxia? Fellow Taoist Wei, fellow Taoist Zhen, I greet you. The golden core stage cultivator at the front also had long eyebrows and a sharp nose. He had a jade-like aura. So it's fellow Taoist Xiong Fei. It's been so many years since we last met. You're still as magnificent as ever. At this moment, Wei Chongxi's face changed into a smile as he went up to greet them. Zhen Qing also went up and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiaohua did not care about what the 3 golden core stage cultivators were saying. His gaze was always on Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia still had that cold look on her face. Her brows were slightly furrowed and she looked straight ahead, not looking at anyone else. Perhaps because Xiaohua had been staring at her for too long, Fairy Hongxia sensed something. She turned her head slightly and her gaze swept toward Xiaohua. Dong dong dong, Xiaohua's heart thumped. She's about to see me. However, when Fairy Hongxia's gaze swept past Xiaohua, it was as though Xiaohua was a stranger. She did not seem to stop. It can't be. Xiaohua's heart turned cold. Just as Xiaohua was feeling disappointed, Fairy Hongxia's face froze. Her gaze immediately swept back. When she saw Xiaohua's face clearly, her 2 eyes unconsciously widened. She actually stared at Xiaohua's face and stared. In her eyes was a trace of surprise and a trace of disbelief. Junior sister Hongxia, let's go. At this moment, a handsome figure stood between Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia. He said to Fairy Hongxia with concern. Xiaohua frowned. When he saw the person's appearance, he was stunned. He naturally knew this person. It was Yun Guicheng, the person he saw when he participated in the Huanhua sect's disciple selection. This guy is also at the peak of Qi refining stage level 12. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. I actually forgot about this person. That day, Kai Zhuoxia said that this guy covets Fairy Hongxia. Thinking that Yun Guicheng and Fairy Hongxia were from the same sect, Xiaohua could not help but feel sour in his heart. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 sects had already greeted each other. They spoke as they flew forward. Yun Guicheng called Fairy Hongxia to follow behind Xiong Fei. Fairy Hongxia retracted her gaze and nodded slightly. She walked away without looking at Xiaohua again. Beside Fairy Hongxia, Yun Guichong followed closely. The other disciples of the Huanhua sect were 2 steps behind them. Seeing Yun Guichong being so intimate with Fairy Hongxia, and then looking at Fairy Hongxia who did not look back, Xiaohua's heart ached. It was as if the dream in his heart had suddenly shattered. And after it shattered, it revealed his own delusion. "Sai, everything is just my delusion." Xiaohua laughed bitterly. "I only met her once and did her a favor. Moreover, she has already given me the reward. What else am I thinking? It's impossible for a toad to eat swan meat." Chapter 1601. Thinking about it, Xiaohua had only met Fairy Hongxia once in the Kai family of Luyang. Even though she had the intention to protect him at that time, it was because he had sent Kai Zhuoxia's corpse back home. At that time, he was just a mediocre 4th-layer qi refining cultivator. How could he enter Fairy Hongxia's eyes? Now, even though Xiaohua had already become a 12th-layer qi refining cultivator and was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but among the dozens of cultivators in front of him, which one of them did not have a higher cultivation than Xiaohua? Which sect did not have a stronger background than Xiaohua? After thinking about it, Xiaohua's interest waned. His head drooped and he looked very listless as he walked behind the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, waiting to enter the Bright Realm. Dao Jing and the cultivator who had led the disciples of the Huanhua sect over just now each took out a yellow talisman from their bosoms and activated their magic power. The yellow talisman let out a clear cry and spiraled up like a flying crane. It was thrown into the Bright Realm in midair. Immediately, there was a soft dang sound, like the sound of a bell. Between the white clouds at the bottom of the Bright Realm, there was a 5-colored brilliance. Every brilliance condensed into a bridge, slowly extending to the feet of everyone. "Seniors, please." Dao Jing cupped his hands and said. He was the first to step onto the Bridge of Light. Just like how he entered the Yanlei Palace, the Bridge of Light slowly shrank and pulled Dao Jing's figure into the white clouds. As Dao Jing stepped onto the Bridge of Light, Zhen Qing, Wei Chongxi, Xiong Fei, and the others looked at each other. They also took a step forward and entered the Bridge of Light. The Bridge of Light was not fast, and there was no defensive brilliance on it. Xiaohua's figure slowly rose along with the Bridge of Light. The strong mountain wind blew his clothes up. His heart that had been heated up just now gradually cooled down. He raised his eyes and looked at the Bridge of Light that was not too far away from him. Fairy Hongxia and Yun Jiecheng were almost completely leaning against each other. Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. This Yun Jiecheng is a man of striking appearance. Not only is he a talent in cultivation, he is also from a cultivator's family. Now they are even fellow disciples of the same sect. What am I? I am just a rogue cultivator. Even if... what am I thinking? He was just a toad. Even if you have a bit of a cultivation base, when Kai Zhuoxia met Li Zongbao, the two of them clearly had feelings for each other. However, because of certain things, neither of them could confide in the other. How could the matters of the world be resolved simply by mutual love? Xiaohua was in a bad mood, so the bystanders naturally ignored him. However, Sun Shu, who was not far from him, could see clearly. Sun Shu was very curious about Xiaohua. From Xue Xue's mouth, Sun Shu knew that Xue Xue relied on Xiaohua to pass the disciple selection. Sun Shu originally thought that Xiaohua and Xue Xue had some kind of relationship, but when he heard that the two had only met twice, he couldn't help but be surprised. Although Sun Shu didn't have much experience in the outside world, he had heard from many disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect that the disciple selection process was very cruel. Even blood brothers had to be separated, let alone strangers. Of course, what Sun Shu was most dissatisfied with was Xiaohua's cultivation level. He actually advanced from the middle of the 10th layer to the early stage of the 12th layer in such a short time. This was simply impossible for a loose cultivator in her impression. A few days ago, Xiaohua actually risked his life to save her from the claws of the flying leopard beast. This made her thoroughly recognize Xiaohua's true colors. This person was indeed different from other cultivators. He seems to be really mysterious. Sun Shu stole a glance at the unwell Xiaohua and thought, the flying technique he used before was different from the one he used in the illusion. It seems to be the lightning evasion technique. He's only a cultivator at the early stage of the 12th layer. How could he practice the lightning evasion technique? He looks very dispirited. What's going on? When everyone reached the bright realm, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that assaulted their faces shook their spirits. The spiritual chi here was more than twice as dense as what they usually saw. Xiong Fei released his divine sense and took a look. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Dao Jing, why is the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the bright realm so dense? There doesn't seem to be any spirit veins nearby. Indeed, the formations around the bright realm don't have any traces of spirit gathering. I am also very surprised." Wei Chengxi also said while twirling his beard. "Huh, could it be that Senior Wei is also a formation expert? I've been disrespectful." Dao Jing didn't answer in a hurry and instead asked in surprise. Wei Chengxi had a trace of pride on his face. He smiled and said, "Not at all, not at all. I only learned a little from my sect's martial uncle for a few days." Hearing this, not to mention Dao Jing, even Zhen Qing, Xiong Fei, and the others had a trace of admiration on their faces. That's right, the study of formations wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could come into contact with. On the Daybreak continent, talisman masters, pill masters, and tool refiners were already scarce, not to mention masters who were proficient in even more profound formations. Xiaohua stood behind everyone and suddenly understood why the Deacon of Lightning Hall didn't dare to disturb the sect's formation master when he closed the formation in the Eastern Ridge. He also understood why the Lightning Tablet Taoist had to give in to the arrogance of the Swallow Thunder Ridge. Junior will keep everyone in suspense. Seniors, please take a look and see why the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the bright realm is so dense. Dao Jing put away his envy and said with a smile, "Let's go, we'll talk as we walk." Show off. Show off again. Xiaohua, who was at the back, disapproved of what he heard. Following the slow pace of everyone, he let out a cold snort. Sure enough, Zhen Qing, Xiong Fei, and Wei Chengxi had a trace of awkwardness on their faces. They looked at each other and released their spiritual sense as they walked. However, after walking for a while and looking around the bright realm, they all shook their heads. Wei Chengxi said with some hesitation, "Could it be that the bright realm's formation is a bit strange?" "It is a bit strange, but that's not the real reason." Dao Jing said with a smile, "There's a spirit vein in the mountain below us?" Xiong Fei stamped his feet and asked. Dao Jing shook his head. "Even if there is a spirit vein, isn't it too small?" Xiong Fei was a bit uncomfortable and turned to look at Zhen Qing, who was pondering with her head lowered. Zhen Qing didn't release her spiritual sense after scanning the surroundings earlier. At this moment, her head was lowered and she was looking at the ground. What's strange about the ground? Xiong Fei also lowered her head naturally. The ground below everyone's feet was grayish-brown soil mixed with gravel. There were some indiscernible radiances on the soil that seemed to be some reinforced formations. Why would there be formations on the ground for no reason? They might as well use some limestone or white jade to pave the ground. Xiong Fei couldn't see the reason and muttered in his heart, "Senior Zhen?" Seeing that Zhen Qing seemed to have understood something, Dao Jing asked in a low voice. "Yes, I have thought about it for a long time and feel that what fellow Taoist Wei and fellow Taoist Xiong said is reasonable. Our sects also have paradises, but if there isn't a spirit vein, then there is a formation. Without these two, there is only a spirit eye. Could it be that there is a spirit eye in the bright realm? Spirit eye?" It was unknown what the others' expressions were, but Xiaohua revealed a strange expression. "What is a spirit eye?" Hearing Zhen Qing's words, Dao Jing seemed to be relieved and shook his head. Senior Zhen also didn't guess it. At this moment, a person from the Huanhua sect took half a step forward and bowed. "I'm Yun Guichong from the Huanhua sect. I've been racking my brains just now, but I still can't figure it out. Senior, please enlighten me. Why is the spiritual aura in the bright realm so abundant?" Yun Guichong walked out at the right time. Not only did he remove the awkwardness between the three sects, but his mischievous words also made everyone chuckle. "You little brat, your Uncle Master Dao Jing just wants to test your experience. You don't even think about it before you speak. You are so naughty." Xiong Fei glared at Yun Guichong and scolded. Yun Guichong smiled embarrassedly and retreated back to Fairy Hongxia's side. He didn't seem to be ashamed of being scolded by a senior. Qing Jing, who was next to Xiong Fei, blushed a little, as if Xiong Fei was talking about him. "I'll let the three seniors and fellow cultivators know." Dao Jing didn't dare to keep them in suspense anymore. He cupped his hands and said, "Indeed, what you said is about the same. It's just that, you've forgotten that there's a saying under your feet. It's called I'm Destined to Be in This Mountain. Oh, hearing this, Jen Qing slapped her forehead and said in realization, I also had the same thought just now. Could it be? Could it be that the bright realm itself is a magic treasure? Xiong Fei and Wei Chengxi also understood and said in surprise. The three seniors are really knowledgeable. Dao Jing quickly praised. This bright realm is a magic treasure left behind by the founder of the Taiching sect. Because it can gather the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. It was placed here as a place for the disciples of the Taiching sect to cultivate. This is actually a magic treasure? Not only Xiao Hua, but all the disciples who practiced qi were also surprised. They all lowered their heads and released their divine senses. However, just like before, the ground was like an ordinary ground. Their divine senses passed through it, and they couldn't find anything wrong with it. Only Jen Qing and the other two golden core cultivators carefully observed it and didn't frown. Such a big magic treasure? What is it used for? Could it be used to smash people? Xiao Hua stomped his feet and thought to himself, then, how much strength does it have? Oh, it shouldn't be strength, it should be magic power. Oh my, what cultivation level does the senior have to have so much magic power? What a powerful divine will. Seniors, the plaza where the Feather Immortal Assembly is held is at the center of the bright realm. Please follow me. Dao Jing and the others looked at it for a moment, then cupped their hands and flew up with everyone. The bright realm was really big. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a flat ground that was several hundred feet wide appeared in front of them. This flat ground seemed to be the peak of a small mountain. It was abnormally flat. There was a huge protrusion on the east side of the flat ground, which was blocked by a restriction. They couldn't see what was inside, but other places were normal. There were countless pavilions around the flat ground. At this moment, some disciples were sitting leisurely inside, meditating or talking. Seniors, this is where the disciples of the Taiching sect usually cultivate. The Feather Immortal Assembly in 2 days will be held here. The resting places for the disciples of each sect have already been arranged. Dao Jing landed on the flat ground and pointed. Chapter 1602. What's this? Looking at the ordinary flat ground, Xiong Fei's gaze naturally fell on the east side that was covered by the forbidden spell and casually asked. This? Forgive me for keeping you guessing. Dao Jing also said casually. However, as soon as he said that, everyone had a faint smile on their faces. Dao Jing immediately felt that it was inappropriate. He blushed slightly and smiled apologetically. This thing is related to the Feather Immortal Gathering. I can't let you see it for now. You'll know everything when the Feather Immortal Gathering starts. Could it be an ambush? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Xiong Fei's expression also turned serious. He said vigilantly, your Taiching sect. Could it be that you have other ideas? Dao Jing smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. Senior Xiong, please be careful with your words. All the famous sects in the 3 kingdoms are participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering. How could my Taiching sect dare to do anything? I don't think you dare. Xiong Fei waved his hand. However, his gaze did not leave the restrictive spell. He had been using his divine thought to scan the restrictive spell. Unfortunately, the restrictive spell was very strong. No matter how Xiong Fei looked, he could not see what was inside. Of course, Xiao Hua and the others were also curious. Are the same sects participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering? Wei Chengxi looked away from the restrictive spell and looked at the disciples in different clothes in the pavilion. He said softly, which sects are not here? Dao Jing smiled. Of course, it's still the same sections. Your country's Shanghua sect and Xuanyan sect, Lian country's Utopia sect, Xiantian sect, Kunlun sect, and Nanming sect. My country's Changbai sect, Immortal Ascension sect, and Xianla sect. My country's 3 sects are close. I'm afraid they will only be here tomorrow. As for the other sects, other than Lian country's Kunlun sect, Nanming sect, and your country's Shanghua sect, all the other sects came yesterday. Then, Dao Jing hesitated for a moment and said softly, also, I seem to have heard. There's another sect participating. However, I don't know which sect it is. There are other sects? Jen Qing, Wei Chengxi, and Xiong Fei looked at each other in surprise. It's not that I'm keeping you in suspense. I really don't know. Perhaps we'll be able to see the results in the next 2 days. Dao Jing muttered. I've said so much. Actually, there are a total of 13 sections. Only the Xuanyan sect, the Utmost Happiness sect, and the Xiantian sect are present. including the Imperial Thunder sect, the Qiqiao sect, and the Huanhua sect. We don't even have half of them. Xiaohua glanced at Hongxia Fairy, who had a cold expression on her face. Xiaohua pondered in his heart, Utopia faction? I wonder which senior from the Utopia faction is here. It's a pity that Li Zongbao has only built his foundation a few years ago. No matter how much of a genius he is, it's impossible for him to enter the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Do they all live here too? Zhenqing raised her eyebrows and asked, May I know who their masterminds are? I would like to pay them a visit. All right, Senior Zhen, please know. The Xuanyan sect's Senior Jiang Changhong, the Xiantian sect's Senior Jing Haojing, and the Utmost Happiness faction's Senior Ku Huichou. Dao Jing thought for a while and said, However, Senior Ku from the Utmost Happiness faction went to visit a good friend at the Human Spiritual Peak yesterday and hasn't returned yet. Only their deputy, Li Zongbao, is here. If Senior Zhen wants to pay a visit to Senior Ku, I'll send a messaging charm to you. Zhenqing smiled and waved her hand. There's no need. Although we know each other, there's no need to send a messaging charm. We'll go and have a look together later. Great. Hearing Dao Jing's words, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't know how to pass on the message that Kai Zhuoxia had entrusted to him to Li Zongbao. Now that they were all here to participate in the Feather Immortal Conference, wasn't this the best opportunity? I'll tell Li Zongbao about this matter, and I'll have a perfect explanation for Kai Zhuoxia. Sigh, beautiful women have short lives. Isn't this the case? Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia in the distance, and couldn't help but think of Kai Zhuoxia's lifelike face lying in the greenstone coffin. Seniors and fellow cultivators, according to the rules of the Feather Immortal Conference, the resting places of each faction are not in the same place. Moreover, each faction is separated by a spell array. Only people with their own magic tokens can enter and leave freely. The spell array of each faction doesn't prevent messaging charms. If you want to go to another faction, you can use your messaging charms. Only when the spell array is opened can you enter freely. As Dao Jing spoke, he passed the magic tokens of each faction to the deputies of the 3 factions. In addition, when you're resting, please stay in this pavilion. It's best not to go too far from other places. Dao Jing thought for a while and said, The Bright Realm is the place where the disciples of the Taiqing sect cultivate. There are also places for training. They all rely on the power of magic treasures. Many places are not easy to control. If any of you want to go out and sightsee, you can ask the disciples of the Taiqing sect to lead the way. If you go out without permission and meet with any trouble, the Taiqing sect can't bear the responsibility. I know. Every year, the Feather Immortal Conference uses the same old method. Who doesn't know? Xiong Fei waved his hand and said, That's good. I'll return to the mountain to report. Seniors, please rest early. Tomorrow, at the E-Gathering, the Taiqing sect will send some foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples over to exchange information with you. After Dao Jing finished speaking, he waved his hand and said to a few Qi refinement level 7 and 8 disciples who had flown over, Bring the seniors and senior brothers of each faction to rest. There's a E-Gathering tomorrow? Xiaohua was delighted when he heard that. He hadn't been to the E-Gathering for a long time and missed the time in Jingbua City. It seems that I have to refine more fireball charms tonight, Xiaohua thought to himself. However, just as this thought arose, Xiaohua scolded himself secretly. How stupid. Exchanging fireball charms with others and letting others use my own fireball charms to hit myself? The resting place of the Imperial Thunder sect was naturally different from the Huanhua sect. Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia went their separate ways, and Fairy Hongxia didn't even look at Xiaohua from the beginning to the end. The Imperial Thunder sect was allocated a row of rather large pavilions. There were many rooms, and each room had a restriction. One could only enter with the corresponding magic tablet. Xiaohua held the magic tablet that Zhenyu had given him and found his quiet room. Wang Yunxiao's quiet room was right next to Xiaohua's. Seeing Xiaohua open the restriction, Wang Yunxiao smiled and said, That's good. I still have some cultivation insights that I want to share with junior brother Xiao. Can you come to my room later? I'm afraid I don't have time today. I still have other things to do. Let's wait for tomorrow. Xiaohua shook his head and said. Wang Yunxiao was surprised and asked, Isn't this junior brother Zhao's first time in the Taiqing sect? Of course it's my first time in the Taiqing sect. Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer Wang Yunxiao's question directly. He stepped into the quiet room and opened the restriction casually. Seeing Xiaohua walk into the quiet room, Wang Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and stared at the door of the quiet room thoughtfully for a moment. Then he also entered his quiet room. However, Wang Yunxiao didn't close the door of his quiet room, nor did he open the restriction. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua came out of his quiet room. He glanced at Wang Yunxiao's quiet room and stepped out of the row of pavilions where the Imperial Thunder sect was located. Naturally, there were qi refining disciples of the Taiqing sect in front of the pavilions. Xiaohua asked for the location of the pavilion where the Utopia faction was located and went without saying. After Xiaohua's figure disappeared, Wang Yunxiao also came out of the pavilion. He cupped his hands and smiled at the disciple who was on duty. Where did my junior brother go just now? The deputy leader of my sect has something to ask him. That disciple was only at level 6 of the qi refining stage. He didn't dare to ignore Wang Yunxiao's question. He bowed respectfully and said, "Just now, my senior brother asked about the location of the Utopia faction. It seems that he is also going to the Utopia faction. Senior brother, you can send a message to him. If it is inconvenient for you, I can help you find him." Forget it. I'm afraid he is going to look for an acquaintance of the Utopia faction. Let's wait for him to come back. Wang Yunxiao waved his hand and turned back. In his heart, he muttered to himself, Xiaohua, this guy. When did he and the Utopia faction? Oh, he can't be a spy of the Utopia faction, right? However, Wang Yunxiao shook his head immediately. If he is really a spy of the Utopia faction, there is no reason for him to be so careless. How could he swagger around to look for people? Maybe. Wang Yunxiao's face showed a trace of a rare, hideous smile. Some people just think that they are clever. They think that swaggering around will not be suspected. Well, Xiaohua is a disbanded cultivator. If he didn't have a great opportunity, how could he reach level 10 of the qi refining stage? This guy must have some secret on him. This secret must be related to the Utopia faction. After thinking about it, Wang Yunxiao could no longer sit still. He quickly walked out of the quiet room and chased after Xiaohua in the direction that he had just gone. Xiaohua asked the disciple on duty of the Taiqing sect and found the pavilion assigned by the Utopia faction very easily. Just as Dao Jing said, he couldn't enter the pavilion when he was about 3 feet in front of it. In front of the pavilion, there was also a disciple on duty of the Taiqing sect. When he saw Xiaohua trying to enter, he walked over and said with his hands folded, "Senior brother, you can send a message or message in. If it is inconvenient, I can help you report it. May I know which senior brother of the Utopia faction you are looking for?" After thinking for a while, Xiaohua said with his hands folded, "I am Xiaohua, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Please report to Senior Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction that I have something important to tell him." "Oh, you are looking for Senior Li, senior brother Xiao. Please wait a moment." The disciple on duty turned around and went in. Not long after, Li Zongbao followed the disciple out of the pavilion with a surprised look on his face. When Li Zongbao saw Xiaohua, his face was even more incredulous. He looked up and down, left and right, up and down, and said curiously, "You are?" Then he glanced at the disciple of the Taiqing sect and said vaguely, "Are you the Xiaohua from before?" Xiaohua bowed and said, "I am Xiaohua. Greetings, Senior Li." Chapter 1603. Your cultivation level. Li Zongbao pointed at Xiaohua and asked in disbelief. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the summoning glyph Li Zongbao gave him. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is the summoning glyph Senior gave me that day. Senior, please take a look and see if it's real." Li Zongbao didn't take it and scanned it with his divine sense. He slowly nodded and said, "This summoning glyph is real. I also recognize your face, but, Senior, can you come in for a chat?" Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "Junior has something very important to report to you." Li Zongbao nodded and opened the restriction with a magic tablet to let Xiaohua in. Xiaohua followed Li Zongbao into the quiet room. "Xiaohua, what happened to your cultivation level? How did you become a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect?" Li Zongbao had seen Xiaohua when he was in the first layer of qi refining, so he didn't believe that Xiaohua only cultivated from the first layer of qi refining to the 12th layer of qi refining in a few years. Junior was originally in the 10th layer of qi refining, but because of some things, my cultivation level was completely lost, and I was seriously injured. Fortunately, Senior Xiao Huaming and Senior Xiao Yu saved Junior, so Junior temporarily took over Xiao Huaming's body. As for the specific details, forgive Junior for not being able to tell you the truth. Xiao Hua explained in a low voice. Li Zongbao didn't know that Xiao Hua didn't have any details to report, so he frowned slightly and said, I don't care about those details. Which cultivation sector you from? Junior was a loose cultivator before, but now I've passed the disciple selection of Imperial Thunder sect and officially entered the sect. Xiao Hua said, a loose cultivator in the 10th layer of qi refining? Li Zongbao's eyes narrowed. His sharp gaze was like two swords piercing Xiao Hua's body, as if he wanted to see everything about Xiao Hua. This is bad. Xiao Hua knew it was bad. He was a loose cultivator in the 10th layer of qi refining. How could he be so young? Moreover, he was always with Kai Zhuoxia. How could Li Zongbao not be suspicious? However, Xiao Hua was also helpless. A loose cultivator in the 10th layer of qi refining recovering his cultivation in a few years was more reliable than a loose cultivator in the 1st layer of qi refining cultivating to the 12th layer of qi refining in a few years, right? Xiao Hua had to continue making this lie. Fortunately, a loose cultivator in the 10th layer of qi refining in the 10th layer of qi refining in the 10th layer of qi refining was around 20, and there weren't many people who knew Zhao's details' background. Seeing that Xiao Hua's eyes didn't even blink as he responded to him, Li Zongbao continued to ask, what about Kai Zhuoxia? Where is she now? Liang's? Xiao Hua sighed with a gloomy expression. With a wave of his hand, he took out the silk pouch Kai Zhuoxia gave him and handed it over. He said sorrowfully, fellow Taoist Kai asked Junior to give this to you. Hearing this, Li Zongbao's heart skipped a beat. He already had a premonition. With a wave of his hand, the silk bag flew out from Xiao Hua's hand, but he didn't even look at it. He suddenly released his pressure, firmly suppressing Xiao Hua. He coldly said, tell me, what happened to Kai Zhuoxia? His teeth, S, clack. S seniors. S. His Tess. S's. Was he S. Senior. Ah? How is that possible? When Li Zongbao heard this grievous news, his face turned ferocious. His eyes were bloodshot. The mings increased. Senior. Withdraw your mings. Junior will tell the truth. Xiao Hua didn't get angry when he saw Li Zongbao's grief. Instead, he sympathized with Li Zongbao. You. Li Zongbao stared at Xiao Hua like a wild beast, causing goosebumps to appear on Xiao Hua's back. After a long while, Li Zongbao withdrew more than half of his pressure, but still left some on Xiao Hua's body to prevent Xiao Hua from doing anything else. Li Zongbao sat cross-legged on the ground and said coldly, tell me. Xiao Hua also slowly sat down and slowly said, yes, Junior came today to clearly explain the matter to Senior, so that I can complete fellow Kai's request. After that, Xiao Hua recounted what had happened in the Flaming Forest Swamp, just like what he had told the Kai family of Luyang. On the other side, Li Zongbao's expression changed drastically, especially when he heard Kai Zhuoxia call out his name before she died. When she put the black hair into the silk pouch for him, he unconsciously opened the silk pouch. When he saw the black hair, he really thought of her and couldn't help but shed tears. The pressure that was suppressing Xiao Hua had long been withdrawn completely. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, the entire quiet room was deathly still. Neither of them wanted to say a single word. Li Zongbao's eyes were firmly fixed on the silk bag in his hand, as if he could see Kai Zhuoxia, unwilling to leave even half an inch. After an unknown amount of time, Li Zongbao said in a low voice, Xiao Hua, is what you said true? Xiao Hua froze and hurriedly said, how can Junior dare to deceive Senior? Kai Dao's corpse was in the manor of the Kai family in Luyang. Oh, Kai Zhuoxia's younger sister, Fairy Hong Xia, has already joined the Huanhua sect. She is currently in the Bright Realm. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can ask her face to face. It's just that this disciple didn't tell them about Senior's matter. And I believe you. Li Zongbao said slowly, word by word, how can I not believe a person who can send the last good fate tablet of the Huanhua sect back to the Kai family according to Zhuoxia's wishes? Xiao Hua didn't feel any joy in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, many thanks for Senior's trust. All right, you can go now. Li Zongbao waved his hand, as if he had aged a few years. I and Zhuoxia owe you a huge favor. You and Kaizhuxia? Xiaohua's heart ached as he thought to himself in amazement. However, he didn't dare to stay for long. He stood up and said, Junior will return now. Junior will definitely not reveal the matter of Junior coming here. And Senior's matter. Go, Li Zongbao sighed and waved his hand. After Xiaohua left, Li Zongbao's trembling hand held the silk bag. His eyelids trembled slightly, and scalding hot tears unconsciously flowed down. After an unknown period of time, Li Zongbao's figure didn't change. However, his hair gradually turned white, then white, and finally snow-white. Li Zongbao's eyes changed from pain to determination, and finally to indifference. When Li Zongbao's eyes became indifferent, his figure changed slightly. His hands formed a strange spell, and he placed them in front of his chest. His true core strength started to flow around his body. Along with the flow of his true core strength, Li Zongbao's body produced a huge suction force. It was like a black hole, sucking in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth both inside and outside the quiet room. The hurricane created by the flow of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth caused the restrictive spell in the quiet room to flicker. The movement in Li Zongbao's quiet room naturally attracted the attention of the Utmost Happiness Faction's disciples. They didn't dare to neglect it and immediately notified the Taiqing sect's disciples who were on duty. They asked them to inform Xie Hui and the disciples on duty to release the restrictive spell in the pavilion so that more spiritual qi of heaven and earth could enter. The sky was getting brighter. Outside Li Zongbao's quiet room, more than 10 disciples were guarding it. Xie Hui also rushed back and looked at the restrictive spell in the quiet room nervously. He didn't dare to release his soul strength rashly. Inside the quiet room, Li Zongbao's hair was all white, and his face showed the usual indifference. Suddenly, Li Zongbao's face flushed red. Then, Li Zongbao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. It landed on the silk bag that Li Zongbao had placed on the ground. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Zongbao's eyes moved slightly. He released the strange spell in his hands, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that was violently sucked into his body stopped abruptly. Li Zongbao stood up and slowly opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes gradually showed a trace of indifference. He raised his head and looked at the silk bag that was stained with blood. He raised his hand, and a wisp of flame appeared and fell on the silk bag. With a light bang, the silk bag was ignited and turned into ashes in a short while. Li Zongbao's eyes reflected the flame that was ignited by the silk bag. As the flame was extinguished, his eyes lost some of their emotions and became even more indifferent. Looking at the restrictive spells around the quiet room, Li Zongbao waved his hand. With a flash of light, the restrictive spells were closed. Outside the quiet room, Xie Hui was about to release his divine thought when the door opened. When the apprentices of the Utopia faction saw Li Zongbao's appearance, they couldn't help but be surprised. Even Xie Hui took a step forward and said in a low voice, Zongbao, what's going on? Li Zongbao said calmly, Uncle, don't worry. Yesterday, an old friend of mine came to visit me. After he left, I felt that my understanding of the parting mirror had deepened. So, I took the opportunity to perform secluded meditation for a while. Last night's movement and my changes are all signs of my cultivation progress. Uncle, you've thoroughly understood the parting mirror? Xie Hui was delighted to hear that. Li Zongbao still said calmly, I don't dare to say that I've comprehended it. I just felt more about it than before. Congratulations. It seems that I was right to ask you to come to the Feather Celestial Conference. Xie Hui said with a smile, although your cultivation hasn't reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, with the understanding of the parting mirror, you can easily reach the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations, Senior Li. The apprentices of the Utopia faction were also happy to hear that. They all bowed to him. Forget it. Congratulations to you too. Li Zongbao waved his hand. There was no joy on his face. He looked at the sky outside and said, Today is the day of the exchange meeting of the Feather Celestial Conference. You can go and find what you need. I want to meditate, cultivate, and consolidate my cultivation stage. Okay, you can go and wait. I will stay here to protect him. Xie Hui said with a smile and waved his hand. Yes, we will do as you say. The apprentices bowed and left the pavilion of the Utopia faction in 2s and 3s. At this time, the sun was shining brightly outside the pavilion. Many apprentices were sitting on the ground with their legs crossed. In front of them were some things. The exchange meeting of the Feather Celestial Conference had begun. Chapter 1604. Xiaohua left Li Zongbao's quiet room and saw a flash of light at the door. The restriction was reactivated, and his heart ached for no reason. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old. If the moon doesn't hate, the moon will be round. What can I do? Xiaohua sighed and left. The Taiching sect disciple on duty didn't stop him and only smiled and sent him off. Xiaohua's mind was in a mess. He didn't notice that in a dark place not far away, Wang Yunxiao was looking at his back with bright eyes, thinking about something. Xiaohua returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect's pavilion and opened the restriction of the quiet room. He was stunned. Inside the room, a crimson communication talisman was floating in the air. Huh, could it be Fairy Hongxia? Xiaohua thought, and a trace of ecstasy appeared in his heart. Unfortunately, when he crushed the communication talisman, Sun Shu's voice came from inside. Junior brother Xiao, if you have time, can you come to Ai's quiet room for a chat? Sun Shu, what's the matter? Xiaohua thought for a moment, then turned and walked out of the quiet room. Sun Shu's quiet room was not far from Xiaohua's, and there was no restriction outside the quiet room. Hearing footsteps stop in front of his door, Sun Shu swept with his divine sense and got up to open the door. Junior brother Xiao, please come in. Xiaohua nodded slightly and walked into the room. Seeing Sun Shu activate the quiet room's restriction, he frowned. Sun Shu naturally noticed Xiaohua's expression and said in a low voice, I have some things to discuss with fellow Taoist, so I had to do this. Good. Xiaohua looked around, then sat cross-legged on the ground and said in a deep voice, Then I am all ears. If it was a normal day, Xiaohua would definitely have a smile on his face and chat with the delicate and pretty senior sister Sun Shu. Unfortunately, his mood was driven away by Fairy Hongxia's indifference. Moreover, he just saw the sadness of Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia. How could he still have the mood to chat with Sun Shu? His tone became much fainter. Sun Shu was sensitive and had long noticed it. He said with an apologetic expression, I know that junior brother Xiao painstakingly cultivates and doesn't waste any time. I'm really sorry for inviting junior brother Xiao over. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua reluctantly squeezed out a trace of a smile and said, Ai's mood is a bit bad. I hope that senior sister Sun will forgive me. People have their joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. How can there be anything perfect in this world? It's normal for junior brother Xiao to have troubles. Sun Shu sighed and said, It's just that we're all cultivators. We shouldn't let our emotions affect our decisions. Junior brother Xiao, you're a loose cultivator, so I'm sure you have a deeper understanding of this. Perhaps. Xiaohua didn't understand why Sun Shu was so sentimental and casually waved his hand. Junior brother Xiao, I haven't thanked you for saving my life. Today, I finally know how to thank you. Please forgive me. Finished speaking, Sun Shu stood in front of Xiaohua and bowed gracefully. Xiaohua immediately jumped up from the ground, stretched out his hand to support Sun Shu's arm, and called out, What are you doing? Senior sister Sun, you've killed this little brother. How could Sun Shu be willing to comply? She still had to bow down, but unfortunately, how could her strength compare to Xiaohua's? Xiaohua's arm seemed to be cast from copper and iron, and it didn't budge in the slightest. Sun Shu couldn't help but muster her magic power, wanting to move Xiaohua's arm away. Who would have thought that even if she mustered 50% of her magic power, Xiaohua's arm still wouldn't budge? Sun Shu was a bit stunned. She knew the difference between the peak of qi refining stage and the early stage of qi refining stage. Sun Shu's beautiful eyes turned, and she bitterly smiled and said, Since junior brother Xiao doesn't want I to thank you, then I can only take it back. Don't, senior sister Sun. You also know that Ai's movement technique is very fast. Under the attack of the flying leopard, I might not necessarily be in trouble. That's why I dared to help. I don't deserve such a heavy reward. I reckon that the others also have the same idea. If they had the ability, they would have definitely helped. Xiaohua calmly said as he withdrew his hand. Ai. Sun Shu sighed and casually sat down. She bitterly smiled and said, Having the ability is one thing, but whether or not they can help is another. From Ai's point of view, they... Sun Shu waved her hand as if she was shooing away a fly. Don't say any more, don't say any more. Saying these things will only hurt Ai. Xiaohua slightly nodded and didn't say anything. After a while, Sun Shu opened her mouth again and said, Actually, I invited junior brother Xiao over to discuss something with him. Please speak, senior sister. However, before I say it, I want to confirm something with junior brother Xiao. What is it? Xiaohua didn't understand. Junior brother Xiao has already learned the lightning escape technique? Sun Shu probed. What does it have to do with it? Xiaohua asked back. Sun Shu saw that Xiaohua didn't deny it and sighed in relief. She smiled and said, actually, when junior brother Xiao saved I that day, I already faintly felt that this was the case. However, to be on the safe side, I still have to ask. Seeing that Sun Shu had explained, Xiaohua couldn't deny it anymore and slightly nodded. That's good. A trace of a smile flashed on Sun Shu's face, and she asked, I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to cultivate the lightning escape technique to the 4th level? What do you mean? Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, I naturally want to cultivate the lightning escape technique. Not just the 4th level, even if it's the 9th level. I also want to cultivate it. Hearing Xiaohua's answer, Sun Shu covered her mouth and said with a smile, Junior brother Xiao, was this lightning escape technique taught by your master? Why? Does senior sister feel that it isn't? Of course not. Sun Shu explained. If your master had no choice but to teach it, I believe that junior brother Xiao wouldn't answer like this right now. Why is that? Could it be that this lightning escape technique still has something fishy? Xiaohua was even more surprised. Sun Shu also did not ask where Xiaohua learned this lightning escape technique from. She only said, I wonder how many levels of the lightning escape technique junior brother Xiao has seen before? Senior sister Sun, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Always asking like this makes people very uncomfortable. Xiaohua turned his head and said, All right, then I will get straight to the point. Sun Shu said with a smile, I believe that junior brother Xiao has only seen the 1st level of the lightning escape technique. Actually, although my Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning escape technique is called an escape technique, it is actually a cultivation technique, which is the legendary lightning cultivator. Lightning cultivator? Xiaohua slightly frowned. He had never heard of this lightning cultivator. Sun Shu also did not explain and continued to say, it's just that because the cultivation technique is incomplete, this cultivation technique cannot be cultivated, and could only be modified into an escape technique. Compared to the previous lightning cultivator technique, the lightning escape technique can only be considered an insignificant Dao. Moreover, even so, this lightning escape technique is extremely different from the 5 elements escape technique. I believe that junior brother Xiao also knows that the lightning escape technique is divided into 9 levels, but you definitely don't know that this lightning escape technique is divided into 3 grades. 3 grades? Xiaohua was stunned. He seemed to have never seen this in the lightning escape technique before. I hope senior sister can enlighten me. This 3rd grade lightning escape technique is only known by the direct disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect, and it is only limited by word of mouth. Even your master, maybe he only knows half of it. Sun Shu said with a smile, and shue. In the future, she will definitely not know. Therefore, I ask junior brother Xiao to swear that this matter absolutely cannot be told to anyone else. Xiaohua understood. This 3rd grade lightning escape technique was already something that Sun Shu wanted to say in the future. It was probably her repayment for saving her life. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua nodded in agreement and made a heart oath. Thus, Sun Shu continued, the 3 grades of the lightning evasion are divided into high, middle, and low grades, respectively corresponding to the 9 levels of the lightning evasion. Among them, hibernating lightning, shocking lightning, and bright lightning are low-grade lightning evasion. Imperial lightning travel, imperial lightning change, and imperial lightning shock are middle-grade lightning evasion. Lightning travel 3 realms, lightning surpass 6 paths, and thunderclap 9th heaven are high-grade lightning evasion. And what's so strange about this? Xiaohua secretly said, isn't it just the early, middle, and late stages? Actually, the low-grade lightning escape technique also has a name called lightning tranquility. Middle-grade lightning escape technique is called lightning movement, and high-grade lightning escape technique is called lightning ascension. Sun Shu continued to say, the reason why there are these names is because there is an insurmountable gap between the 3rd grade lightning escape technique. There must be some opportunity to have the opportunity to enter the later stages. This opportunity is not just limited to cultivation. Looking at Xiaohua's unmoved expression, Sun Shu said again, in my Imperial Thunder Sect, there are countless disciples who cultivate the lightning escape technique. However, the vast majority of people stop at lightning tranquility. Very few disciples can break through to lightning movement. Even the current sect master is only at the second level of lightning movement. What? Sect master, just cultivated to Imperial Thunder change? Hearing this news, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. That's right, it's exactly so. Moreover, not only that, my Imperial Thunder sect's reclusive elders and martial ancestors, it is said that at most, they have only reached shocking thunder change. Isn't that difficult? Xiaohua was flabbergasted. Hee, if it wasn't so difficult, why can everyone cultivate my Imperial Thunder sect's lightning escape technique? Sun Shu said with a smile, as long as you have a lightning attribute physique, you can comprehend my Lightning Palace's lightning escape technique when you reach Foundation establishment. No one will stop you, because the elders in the sect know that it is basically impossible for them to break through to lightning tranquility. I wonder what realm martial ancestor Sun Ming is at? Xiaohua suddenly asked. My master has already reached lightning tranquility's third level. Sun Shu said with a smile. Bright lightning escape? Precisely. Xiaohua's expression was thought-provoking. He said with a smile, since martial ancestor Sun Ming with his Aurus core stage cultivation can't break through to lightning movement, does senior sister Sun think that I can break through with my current cultivation? Sun Shu knew that Xiaohua would ask this question, and said with confidence, if junior brother Xiao does as I say, perhaps there is a 30% chance. If you don't do it, I'm afraid there is only a 10% chance. Sun Shu then added, this humble Taoist saw that junior brother Xiao was able to comprehend the hibernating thunder escape technique at the late stage of qi refinement and has talent in the thunder escape technique. This humble Taoist wanted to work with junior brother Xiao because of that. Otherwise, even if junior brother Xiao saved this humble Taoist's life, this humble Taoist would only repay him in other ways. Chapter 1605. Cooperation? When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but have a headache. He had cooperated with Kai Zhuixia before. Although he had also gained something, the price was also obvious. Senior Sun. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Senior Sun must know that I was originally a loose cultivator. I ran wild outside and didn't have time to cultivate. Now that I was able to enter the Imperial Thunder sect with great difficulty, I have techniques, pills, and the guidance of Master and Senior Sun. I really cherish the opportunity to cultivate now. Therefore, I'm not very interested in traveling and so on. I just want to cultivate quietly. Oh, I understand. Sun Shu didn't expect that the secret of the lightning escape technique couldn't move Xiaohua. Clearly, she had underestimated Xiaohua's hardships as a loose cultivator. However, since Junior Sun doesn't want to travel, why? Did you participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Sun Shu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, is the Feather Immortal Assembly the same as traveling? Xiaohua asked back. I see. Sun Shu understood. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, it seems that Junior Sun doesn't know the origin of the Feather Immortal Assembly. Moreover, no wonder, when you saw I during the selection, you immediately admitted defeat. Junior Sun probably didn't plan to come to the Taiqing sect at all, right? Indeed. Xiaohua said helplessly, I came here by coincidence. However, Sun Shu's face changed and she said solemnly, since Junior Sun didn't plan to come, then, don't come. Since you're here, then you must be alert and protect your life. What? Protect my life? Xiaohua was stunned and stuttered. I thought that it would be over after one round. The Myriad Thunder Valley hasn't had a disciple participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly for many years. Our Imperial Thunder sect always exaggerates the function of the Feather Immortal Assembly and never mentions the casualties. Yes, even if there are casualties, it's to win glory for our Imperial Thunder sect. After a long time, who would remember that the Feather Immortal Assembly was originally a method for cultivation countries to compete for resources? Sun Shu said coldly, even now, the Feather Immortal Assembly is a kind of experience for the late qi refinement disciples of various sects to enter the foundation establishment stage. Since it's an experience, there should be a price. If there was no danger, if there was no risk of death, how could a late-stage aura refining disciple break through? What was the difference between this and the foundation establishment training once every 5 years? Of course, the Feather Immortal Gathering is different from the foundation establishment training that occurs once every 5 years. In the Feather Immortal Gathering, If your cultivation is sufficient and you're able to obtain a good ranking, then you'll be able to obtain the rewards of the Feather Immortal Gathering. The rewards may be a high-grade foundation establishment cultivation technique, a pill that can increase your chances of reaching foundation establishment, a powerful magic artifact, or even a magic treasure. Stay. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, Senior Sister Sun, what's the foundation establishment experiential learning that happens once every 5 years? This. Junior brother Xiao doesn't know? Sun Shu was surprised and laughed. Even if Master and Senior Martial Brother didn't mention it, the disciples of Zhen Lei Palace would talk about it. Every time we train, there will be earth-shattering stories, and they are all topics that the disciples talk about in their free time. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Ever since he entered the Imperial Thunder sect, he had always been in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, cultivating behind closed doors. He didn't pay attention to the outside world, so how could he know about this? Master Wu Xian was a little impatient and wanted him to reach foundation establishment. He had more than enough motivation but didn't exert himself. As for Senior Martial Brother Xiang Yang, he was the kind of person who would answer every question you asked about a cultivation technique and answer every question you asked about general knowledge. With such a master and Senior Martial Brother, how could Xiaohua know about this? Perhaps Wu Xian was also bewitched by the masters of the Imperial Thunder sect. He had long forgotten that the Feather Immortal Gathering was a 12th layer aura refining training to break through the barrier and step into foundation establishment. He only knew that it was a matter of gaining face for Zhen Lei Palace and Myriad Thunder Valley, right? I'm a loose cultivator. It's not easy for me to find a stable place to cultivate, and I've always been in the Eastern Ridge. I even rarely go to Zhen Lei Palace. Xiaohua muttered. Sun Shu was close to Shui, so she knew what Xiaohua said was right. She nodded and said, cultivating peacefully can certainly improve your cultivation, but if you reach a bottleneck and can't improve, you can only go out to gain experience. When you reach the late stage of the 12th layer aura refining, the disciples of the Thunder Palace have to go out to gain experience once every 5 years. They hope to find a chance to break through the bottleneck and step into foundation establishment. So it's like that. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He had heard Xiang Yang talk about foundation establishment before, so he thought that foundation establishment was about the same as his cultivation of aura refining. He only needed to cultivate quietly. Now that he thought about it again, during the Feather Immortal Gathering's qualification selection, he had only gone through several hundred battles. Not only was he proficient in magic arts, but his magic power had also increased. It seemed that this kind of experience was also necessary. Sun Shu looked at Xiaohua's expression and said, since fellow Xiao will go out to gain experience in the future, why don't you consider cooperating with I? This. Xiaohua was a little tongue-tied. He touched his chin and thought for a while, then said with a smile, Senior Martial Sister Sun, don't you think that you can reach foundation establishment after passing the Feather Immortal Gathering this time? Sun Shu heard this and sighed. She smiled bitterly and said, I think about it even in my dreams. But, is it that easy to reach foundation establishment? Although I've heard that some disciples were able to reach foundation establishment when participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering, those are all legends. I don't dare to have extravagant hopes. Moreover, it's not just I. Apart from the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Thunder Palaces who may have some hope, the other 10 disciples are definitely impossible. Senior Martial Sister's words are a little too full. People like Wang Yunxiao, Min Ge, and Yuan Bo all entered the Imperial Thunder sect at the same time as I. They improved very quickly and stepped into the late stage of the 12th layer of aura refining in just a few years. If you say that they can't reach foundation establishment, I will be the first to not believe it. Junior Martial Brother Zhao's words are wrong. Sun Shu shook her head and said, foundation establishment isn't about who cultivates faster, but who cultivates to perfection. Moreover, apart from these, the most important thing is opportunity. Putting aside opportunity, Shui also told I about these people that fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned. According to I's observations, it's precisely because these people cultivated too quickly after entering the Imperial Thunder sect that they became obstacles to their own foundation establishment. Not to mention that it's impossible to reach foundation establishment this time. Even after 5 years, they may not be able to reach foundation establishment. Looking at Sun Shu's extremely certain tone, Xiaohua was stunned. Senior Martial Sister, aren't you too arbitrary? Hee. Sun Shu chuckled and said, "This is what Master said." "I was just saying." "Grandmaster Sun Ming seems to tell Senior Martial Sister everything?" Xiaohua said thoughtfully. "This." Sun Shu's eyes turned a few times, and she said with a smile, "Master and I are somewhat related by blood." Xiaohua suddenly understood. If there wasn't this relationship, how could Sun Shu know so much? "How about it? Junior Martial Brother Xiao, I said so much. What do you think?" Sun Shu said with a smile. Xiaohua stroked his chin and slowly nodded. "I know that this matter is related to Senior Martial Sister's cultivation plan, so I won't ask too much. When Senior Martial Sister feels that the time is right, if I happen to be going through Foundation Establishment experiential training, then how about I go with Senior Martial Sister?" "Great." Sun Shu clapped her hands and said, "In that case, let's clap our hands and make an oath. When the time is right, I'll inform you." Xiaohua nodded. Thereupon, the two clapped their hands and made an oath. Soon after, Xiaohua got up. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently asked, "Senior Martial Sister, why is there still a trade fair tomorrow?" "Hee, it's nothing more than an exchange of things. Who would exchange things that are truly useful here? I'm afraid that what we'll see tomorrow will be some ordinary or strange things that other people can't understand." Sun Shu laughed. Though she said it carelessly, the listener did. Xiaohua's heart stirred. There were still a dozen or so gold leaves that he hadn't found in the exquisite derivation pagoda. Maybe there would be some pleasant surprise tomorrow. Actually, after Sun Shu finished speaking, she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. I've already said too much to Junior Martial Brother Xiao today. If I had said it earlier, I would have been as annoying as my master." "Hee, then Senior Martial Sister will talk about it later." Xiaohua cupped his hands and left the quiet room. The night was silent. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the other sects had already packed up their things and came to the plaza. Today's plaza was different from yesterday. The flat ground was divided into many squares. Each square was about 4 feet in radius, just enough for a cultivator to sit inside. When Xiaohua stepped into the plaza, there were already many Taiching sect disciples sitting cross-legged. In front of them were some medicinal pills, jade slips, and other things. In addition to the squares occupied by the Taiching sect disciples, there were many empty squares on the flat ground. Some of the disciples of the other sects found a square and sat down. They put their things in front of them and waited for others to ask about the price. As the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the other sects entered, the plaza gradually became lively. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He just squinted his eyes and looked around. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua gradually understood that it was just as Sun Shu said. There weren't any medicinal pills that were useful to qi refinement stage disciples. Even the jade slips only recorded superficial qi refinement stage cultivation methods. On the contrary, there were many strange little things. Some were strange in shape, and some had obscure spiritual power fluctuations. In short, they were mostly things that no one could afford to pick up. "Huh, what is this?" Xiaohua was walking when he saw something similar to a necklace in a square not far away. This thing was iron gray in color. It was mottled with rust. It was really inconspicuous. Even the slight spiritual power fluctuations were intermittent. Xiaohua didn't know the origin of this thing. It was just that when he looked at it, his first impression was that it had some origin. Xiaohua took a few steps forward, wanting to take the necklace. However, when he was a few steps away from the necklace, an early-stage Foundation Establishment Taiching sect disciple stepped in front of Xiaohua and picked up the necklace. He calmly transmitted his voice, "Fellow Taoist, do you want to exchange this for spirit stones or something else?" That disciple was from the Seven Skills sect. When he saw someone pick up the necklace, his face lit up with joy. He cupped his hands and sent a voice transmission to the early-stage Foundation Establishment Taiching sect disciple about what he wanted to exchange for. Chapter 1606. After that, the disciple of the Taiching sect also started to bargain. After a while, the disciple of the Taiching sect took out a storage bag and handed it to the disciple of the Qiqiao sect. The disciple of the Qiqiao sect opened it and looked at it. Then he was delighted. He put away the storage bag and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your help, Senior. Please keep it well." "Okay." The disciple of the Taiching sect nodded slightly and put the necklace into the storage bag. Sound transmission? That's a good idea. Xiaohua, who was standing not far away, regretted that he was late. At the same time, he was lost in thought because he couldn't hear their conversation. Sound transmission was the basic spell of the Imperial Thunder sect. Under Xiang Yang's guidance, Xiaohua had mastered it a long time ago. However, he never thought that he would use it in such an occasion. When Xiaohua looked at the disciples who were exchanging items, he found that they were all using sound transmission. Moreover, they put everything in their storage bags and didn't take it out. Wonderful. Xiaohua applauded in his heart. At the same time, he dispelled the regret of not getting the magic weapon in advance. Then, Xiaohua walked forward again. However, at this moment, he heard some noises behind him. When he looked back, he saw 3 disciples of the Taiching sect outside the square. They led 3 groups of disciples in different outfits and flew toward him. The disciples of the Taiching sect whispered, "Humph, the Chongbai sect, the Immortal Ascension School, and the Immortal Music sect are finally here. I thought that they would only come tomorrow when the Feather Immortal Assembly officially begins. Yes, I heard from my master that in the past, the cultivators of our country would arrive one day before the Feather Immortal Assembly. On one hand, they show respect to the host sect. On the other hand, they welcome the other sects from afar like the host sect." Xiaohua was amused. Yesterday, Sun Shu had said that the Feather Immortal Assembly was a trial for the disciples at the peak of the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. The disciples of each sect would fight for their lives. Who would want to come first? In Xiaohua's opinion, it was good enough that they could come. Meng country's 3 cultivation sects had around 60 people. They were also led to their own pavilions to rest. After Xiaohua walked around the square for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, these disciples also came out one after another. In the lattice, there were many new things that were taken out. Xiaohua looked at it for a long time, but still didn't gain anything. He saw a flat wine jug. According to the disciple who sold it, it was a spatial magic treasure, but without the method to refine it, it couldn't be used completely. That disciple wanted to use it to exchange for a water-based foundation establishment cultivation method. But through Xiaohua's spiritual sense, he didn't see anything special about this wine jug. He even felt that it was a very simple magic tool, similar to a storage pouch. Although there were quite a few disciples surrounding them, Xiaohua only listened for a moment before walking away. What was that? It seems to be similar to the soul-absorbing bell. He walked up to a Mongolian disciple who had just arrived and saw a broken bell. That Mongolian disciple was a young female cultivator. This cultivator's skin was extremely white, especially her 2 eyebrows, which were faint like 2 clouds. Xiaohua looked at the side and saw that there were no other disciples interested in this thing. He slowly walked in front of that female cultivator and cupped his hands. "I am Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua. Greetings, senior. Sister." Pfft. When that female cultivator saw Xiaohua greet her and transmit his voice, she almost laughed out loud. Soon after, she transmitted her voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is interesting. We are just bartering. Why do we need to introduce ourselves?" Xiaohua's face was slightly red. Just as he was about to explain, that female cultivator transmitted her voice again. "I am Immortal Music Sect's Zhong Xiaohan. I am very happy to meet fellow Taoist Xiao." Then she pointed her finger and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you interested in eyes things?" "Exactly. I don't know if fellow Taoist's thing is the soul-absorbing bell." This thing is called the soul-absorbing bell, but it is not the soul-absorbing bell that fellow Taoist spoke of." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed. He thought for a moment and asked, "I don't know if fellow Taoist Zhong has the method to use this soul-absorbing bell?" Zhong Xiaohan stared at Xiaohua for a moment, seemingly thinking. Then she asked, "I only wanted to use this soul-absorbing bell to exchange for some spirit stones. As for the method to use it, if I gave it to fellow Taoist Xiao, wouldn't fellow Taoist Xiao know the origin of this soul-absorbing bell?" Xiaohua slightly nodded. Zhong Xiaohan's words were very reasonable. The method to use it must have the origin of this soul-absorbing bell. Looking at Zhong Xiaohan's meaning, this thing was most likely related to the state of Shi. When he thought of the state of Shi, Xiaohua naturally thought of the Cheng clan. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhong, wouldn't it be fine if you erased the origin of the jade slip?" Unfortunately, the cultivation method was not written in the jade slip. Zhong Xiaohan smiled. Xiaohua was helpless. He cupped his hands and said, "It seems that I have no fate with this thing. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Zhong Xiaohan said again, there is nothing in this world that can't be exchanged. It just depends on whether you are willing to pay the price. Great. Xiaohua clapped and said, what does fellow Taoist Zhong want? What does fellow Taoist Xiao have? Do you think it can be matched with Ai's soul-absorbing bell? Zhong Xiaohan asked back. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Zhong just said that you want to exchange for spirit stones. It seems that spirit stones are not possible. Medicinal pills? I don't have any. If fellow Taoist Zhong wants any spirit herbs, I do have some here. You don't have any refining materials? Zhong Xiaohan frowned and asked. Refining materials? Xiaohua shook his head. Zhong Xiaohan said regretfully, I need a few golden silk fantasy stones. It seems that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't have any? No, I have never heard of it. Xiaohua was also very regretful. He looked at the bell in the grid and said, I have a few old spirit herbs. If fellow Taoist Zhong needs them, we can exchange them. Otherwise, old spirit herbs? Zhong Xiaohan's eyes lit up and said with a smile, how old are they? Seeing that there was hope, Xiaohua asked again, how old does fellow Taoist Zhong need? 1,000-year-old exquisite grass. Does fellow Taoist Xiao have it? Sigh, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a bitter smile, fellow Taoist Zhong really thinks too highly of me. 1,000-year-old, exquisite grass, how could I have it? Besides, fellow Taoist Zhong naturally has a Mortal Music Sex Foundation establishment pill. Why do you still need exquisite grass? Hee, didn't fellow Taoist Xiao want to know how old I need it? I already said it, why did you refuse? Zhong Xiaohan said with a smile, the more foundation establishment pills, the better. If I wait until I reach foundation establishment and find out that I don't have enough foundation establishment pills, don't you think I will regret it to death? Fellow Taoist Zhong is right. Xiaohua nodded. I have exquisite grass here, but it's only 600 years old. In fact, it was prepared to exchange for foundation establishment pills. However, I am still far from foundation establishment, so I will exchange it for fellow Taoist Zhong first. Ah, really? It's really 600 years old? Zhong Xiaohan seemed to be surprised and said with pleasant surprise. She was so happy that she actually forgot to transmit her voice. A few disciples passing by also stopped and looked at the two of them in surprise. Sorry. Zhong Xiaohan realized that she forgot herself and said while covering her mouth, I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can let I take a look. Sure. Xiaohua took out a storage pouch and handed it over. As expected, Zhong Xiaohan opened it and looked. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Seeing Zhong Xiaohan's smile, Xiaohua's heart also felt at ease. He said with a smile, is fellow Taoist Zhong satisfied? Of course. Zhong Xiaohan also took out a storage pouch and handed it over with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a look. When Xiaohua looked, there was indeed a book inside. After taking it out and roughly looking through it, Xiaohua unconsciously became happy. Just as he expected, this soul-collecting bell was indeed an ancestral artifact of a side branch of Shi country's Xiao Nancheng clan. Good, Xiaohua raised his hand and put the broken bell into the storage pouch. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, many thanks, fellow Taoist Zhong. Farewell. You're welcome. Zhong Xiaohan's eyes narrowed like two crescent moons, making her faint eyebrows even more tasteful. But just as Xiaohua turned around, Zhong Xiaohan suddenly asked, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still have exquisite grass? I don't believe that you didn't leave some for yourself. Fellow Taoist Zhong, what do you think? Xiaohua smiled and turned around to leave. After walking for a while, Xiaohua began to mutter. He had so many foundation establishment pills in his storage pouch, but he didn't think about the use of foundation establishment pills for these peak 12th stage Qi refinement disciples. Who wouldn't want more foundation establishment pills? Thinking back to that year, Xiangyang cultivated for 50 years because he didn't have enough foundation establishment pills. And the foundation establishment pills in each sect were presumably limited, so each disciple was given a fixed amount. If he used foundation establishment pills or exquisite grass to exchange for things with these disciples, most likely he would succeed, right? But immediately, Xiaohua denied it. This trade fair was exchanged with his real face. It was still possible to exchange for a magic artifact, but if he exchanged too much, he wouldn't be able to explain the origin of the exquisite grass, right? If this was known by the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, it would be troublesome. Another disciple is here. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, the surrounding disciples whispered again. Sure enough, Shanghua sect, Kunlun sect, and Nanming sect also came to the square under the lead of the Taiqing sect disciples. Good, finally everyone is here. Xiaohua watched these disciples enter the pavilion, then put his attention on the things on the ground. However, there were many things in this square, and there were also many disciples who came to look for things they wanted. How could Xiaohua see them one by one? After walking for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he still didn't see any gold leaf. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel vexed. This Buddhist thing, why is it so hard to find? Before, when I didn't know, I could find it easily, but now I can't find even one. Could it be that the gold leaf is scattered in my country of Shi? Oh, right. How could this young master forget to use Buddhist awareness? It's not allowed to use divine awareness to search a large area. Even Foundation establishment cultivators can't find Buddhist awareness. Why not use it? Xiaohua slapped his forehead as he came to a realization. Then he released his Buddhist awareness. However, just as his Buddhist awareness spread out for several meters, a similar Buddhist awareness swept over. Chapter 1607. It was the same Buddhist sense, but it was much stronger than Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. Xiaohua felt that this Buddhist sense was extremely viscous, like goat's milk. Compared to it, his Buddhist sense was like clear water. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked and quickly withdrew his Buddhist sense. However, it was already too late to withdraw at this time. That powerful Buddhist consciousness followed the withdrawal of Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness and immediately locked onto Xiaohua. This is bad. Xiaohua hastily looked around, wanting to find a place to hide. He even wanted to fly away. However, there were many disciples participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Although it wasn't bustling, it was still very lively. Where could he find a place to hide? What should I do? Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua saw a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the distance. He was staring at him with bright eyes as he walked over unhurriedly. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaohua immediately gave up on the idea of escaping. If it was an early or middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, Xiaohua might have been able to escape using the hibernating lightning escape. However, he was helpless against a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The slowly approaching cultivator was tall and wore a light-colored Taoist robe. His hair was as white as snow, and there was a light golden Taoist crown on his head. Looking at the cultivator's appearance, he had a red face and two thick black broom eyebrows. Under his eyebrows was a pair of eyes staring at Xiaohua, full of astonishment. When Xiaohua's eyes met with the cultivator's, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He couldn't help but look away as panic rose in his heart. The cultivator walked in front of Xiaohua and didn't stop. He transmitted his voice in a low voice. "Follow me." Xiaohua didn't dare to disobey. He could only lower his head and follow the cultivator into the crowd. The cultivator separated the crowd and walked towards the north side of the plaza. Occasionally, a few disciples would bow and greet him as martial uncle. When they reached the edge of the plaza, the cultivator transmitted his voice again. "Wait here for a moment. Later, look for me in this direction. I have something to ask you. Don't have any crooked thoughts. Since you've entered the bright realm, I can find you no matter what." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua turned around and walked a few steps to the side, pretending to look at the things on the side. The cultivator didn't reply. He walked out of the square and entered the forest outside. After a short while, he disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua absent-mindedly looked at the silent bargaining of the people beside him for a while. Seeing that it was about time, he turned around and was about to leave when a very familiar, yet somewhat probing voice sounded from the side. Xiaohua. Xiaohua stared blankly and looked over. He saw a cultivator with a storage bag in his hand staring at Xiaohua from the side of the grid. "Zhuoqing Yuan? Senior Zhua?" Xiaohua was stunned. In his heart, Zhuoqing Yuan should have reached the Foundation establishment realm a long time ago, and his cultivation should be the same as Li Zongbao's. So, how could he possibly appear in the Feather Immortal Assembly? But when Xiaohua looked at Zhuoqing Yuan's cultivation, he immediately understood that Zhuoqing Yuan was still at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. From the looks of it, Zhuoqing Yuan had also come here in search of a fortuitous encounter that would allow him to enter the Foundation establishment realm. "Senior Zhua." Xiaohua quickly walked a few steps forward and bowed. "Long time no see." How are you, Senior Zhua? Zhua Qingyuan put away the storage bag and said with a bitter smile, I was blind. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to already be at the late stage of qi refining. I wouldn't dare. Xiaohua hurriedly smiled apologetically. I didn't deliberately hide it that day. Xiaohua still wanted to explain to Zhua Qingyuan, but the latter waved his hand and said with a smile, needless to say, who doesn't have secrets? I am not a curious person. Thank you for your understanding, Senior Zhua. Xiaohua said with a smile. Senior Zhua is also here to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly, right? Haha, Junior Xiao, what are you asking? If I'm not here to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly, then what am I doing here? Zhua Qingyuan looked at the disciples walking past him and sighed. You didn't see. The last time Junior Xiao came to my Xuanyan school, I was already at the 12th layer of qi refining. After all these years, Junior Xiao has already recovered his cultivation, but I am still at the late stage of the 12th layer of qi refining. If I didn't come to the Feather Immortal Assembly to look for an opportunity, what else could I be doing? Xiaohua was sad. Of course, Zhua Qingyuan relied on the embryonic breathing pill to barely enter the 12th layer of qi refining. Foundation establishment was probably even more difficult. Junior Xiao, which sector you in now? Zhua Qingyuan looked at the Taoist robe Xiaohua was wearing and asked, why are you participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly when you're just at the early stage of qi refining? I was lucky enough to enter the Imperial Thunder sect, and I'm also participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly this time by chance. Xiaohua explained. Then, he looked left and right and said in a low voice, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll pay a visit to Senior Zhua when I return. Okay, then go. Zhua Qingyuan waved his hand. That's right, Senior Zhua, then. Xiaomao. Xiaohua asked in a low voice, but his eyes were fixed on Zhua Qingyuan's eyes, afraid that regret would appear in his eyes. Oh, Junior Xiao. Zhua Qingyuan said with a smile. Junior Xiao has already come out of seclusion, and his life is in good condition. That's great. Xiaohua felt a burst of joy in his heart, and Xiao Mao's sincere, smiling face appeared in his mind. Zhua Qingyuan looked left and right, then transmitted his voice. Moreover, Junior Zhao's cultivation has improved greatly, and he's already at the 9th layer of qi refining. Ah? 9th layer of qi refining? Xiaohua knew that Xiao Mao's explosive increase in cultivation was definitely due to the fire essence flame crystal. So it wasn't strange, but he still said with extreme shock. Naturally, he's at the 9th layer of qi refining. Zhua Qingyuan's face also revealed a joyful expression. How many years has it been? Junior Xiao broke through 5 layers of qi refining in one go? I really don't dare to believe it. Zhua Qingyuan chuckled. Junior Xiao, if you don't believe me, you can come to my Xuanyan school to take a look. Junior Xiao probably really wants to see you. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. Xuanyan school? Good boy, if there's nothing, I won't walk right into a trap. Yet he said with a smile, of course, I'll definitely go when I's training. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he cupped his hands and walked towards the edge of the plaza, and similarly entered the forest. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, after walking forward for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, that cultivator was standing with his hands behind his back beside a stream. What's your name? Which sector you from? That cultivator turned his head and transmitted his voice. Disciple Xiaohua, from the Imperial Thunder sect of the state of Shi. Xiaohua didn't dare to conceal anything, and replied respectfully. This relic of yours is a family heirloom? How many years have you practiced it? Disciple is a loose cultivator. This relic disciple has fumbled and practiced it for 20 years. That cultivator raised his brow and said with a smile, not bad, not bad. Although you've practiced this relic incorrectly, to actually be able to practice Buddhist sense without anyone's guidance is indeed difficult for you. Practicing the relic incorrectly? Xiaohua stared blankly. It seems I've practiced it completely according to the exquisite palette scripture, without the slightest deviation. Senior, please give me some pointers. Where did disciple practice incorrectly? Xiaohua's eyes turned as he transmitted his voice. Hee, this old man's cultivation method is different from yours. How can I give pointers? Moreover, this old man also practiced according to a secret manual of the Buddhist sect. I reckon it's only slightly more complete than yours. That cultivator said with a smile. However, from my cultivation experience, Buddhist sense and divine sense are the same. This old man cultivated from qi refinement to foundation establishment, and my divine sense became increasingly dignified, so my Buddhist sense must be the same. Your Buddhist sense is as light as a feather, like a cool breeze, so naturally you've practiced it incorrectly. And perhaps your cultivation method is of a low rank, so the relic you've refined is also lowly. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Disciple didn't know before, and always thought that the Buddhist sect's cultivation method was the same as the cultivation method. Only later did I gradually realize the difference, but it was already too late. You're also lucky to be able to come across a cultivation method left behind by the Buddhist sect, and even learn about the Buddhist sect. That cultivator sneered. The most fortunate thing is that you actually weren't discovered by the masters of the cultivation sects. What? Don't tell me. Xiaohua suddenly thought of a helpless expression, and of course he wanted to say something but hesitated. There's nothing difficult about it. That cultivator said decisively. As long as you were discovered, you absolutely wouldn't have any chance of survival. Is this serious? Xiaohua's complexion changed dramatically. That cultivator raised his eyes to look into the distance and sneered. The struggle between Buddhism and Taoism isn't just serious. The struggle between Buddhism and Taoism? What do you mean? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. That cultivator waved his hand. Don't ask so much, this old man also doesn't know. If this old man hadn't occasionally flipped through these matters in the pile of old books in the Kunlun Palace and had a little understanding, I'm afraid I also wouldn't have known the crucial points. That's right, I am Kunlun Sec's Hanju. Greetings, Martial Uncle Hanju. Xiaohua bowed in greeting. Do you know why this old man called you over? Hanju nodded. Xiaohua shook his head. This disciple is stupid. This disciple doesn't know. This disciple only knows it's because of Buddhist awareness. And this old man has always been looking for you. But after searching for almost 100 years, I finally found you, a cultivator who cultivated Buddhist awareness. Yes, Xiaohua answered, and then he transmitted his voice. Don't tell me it's very difficult to cultivate sarairas. I don't know if it was difficult or not when Buddhism was flourishing in the past. But now that Buddhism has already been exterminated, the cultivation methods left behind are all incomplete, even inferior to true cultivation methods. Wanting to use them to cultivate Buddhist awareness is simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No, it's even harder than cultivating to nascent soul. Xiaohua naturally understood. There were originally very few cultivators who cultivated Buddhism, and those who could condense sarairas and cultivate Buddhist awareness were naturally even fewer. There was nothing strange about this. Don't tell me this cultivator wants to take this young master as a disciple. Pass on the Buddhist cultivation method he cultivates to this young master? An unimaginable thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua, do you think spiritual force is better or Buddhist awareness is better? Hanju suddenly asked. Naturally, spiritual force is better. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he smiled apologetically. Hanju also didn't find it strange, and he smiled. Your Imperial Thunder sect has many methods to control spiritual force, so you naturally say spiritual force is better. If you obtain the method to control Buddhist awareness, you'll know. Many times, spiritual force is far inferior to Buddhist awareness. As he spoke, he reached out with his hand, took out a dazzling golden object, and threw it to Xiaohua, and transmitted his voice. This is the method to control Buddhist awareness. Take a look. Chapter 1608. Xiaohua took the golden object with some surprise, but before he could take a closer look, Hanju frowned and waved his hand. Someone's coming. Put this golden object away. When you have time, use your Buddhist awareness to take a look. I'll come find you when I have time. After he finished speaking, he flung his sleeve and his body swayed strangely. He used an unknown escape technique and disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua clapped his hands and stored the golden NI into his space. Just as he walked to the stream and sat down cross-legged, two silhouettes flew over from the plaza. One of them, a 10th-layer Qi refining cultivator, respectfully landed in front of Xiaohua. He bowed and said with a smile, Senior Martial Brother, why are you here instead of exchanging things at the plaza? Xiaohua raised his head and looked at that disciple, then looked at the early stage foundation establishment disciple flying in the air. He said with a smile, I just had a sudden feeling at the assembly and wanted to find a place to meditate. Because I didn't have time to return to the pavilion, I found this place to meditate first. Did I violate your sex taboo? That's not it. The Qi refining disciple said very warmly, I'm very happy that Senior Marshal Brother was able to make a breakthrough at the Feather Immortal Assembly. However, this bright realm is born from magic treasures. There are many unknown dangers in many places. For safety's sake, it's best for Senior Marshal Brother to stay in your room. What about here? Xiaohua looked around and asked with a smile. The Qi refining disciple looked back at the Foundation establishment disciple. Seeing the latter nod slightly, he said, Senior Marshal Brother, if you want to meditate here, you can. However, don't go any further. When Senior Marshal Brother finishes meditating, you'd better return to the square as soon as possible. Thank you for the reminder, Junior Marshal Brother. Xiaohua cupped his hands and continued to meditate. Seeing that Xiaohua was unwilling to leave, the two disciples didn't say anything else and flew away. They wanted to look for Kunlun Sek's frost bamboo again. Xiaohua sat next to the stream. Although his face was as calm as water, his thoughts were rippling like the stream in front of him. This frost bamboo. Could it be that it really wants to guide my Buddhist cultivation? It's possible. Didn't you hear what he said? He searched for 100 years before he finally found someone like me who had cultivated the Buddhist consciousness. Thinking about it carefully, it's normal. The rainbow epiphyllum used to make my Buddha Saraira has been growing for who knows how many years. If it was placed on someone else, it would be impossible to find it. But, Xiaohua said, but for a long time, but he didn't say anything. He felt that something wasn't right. He always felt that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Xiaohua thought to himself, after the Feather Immortal Assembly, I'll have to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Han Zhu is only a Kunlun Sect Foundation establishment cultivator. No matter how bold he is, he won't find the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden, right? My practice of Buddha's Saraira is a great taboo in the cultivation world. Isn't it the same for him? If I don't dare to say it, he wouldn't dare to say it either. After thinking about it, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He stayed in the mountains and rivers for a while before returning to EG. At this time, there were even more people in the square, and there were many things. However, Xiaohua didn't have the mood to explore. He only found a few things that seemed to have some background and asked. The other party all opened their mouths like lions, asking for either Foundation establishment pills or cultivation methods. Xiaohua lost the slightest interest and turned back to the pavilion. Just as he entered the pavilion, he bumped into Yuan Bo and Min Ge. The two of them looked a little unnatural. Yuan Bo smiled and said, Junior Brother Xiao, why are you back so soon? Why didn't you find anything good? The things in EG are too rare. Every opening is frightening. I was originally a rogue cultivator. How can I have these spirit stones? It's better to come back and hide in peace. That's easy. Yuan Bo pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and said, Junior Brother Xiao, follow me. Whatever you like, just tell me. I'll help you. Huh? Xiaohua was stunned. After joining the Imperial Thunder Sect, he had never seen Yuan Bo so affectionate. Why did he suddenly change today? I'm afraid that's not good. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. I'm afraid I can't repay Senior Brother's enthusiasm. It's fine. Yuan Bo smiled and said, You and I are from the same sect. This is nothing. Of course, if Junior Brother Xiao feels apologetic, you can let me comprehend the flying speed method. Xiaohua pulled his sleeve back from Yuan Bo's hand and said with a smile, I suddenly felt something and want to go back to the quiet room to comprehend it. I won't accompany you too. Excuse me. Watching Xiaohua's back disappear into the quiet room's restriction, Min Ge sneered. Forget it. A lousy rogue cultivator. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Why bother with him? Humph, I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Yuan Bo also sneered. Junior brothers, who are you talking about? Wang Yunxiao's voice sounded. He had just returned from outside the square. It's fine. Min Ge smiled apologetically. We were just grumbling blindly. Wang Yunxiao glanced at Xiaohua's quiet room and transmitted his voice. When did Xiaohua return? Yuan Bo's eyes turned and he also replied. He just returned. Why did Senior Brother Wang mention this? Come with me. Wang Yunxiao's face showed a trace of strangeness. He waved his hand and brought the two into the quiet room. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the three people's faces carried a trace of strangeness and a trace of a smile. When they came out of the quiet room and passed by Xiaohua's quiet room, They looked at each other, and a trace of pride appeared on their faces. How did Xiaohua, who was in the quiet room, know about this? In the range of Xiaohua's Buddhist sense, the golden eye was suffused with a golden brilliance, revealing the light and shadow of a thick book. As Xiaohua's Buddhist sense flipped, the book's pages were also flipped one by one. As he flipped, Xiaohua's face gradually showed a dignified expression. When he had roughly finished reading the book slowly closed. The light and shadow on the book disappeared, and it returned to a thin golden leaf. This golden leaf was a bit similar to Xiaohua's Buddhist leaf. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the golden eye was stored in the space. Xiaohua frowned and looked straight ahead, thinking, what is recorded in the golden eye is the control of Buddhist sense and the magical powers of Buddhist cultivation. It's the real deal. However, the content seems to be divided into 2 volumes. This is only the first volume. Hanju didn't say it clearly. Is he trying to keep me in suspense? Or does he want me to cultivate? How can I not eat a piece of meat that is delivered to my door? Xiaohua made a decision in an instant and thought, I'll first learn how to hide Buddhist sense. Fortunately, there are no nascent soul cultivators in this feather immortal assembly and no golden core cultivators who know how to detect Buddhist sense. Otherwise, I would have lost my life long ago. Xiaohua sat cross-legged with a solemn look. The swastika between his eyebrows flashed faintly, and the Buddha Sarira outside his Niwan palace also emitted a faint Buddhist light. Outside the pavilion, in the square, on the west side, which was very close to the pavilion of the Imperial Thunder sect, a dozen handsome men and beautiful women in bright clothes were chatting casually with smiles on their faces. At the same time, their eyes were wandering around the items in the cubicles. They were the disciples of the Huanhua sect. At the front, Fairy Hongxia, whose face was as cold as frost, exuded a layer of coldness. This coldness seemed to be born from her bones and faintly repelled people thousands of miles away. However, it was also this coldness that attracted the gazes of many male disciples, causing many disciples to easily shift their gazes away from the cubicles and stick to her picturesque and fairy-like features. Fairy Hongxia did not care about this at all. Her bright eyes wandered and fell on a broken jade rui on the cubicle in front of her. Before Fairy Hongxia could stop, Yun Jicheng, who had been observing Fairy Hongxia from the side, took a step forward and said loudly to the disciple in the cubicle, "Junior brother, how much do you want to pay for this jade rui?" That disciple looked at the disciples of the Huanhua sect and said with a smile, "Senior brother, this jade rui is a magic treasure. It's just that it's a bit broken. Of course, with my cultivation level, I'm afraid I don't know about it. I want to exchange this thing for 10 foundation establishment pills. Senior brother, I wonder. You're too greedy, aren't you?" Before Yun Jicheng could say anything, a disciple at the side shouted first. "Hee, I want this price. If you don't like it, you can go elsewhere." That disciple did not get angry and only said with a smile. Yun Jicheng did not say anything and only glanced at Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia did not say anything and only frowned and looked carefully at the cubicle. Thinking that he had figured out Fairy Hongxia's thoughts, Yun Jicheng revealed a smile and thought to himself, "Junior sister Hongxia has walked for so long and did not even stop at a single cubicle. She actually stopped in front of this jade rui. She must like it. As for whether this thing is worth 10 foundation establishment pills or not, would I care?" Then he cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother, foundation establishment pills. Let's not talk about it. I don't think anyone will take out that thing in this trade fair. We sincerely want it. How many spirit stones do you want to make a deal?" "Oh, great." That disciple clapped his hands and laughed. He rolled his eyes and told Yun Jicheng the price. Others did not know how much this was, but when they saw the slight change in Yun Jicheng's expression, they naturally knew that it was not a small number. Sure enough, Yun Jicheng transmitted his voice again. After a while, they seemed to have reached an agreement. When Yun Jicheng took out his storage bag and was about to hand it over to that person, Wang Yunshao and the other 2 quickly walked out from the pavilion of the Imperial Thunder sect. When Fairy Hongxia saw people coming out from the pavilion, her eyes flickered. However, when she saw that they were unrelated people, she shifted her gaze away. She did not linger and walked to another place. Junior sister. Yun Jicheng held the jade rui that he had just exchanged and chased after her. As he walked, he shouted, "I have exchanged for the jade rui. What do you think?" However, Fairy Hongxia only turned her head slightly and reached out her hand to take the jade rui. After looking at it for a while, she handed it over without saying a word. Junior sister, this is what you want. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Yun Jichong did not take it seriously and kept the jade rui. He smiled and said, It's okay. There are many things in this square. There must be something that you like. At this moment, a few disciples who looked like elegant young masters came over. The one in front was not inferior to Yun Jichong. When that disciple saw Fairy Hongxia, his eyes lit up. He walked a few steps forward and cupped his hands. I am Su Fu from the Immortal Ascension sect. Greetings to this fairy. Chapter 1609. Seeing this, Fairy Hongxia looked at Su Fu from head to toe. She didn't want to talk to him, but then she remembered that they were all disciples from different sects who came to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. She cupped her hands and said, I don't deserve to be called fairy. Then she walked past Su Fu without introducing herself. However, Su Fu raised his hand and stopped Fairy Hongxia. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Fairy Hongxia. They are Wu Qiming and He Shoujing from my sect. They are two of the most powerful cultivators in Meng Kingdom. They would like to share their experiences with Fairy Hongxia. Then, the two disciples besides Su Fu walked in front of Fairy Hongxia and blocked her way. They cupped their hands and said, I've heard of Fairy Hongxia's name for a long time. Now that I've met you today, you really live up to your reputation. The path to immortality is long, and we cultivators should help each other. Since Fairy Hongxia has come to Meng Kingdom, we should be the hosts. Looking at his attitude, it was almost as if he was a hooligan in the mortal world who took liberties with women. Fairy Hongxia could not help but be taken aback. She had never met such a shameless cultivator. Naturally, before Fairy Hongxia could say anything, Yun Jichong stepped in front of Fairy Hongxia and sneered. I've heard of the reputation of the Immortal Ascension sect, even though I'm far away in Shi. I never thought that the disciples of the Immortal Ascension sect would be so shameless as to block the way. I am talking to Fairy Hongxia. What does that have to do with you? Su Fu narrowed his eyes and stared at Yun Jichong. You're just a disciple of Qi Refining Level 12. How dare you be so arrogant in Meng Kingdom? Yun Jichong snorted. I'm a disciple of Qi Refining Level. Are you a senior of Foundation Establishment Level? I don't want to. Su Fu waved his hand and pointed at Fairy Hongxia. Just as he was about to speak, a cold snort came from behind him. Then, an extremely cold pressure enveloped Su Fu and the other two disciples. A voice so cold that ice could fall from it said, A good dog doesn't block the way. A bad dog that blocks the way. I just arrived in Meng Kingdom, and I've already met such a vicious dog. Taiching sect is really useless. If you have any grudges, take them out during the Feather Immortal Duel tomorrow. Why are you doing this? Ai's eyes are tainted for no reason. Su Fu, Wu Qiming, and He Shoujing were terrified. They did not even have the strength to turn around. Yun Guichong and Fairy Hongxia looked up and saw a young cultivator with a head full of white hair. His face seemed to be frosty as he slowly walked over. He was actually a Foundation Establishment senior. Needless to say, this Foundation Establishment cultivator was Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, who had made a breakthrough in the Leeching Treasure Mirror. Greetings, senior. Fairy Hongxia, Yun Guichong, and the others immediately bowed. Li Zongbao nodded his head and scanned the crowd. His gaze lingered on Fairy Hongxia's face for a moment longer before he walked past them. My fellow cultivator. After Li Zongbao left, Yun Guichong quickly grabbed a disciple of the Utopia faction behind Li Zongbao and asked in a low voice, Who is this senior? The apprentice of the Utopia faction smirked and said proudly, Who else could it be? Naturally, I'm the youngest Foundation Establishment cultivator in the cultivation world. Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction? Yun Guichong could not help but exclaim. But then he realized it was inappropriate and quickly said with a smile, So it's Senior Li of the Utopia faction. No wonder, no wonder. The apprentice of the Utopia faction did not blame him and followed Li Zongbao. After Li Zongbao left, Su Fu and the others could naturally move their hands and feet. At this time, the three of them were not in the mood. They looked at each other and left dejectedly. Fairy Hongxia straightened up and looked at Li Zongbao's tall and straight back, who was gradually disappearing into the crowd. She saw his striking white hair, and her eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. She thought to herself, the youngest Foundation Establishment cultivator? That's not necessarily true. After that, Fairy Hongxia also lost interest and went back to the pavilion alone. On the morning of the second day, as soon as a corner of the rising sun appeared from the east, the moving sound of music could be heard from within the radiant realm. Soon after, countless celestial birds flew up from the surroundings of the square and began to dance gracefully. The sky was overflowing with all kinds of colors, and it was extremely gorgeous. The 12 cultivation sects of the Shi state, the Lian state, and the Meng state stood on 3 sides of the square, respectively. The apprentices of the Taiqing sect stood below the high platform at the head of the square. A thunderous sound rang out, and from the eastern side of the square, a beam of orange light rose into the air. From the light, more than 20 people slowly flew over. They were the main envoys and vice-envoys of the various sections. The first to fly over was a cultivator in the later stage of the Golden Core realm. He was not tall and had 2 extremely long eyebrows. He was holding a golden horsetail whisk in his hand. The cultivator flew to the sky above the high platform and landed slightly. He said loudly, "I, Deming, am here to welcome all the disciples of the various sects to the feather immortal meet of the Taiqing sect." The apprentices did not dare to be negligent. They all bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Senior Deming." Deming swung the horsetail whisk. In the square, the 200 or so apprentices all felt as if they were supported by a pair of hands. They slowly straightened up. Then Deming said with a smile, "The foundation establishment stage is the first checkpoint on the path of cultivation. It is also the beginning of the true cultivation. I also started my cultivation from the Qi refining realm. Naturally, I know how difficult it is. Although all of you are Qi refining realm cultivators, the heavy responsibility of the future development of each sect is on your shoulders. Maybe in a few hundred years, one of your apprentices will be like I and achieve the Golden Core realm. Then, he will stand in the sky and say the same thing to the Qi refining disciples. I don't have much to say. I only hope that all of you will remember that the path of cultivation is never a smooth one. Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The apprentices bowed again and said. Then Deming flew back a little. Another cultivator of the Taiqing sect flew forward. He was an early Gold Core realm cultivator. That cultivator waved his hand and said, "I, Renju, am the host of this feather immortal meet. This time, 294 apprentices of 13 cultivation sects from the Meng country, the Lian country, and the Shi country will participate. Just like the previous feather immortal meets, you will be divided into 8 groups to compete. For the sake of fairness, the disciples of the same sect in each group will not fight each other. Therefore, if you win, you will get 3 points. If you lose, you will get no points." Renju spoke frankly and confidently, explaining the specific rules of the competition. Xiao Hua and the apprentices of the thunder-controlling sect were in a corner of the square. They did not listen attentively. He had already made preparations. As soon as he got on the stage, he would check the cultivation of his opponent and then be ready to admit defeat at any time. This kind of experience was not very beneficial to him. Moreover, he would have to pay with his life. It was really not worth it. He did not understand why Qian Diheng, whose cultivation was only in the middle of the 12th level of the Qi refining realm, was so keen to come to the feather immortal meet. The Taiqing sect is really generous. Just the compensation is foundation establishment pills. What an unexpected gain. Xiaohua thought to himself as he closed his eyes slightly to comprehend the Buddhist sense concealment method that he had just obtained yesterday. At this time, Renju's voice came again, for apprentices will be selected from each group. A total of 32 apprentices will enter the final competition. These 32 apprentices will be randomly arranged in a random order. There can only be one winner in each competition. Then, the 16 apprentices who won will be arranged in a random order again. In this way, the first, the second, and the second, the third, and the third. Just like in the past, the first 32 apprentices of the Feather Immortal Meet will be rewarded. The first, second, and third will be rewarded with magic treasures, cultivation methods, and magic tools respectively. The first has the right to choose first. The second will be ranked after the first. The last 2 apprentices will have to depend on luck. After Renju finished explaining the general rules, Renju flew to the side and waved her hand. A strange brilliance appeared on the high platform below her. However, the item within the formation was still not revealed. Renju said with a smile, "This is a novel item that my Taiqing sect has recently obtained. It is specially taken out as a reward for the Feather Immortal meat this time. After the top 4 apprentices of the Feather Immortal meat are ranked, the top 32 apprentices will compete to obtain this item. Whoever wins in the end will obtain this item. As for what this item is, please allow me to keep you in suspense. I will reveal it in the final competition. Keeping me in suspense? Xiaohua shrugged and laughed inwardly. Daojing is like this, and Renju is also like this. Why are all the cultivators of the Taiching sect so interesting? All right, disciples, although the rewards of the Feather Immortal meat are generous, breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm is your ultimate goal. Therefore, this Feather Immortal meat is the same as before. Life and death are not allowed. Moreover, the illusion of the competition will not be opened before the time limit is up. If any of you feel that your strength is insufficient, you can activate your magic tablet and choose to give up when the illusion is opened. Also, any disciple who can break through to the Foundation Establishment realm during the competition must immediately withdraw from the Feather Immortal meat. Oh, there is a time limit for the competition? Xiaohua was stunned. He was prepared to give up as soon as he entered the illusion. Once there was a time limit, he had no choice but to give it his all. At this moment, a brilliant sword light suddenly flashed from outside the square and pierced towards Renju. All the apprentices in the square saw this and couldn't help but gasp. They thought to themselves, which cultivator is so arrogant? He actually dares to sneak attack a gold core cultivator in front of so many other cultivators. When they looked at Renju again, there was no fear on her face. Instead, there was a kind of astonishment and a kind of joy. She just stretched out her hand and pinched casually. That sword light was not what the apprentices thought. It was easily pinched by Renju. Then a clear voice came from the sword light. Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong of the Xianjian sect of the Huan country are here to pay a visit to the fellow cultivators of the Meng country, the Lian country, and the Shi country. A flying sword message? A disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace in front of Xiaohua suddenly exclaimed. This is a sword cultivator of the Huan country. Then, the knowledgeable apprentices in the square all whispered to each other. Sure enough, Renju looked back at Deming and said loudly, "It has been a long time since a sword cultivator of the Huan country participated in the Feather Immortal meet. My Taiching sect is really lucky to have a sword cultivator here today. Let us welcome the disciples of the Xianjian sect." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the sword light flew back. However, a moment later, 2 even more resplendent sword lights, one green and one purple, shot through the air and flew into the air above the square. Chapter 16:10. When the sword light retracted its brilliance, what appeared was 2 small and exquisite female cultivators dressed in tight clothes on the 2 flying swords. The 2 female cultivators were intimidating, like unsheathed swords. The clothes of these 2 female cultivators were naturally different from what Xiaohua usually saw. Their entire bodies were short and did not have the slightest bit of burden. The appearance of their clothes was also strange, and there were faintly some runes flashing from different places. Looking at the 2 female cultivators, they had snow-white skin, graceful figures, and a head full of black hair that was neatly coiled on top of their heads. This wasn't the most eye-catching thing. What surprised everyone the most was that the 2 female cultivators had the same figure, the same clothes, and even their bright eyes and white teeth were the same. They were actually a pair of twin sisters. When the 2 stood there, they looked exactly the same. The 2 female cultivators activated the sword light under their feet and came in front of Renju and the others. They bowed and saluted. Juniors Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong greet the seniors. Renju and the others raised their hands to return the salute. Then Renju looked at them and said curiously, "I am Renju, the host of the Feather Immortal Assembly this time. I have a question that I want to ask." Juniors Zhang Yuhe answered the senior's question. The female cultivator on the left said quickly with a smile, "I see that your cultivation is only at the first stage of the drawing sword realm, which should be the same as my early stage Foundation Establishment disciples. Why didn't I see a teacher protecting you, and you came all the way to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly of the 3 Kingdoms of Cultivation? This seems different from before." Zhang Yuhe answered without hesitation, "Although we are at the first stage of the drawing sword realm, in terms of fighting power, we might not lose to your sect's middle stage Foundation Establishment disciples. Why can't we come to Meng country with such cultivation?" Renju Aoer chuckled. The attacks of sword cultivators are the envy of us cultivators. However, the distance from the state of Huan to here is more than 10,000 kilometers. Although the two of you have the strength of middle-stage foundation establishment, you were able to safely arrive at my Taiching sect. Although you are both at the first stage of the drawing sword realm, representing the sword cultivators of Huan country, with only 2 disciples at the first stage of the drawing sword realm, I'm afraid it's disrespectful to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. It's also difficult to protect the dignity of sword cultivators, right? Just as Zhang Yuhe was about to speak, the female cultivator who had been silent all this time pulled her arm and said softly, "Junior Zhang Yutong greets Senior Renju. The 2 of us didn't come here especially to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly, and we only came here to watch the show after we heard the news. We really don't dare to represent our sect or sword cultivators. Senior, please forgive my elder sister's words." "Oh, I see," Renju was enlightened. She smiled and said, it's fine. Even though the sword cultivators of the Huan nation and the 3 nations of cultivation cultivate different daos, you are still juniors. Since you are able to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly, I still welcome you on behalf of the Taiching sect and the 3 nations of cultivation. Are you 2 little friends here to observe? Or do you want to participate in the competition? Fight! Zhang Yuhe immediately said, "I have long wanted to see the means of the disciples of the 3 kingdoms." "Elder sister." Zhang Yutong quickly stopped her and said to Renju with an apologetic smile, "Actually, Senior, we came to Meng country for something important, and we happened to run into the Feather Immortal Assembly. That's why we came here to ask for your help." Oh, hearing that Zhang Yutong and the others had something to ask, Renju didn't dare to make a decision. She turned to Deming. "Renju, you will host the Feather Immortal Assembly. My 2 little friends, please follow I." Deming waved his hand and led Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe to the pavilion next to the square. Renju said loudly, "Disciples, please take out your identity cards. The illusion array for the competition is right on the square. The place where your identity cards go will be the place where you will participate in the competition." After saying that, Renju made a gesture toward a place in the square. Pung, 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 hundreds of sounds were heard. On the square, nearly 100 tricolored lights flew out from the grids in different places. Each of the lights was in the shape of a round ball. The lights were overflowing, and the situation inside couldn't be seen clearly. As soon as Xiaohua took out his identity card, he saw a round ball in the distance. It turned into a beam of light and flew in front of Xiaohua, crashing into his identity card. Xiaohua knew that the illusion array he was going to enter was inside that round ball. At the same time, hundreds of lights crisscrossed on the square. The identity cards of each disciple were connected to the round ball by the corresponding light. When the disciples walked to the front of the round ball, all the lights converged, and the overflowing of the round ball also stopped. The inside of the round ball was either a white cloud, a blue sky, or a vast plain. There were many different scenes. Standing next to Xiaohua was a dark and thin cultivator. His eyes, nose, and ears were very small. He looked like he was in his 20s, but his cultivation was already at the peak of the 12th layer of the qi refining realm. "I'm afraid he also took a youth-preserving spirit herb," Xiaohua secretly said in his heart. Seeing Xiaohua looking at him, the cultivator slightly narrowed his eyes. His originally small eyes were almost invisible. "Disciples, you just need to stand in front of the illusion array. A light bridge will immediately guide you to enter. The time limit for the competition is half an incense stick. During this time, you can't enter or exit the illusion array." Just as Renju's words fell, the round ball emitted a bright light. A thick beam of light shot out from the round ball and covered Xiaohua and the disciple next to him. Then the 2 figures flew into the round ball. After their figures disappeared, 2 figures about the size of mung beans appeared in the blue sky and white clouds. Xiaohua was drawn into the sphere by the bridge of light. Seeing the sphere getting bigger and bigger, Xiaohua knew that his figure was getting smaller and smaller. When his vision blurred, when he looked again, there was a boundless sky in front of him. White clouds floated around him, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in front of him was also abundant. Where's that cultivator from just now?" Xiaohua's heart was moved. He clapped his hands and several defensive yellow talismans appeared in his hands. He urged his magic power to hit his body and then released his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, in a place extremely far away, the dark and thin cultivator also released his divine sense and carefully searched for Xiaohua. Seeing that the divine sense was about to sweep over, Xiaohua smiled in his heart and thought to himself, "This poor Taoist doesn't want to have a meaningless fight with you. Go ahead and search. This poor Taoist won't keep you company." Thinking this, Xiaohua used the hibernating thunder escape and quickly flew to the other side, wanting to avoid that cultivator's divine sense. However, Xiaohua only flew for a moment before a bright barrier blocked him. The barrier was soft but very firm. Needless to say, this must be the edge of the illusion array. Then, Xiaohua flew all the way down. This time, he flew a bit longer than before, but still, he didn't see any land, only a layer of bright barrier. Damn it, why is this illusion array so small? Xiaohua cursed in his heart. He wanted to go to another place to take a look, but the cultivator's divine sense had already caught up. Seeing Xiaohua, the cultivator's face showed a trace of a sinister smile and transmitted a message. "Fellow Taoist, are you trying to escape?" Seeing that he was discovered, Xiaohua didn't panic. He flew into the air and cupped his hands, saying, "You can't say that I'm trying to escape. I just want to fight." "If you don't want to fight, then why did you come to the Feather Immortal Assembly?" The cultivator sneered. "However, with your cultivation in the early stage of qi refinement, if you don't have any life-saving methods, you really shouldn't come to the Feather Immortal Assembly. In our eyes, you're just a point for us to enter the top 32. Fellow Taoist, it's good that you know." Xiaohua cupped his hands. "When the time limit is up, I will immediately withdraw from the illusion array." "Fellow Taoist, good plan." The cultivator gave a thumbs up, but then mocked. "Fellow Taoist, don't you know that no one is allowed to fight in the Feather Immortal Assembly? If I just sit here and chat with fellow Taoist, when the time limit is up, I and fellow Taoist will be removed from the Feather Immortal Assembly." Xiaohua was helpless. He clapped his hand and took the white dust in his hand. He smiled bitterly. "It seems that I have no choice but to fight?" The cultivator's movements weren't slow either. He held a 1-foot-long magic artifact in his hand and sneered. "The Feather Immortal Assembly has such a rule precisely to dispel people like fellow Taoist who try to pass off as genuine. My Tai Ching sect has worked so hard for so long and spent so much effort to hold this Feather Immortal Assembly. How can it be over just because you're here? Fellow Taoist, please report your name. I am Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Let's see if fellow Taoist methods are as sharp as your words." Xiaohua chuckled. "I am He Yuan of the Tai Ching sect." After the dark and thin cultivator finished speaking, the magic artifact in his hand shook. A phantom escaped from the stick and flew in front of Xiaohua in the blink of an eye, smashing towards Xiaohua's forehead. Xiaohua also formed a seal in his hand, urging his spiritual power to also throw the purgatory dust into the air. At this time, the purgatory dust was in the shape of a round ball. It spun in the air and emitted an earthy yellow brilliance, sucking the surrounding spiritual energy of the world into the ball. As Xiaohua pointed with his finger, a large ball of light flew out from the earthy yellow brilliance, blocking the incoming phantom. Pung! The rod's shadow collided with the ball's brilliance. Both of them turned into specks of light and slowly drifted down from the sky. He Fangyuan was somewhat surprised. His magic tool was a replica of Tai Ching Sect's famous magic tool, Tai E Green Light Rod. It was called Tai E Green Light Rod. Although it couldn't compare to Tai E Green Light Rod, its power was not small. This first rod was admittedly meant to probe, so he only used 50% of his magic power. According to Yifang Yuan's thinking, he should have at least destroyed Xiaohua's magic tool and broken Xiaohua's defense a bit. How could it be blocked so easily? Looking at the white dust above Xiaohua's head, a trace of greed flashed in Yifang Yuan's eyes. Needless to say, Xiaohua was only at the initial stage of qi refinement realm and dared to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. This magic artifact was his greatest reliance. Look at Ai's methods. Yifang Yuan laughed loudly and activated his magic power. The Tai green light stick seemed to be very heavy in his hand. Without moving an inch, a light green phantom appeared. After dozens of phantoms appeared, Yifang Yuan waved his hand and sent out another hand seal. Those dozens of phantoms actually formed a strange formation and attacked Xiaohua. Chapter 16:11. Do you think I am afraid of you? Xiaohua saw this and was slightly angry. He pointed his finger, and the black dust gradually sped up, creating rings of phantoms around it. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, sneered as he recovered his Fa Li at the side. When others saw this pile of phantoms of his, they would use their artifacts to deal with them. Actually, Fong Yuan himself knew that these dozens of phantoms had an extremely mysterious connection and could seal off all of the opponent's dodging angles. If he could not find the trick and get rid of the few crucial phantoms, the opponent could only be flustered, unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of another, and in the end up being beaten to death. Xiaohua's movements were not slow either. He repeatedly used the speck dust and grabbed a lot of light from the speck dust. Each light was able to destroy a phantom. But just as Fong Yuan expected, Xiaohua could not find the trick to dealing with the sky full of rod phantoms. He could only use the earthen yellow light to deal with the different rod phantoms. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds rang out. Under Xiaohua's control, the dozens of phantoms created by the black dust barely blocked the dozens of staff phantoms. With Xiaohua's current Buddhist sense, he could barely do it. Junior brother Xiao is indeed extraordinary. Seeing the first wave of staff phantoms broken by Xiaohua, Fong Yuan was even more shocked. These were dozens of phantoms, and Xiaohua was able to use so many lights to deal with them in such a short time. It showed how extraordinary his divine sense was. Now look at Ai's methods. Fong Yuan once again activated his magic power. Xiaohua couldn't counterattack, and the dozens of staff phantoms once again flew out, attacking like a tidal wave. Xiaohua saw this and knew that although the black dust's counterattack could be effective for a while, if it continued for a long time, he could only be in a defensive position and wouldn't be able to take the initiative. The opponent would eventually find a flaw and defeat him. Thus, he didn't activate the black dust. With a wave of his hand, dozens of top-grade fireball talismans were taken out. He activated his magic power, and guided by his divine sense, they pounced on the dozens of phantoms. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heat waves surged around Xiaohua, but an astonishing scene appeared. After the heat waves passed, not many of the staff phantoms were destroyed by the fireball talismans. There were still many staff phantoms flying towards Xiaohua from all directions. This is bad. Xiaohua's heart went cold when he saw the shadow in front of him. He didn't know that this Tai-E azure light was of the metal attribute and was extremely sharp. It was also a magic tool, so its brilliance was able to block the shadow of the staff. Although the fireball talisman was powerful, it was still a yellow talisman. Its attack couldn't be concentrated, so the Tai-E azure light could easily dodge it. What should we do? Xiaohua was startled, and he hurriedly made a hand seal. The white dust above his head once again emitted an earthen yellow brilliance that enveloped Xiaohua. At the same time, Fong Yuan's dozens of rod shadows had already struck down. Puff, puff, puff. Each time the staff shadow struck Hengchen's brilliance, the brilliance would waver slightly and be extinguished a little. By the time the staff shadow struck Hengchen's brilliance, 30% of the brilliance had already been extinguished. This still wasn't the worst. Just as the Tai-E azure light staff phantoms disappeared, Fong Yuan's magic tool had already been brandished. The third wave of staff shadows had already arrived before Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua simply didn't have any chance to activate Hengchen to meet the attack. He could only passively defend. Xiaohua's forte lay in close combat. Admittedly, his magic power surpassed Fong Yuan's, but his magic tool was inferior. Moreover, he had lost the initiative, so after one wrong move, every step was wrong. Seeing the third wave of staff shadows arrive, Xiaohua instantly made a decision. He simply ignored the staff shadows and allowed them to hit his body with crackling sounds. His body flew up and waved his hand. Just as he was about to take out the spirit crowfire net, a light shadow as thick as a bowl appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the white dust above Xiaohua's head. That white dust swayed twice, and the earthy yellow brilliance around Xiaohua's body immediately withdrew, all of it being absorbed into the white dust. Xiaohua was immediately exposed within the staff shadows. Fong Yuan, this bastard, he actually had this move. Xiaohua was shocked. How could he still care about taking out the fire net? He hurriedly pointed his finger at the Hengchen again. With a puff sound, a shadow struck Xiaohua's back. The yellow talismans that Xiaohua had sent out earlier were all broken. Xiaohua's body swayed as if he had lost his balance. At this time, another shadow attacked Xiaohua's waist from another angle. Fong Yuan, who was far away, unconsciously showed a trace of joy on his face. He gritted his teeth and waved the Tai-E azure light staff several times. Numerous phantoms appeared and pounced on Xiaohua one after another. An initial stage Qi refinement brat dares to come to the Feather Immortal Assembly. It is your honor to be treated so seriously by I. Hifang Yuan seemed to have expended a lot of energy to activate the artifact. He took out a pill from his storage bag and ate it. He was about to close his eyes and adjust his breathing when the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. Xiaohua, who had lost his balance, was about to be hit in the waist by a shadow. But at this crucial moment, Xiaohua's body twisted strangely. He simply didn't use any magic power and easily dodged that shadow. Immediately after, Xiaohua's body became even more graceful, even more carefree. In the air, it was as if he was taking a stroll, dodging the overwhelming rod shadows one by one. In Yifang Yuan's eyes, there were no gaps in the rod shadows, but Xiaohua took a step to the left, a step to the right, a step up, a step down, finding countless gaps. Moreover, Xiaohua's footsteps went from unfamiliar to smooth, becoming more and more skillful with each step. Ethereal steps. The name of this footwork appeared in Xiaohua's mind. This ethereal steps seemed to be something that Xiaohua had already recalled in Jingbo City, and gradually recalled it in the battles afterwards. And today, in front of Yifang Yuan's strange rod technique, he had finally completely recovered it. This. Yifang Yuan had never seen such a mystical footwork. Moreover, in his divine sense, there was not a trace of magic power fluctuation on Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua got out of the encirclement of the staff shadows and scanned with his divine sense. He snorted coldly. "Senior brother he, after seeing your methods, shouldn't you see I's methods?" Before he finished speaking, Xiaohua suddenly flew over and arrived in front of Yifang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. He also stretched out his hand and took out a pitch-black staff, smashing it towards Yifang Yuan's head. Although Xiaohua was casually swinging the staff, it was different in Yifang Yuan's eyes. This staff seemed to have solidified the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if this staff was born to smash Yifang Yuan's forehead. A kind of fear arose from the bottom of Yifang Yuan's heart. Without thinking, Yifang Yuan also waved the artifact in his hand. Dozens of phantoms shot out again, meeting Xiaohua's demonic spear. "Come!" Xiaohua shouted loudly, the demonic spear in his hand not changing its downward momentum. Puff, 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 dozens of sounds rang out in succession. That Tai green light staff's phantoms were smashed apart by the demonic spear like bubbles. With a loud bang, the demonic spear struck the Tai green light staff's main body. An incomparably huge force transmitted over. Yifang Yuan's hand felt a burst of heat. No matter what, he could no longer hold on to the Tai green light staff. His hand loosened, and he was sent flying by Xiaohua. Yifang Yuan was horrified. He turned around and hurriedly used his magic power to escape. At the same time, his other hand was not slow either. A ring was held in his hand, and under the activation of his magic power, a three-colored brilliance burst out, about to envelop him. How could Xiaohua allow him to protect himself? Activating the hibernating thunder escape, Xiaohua instantly caught up to Yifang Yuan. The demonic spear swung and struck Yifang Yuan's back. With a pung sound, the tricolored brilliance that had just appeared was dispersed by Xiaohua, and the demonic spear also struck Yifang Yuan's back. "It hurts!" Yifang Yuan screamed loudly. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth as his entire body was sent flying by Xiaohua. If it was a battle of magic power and artifacts, Yifang Yuan could still contend for victory with Xiaohua. But now that Xiaohua had closed in on him, Yifang Yuan could only be casually crushed by Xiaohua. "Eat this young master's staff again." Xiaohua sneered. The demonic spear struck out like a staff again, this time aiming at Yifang Yuan's forehead. Seeing the pitch-black staff in Xiaohua's hand stirring up the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the air, instantly enlarging in front of Yifang Yuan's eyes. Yifang Yuan's eyes unconsciously shrunk as a feeling of his liver and guts being torn apart involuntarily emerged. At the same time, at this moment, Yifang Yuan felt that death was so close. In just a breath's time, his decades of hard work would turn into water, all of his dreams would turn into bubbles. Yifang Yuan felt a sense of powerlessness facing Xiaohua. His heart was dead. But at this moment of life and death, Yifang Yuan suddenly had a strange feeling. The surrounding primeval qi abruptly turned sluggish as his heart died, and then began to show signs of condensing. Foundation establishment, Yifang Yuan, actually showed signs of foundation establishment at the moment of his death. Sigh, unfortunately, it is already too late. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. Because Xiao Hua's demonic spear was already on Feng Yuan's forehead, Feng Yuan could almost feel the merciless coldness of the spear. But right at this moment, Xiao Hua stopped. The moment the demonic spear struck Feng Yuan's forehead, Xiao Hua's hand stopped firmly like it was cast from iron. Soon after, Xiao Hua's gentle words entered Feng Yuan's ears. Senior He, this junior only came to the Feather Immortal Assembly to gain some experience. I have no other plans. Do you believe me now? Feng Yuan had just escaped from death, and this was the crucial moment of Foundation establishment. How could he dare to delay for even a moment? He only had time to say many thanks and quickly put a Foundation establishment pill into his mouth. Immediately after, a three-colored cloud descended from the sky, wrapping around Feng Yuan and sending him out of the illusion formation. Sigh. Seeing Feng Yuan leave the illusion formation, Xiao Hua sighed. Seeing Feng Yuan's lifeless expression and the desire in his eyes, Xiao Hua could not help but think of his eldest senior brother Xiang Yang. He could not help but feel pity and could not help but put away the demonic spear in his hand. After all, he could not bear to kill a cultivator who had worked hard for decades and was about to reach Foundation establishment in his own hands. What a huge loss. Xiao Hua shrugged. I don't know if this Feng Yuan will bear a grudge, otherwise, I would have found myself a mortal enemy for no reason. That's right, that guy's magic artifact has not been taken away. Since I picked it up, it naturally belongs to me. That guy probably does not have the face to ask me for it back. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly released his Buddhist consciousness and searched for the tiny green light rod that was sent flying in the illusion. Outside Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace, the Buddha's relic with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the earth was still an illusory outline. The Buddha's light that appeared out of thin air where the heart was did not attract Xiao Hua's attention at all. Chapter 1612. When Xiao Hua contentedly found the tiny green light rod, he activated his tablet and left the illusory formation. The area around him was already filled with Tai Ching sect disciples. Naturally, Feng Yuan had broken through to Foundation establishment in the first round of the competition. This was a highlight of the Feather Immortal Assembly. How could it not attract the attention of Tai Ching sect disciples? However, when they saw a mere Qi refining stage cultivator emerge from the illusory formation, their previous admiration turned into jealousy. Was there even a need to explain further? Feng Yuan's cultivation level was definitely high, and he broke through in the illusory formation. It had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was just a lucky kid in these disciples' eyes. Xiao Hua saw the disdain in the disciples' eyes when he came out. They dispersed immediately. How could he not know the reason? Seeing that there was no trace of Feng Yuan, he must have been taken away by Tai Ching sect's teachers to a quiet place to establish his foundation. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the second round of the competition. Xiao Hua. A gentle voice resounded. Xiao Hua heard it and quickly stood up. It was Zhen Qing who was walking over slowly. This area was where Imperial Thunder sect's disciples were fighting. Zhen Qing naturally knew the dangers within. She was especially attentive towards Xiao Hua and the other disciples with weaker cultivation. Earlier, when she saw Feng Yuan come out, her heart jumped. She was afraid that Xiao Hua's corpse would be thrown out by the illusion formation. Only when Xiao Hua flew out himself did she relax. Greetings to Ancestor Zhen. Xiao Hua said. No need to be so polite. Zhen Qing waved her hand. Take the time to rest. There are 4 battles every day. Your cultivation level is slightly lower. You need to be careful. Disciple understands. Disciple will leave after 15 minutes. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. Zhen Qing nodded. Good. Of course, this experience was good, but it also required one's life. With your cultivation level, you really shouldn't participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. You need to use your flying technique more. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. It is not that disciple doesn't want to use it, but the space inside the illusory formation is too small. It seems to restrict flying techniques. Zhen Qing pondered for a moment and said softly, the purpose of the Feather Immortal Assembly is to test a cultivator's temperament in a life and death situation. If they have intelligence, they will find the opportunity to establish their foundation. You must have seen that Tai Ching sect's disciple suddenly established his foundation. That was why you escaped death. Oh, right. Do you need to repair your defensive artifact? I can lend you a hand. Xiao Hua felt warmth in his heart. He bowed. Thank you, ancestor, disciple. While he was speaking, the illusory formation beside Xiaohua suddenly flashed with a blood-red brilliance, and with a whoosh sound, a corpse with half of its head smashed was thrown out by the formation. Zhen Qing's expression changed greatly. She ignored Xiaohua and walked over quickly. A few Tai Ching sect's disciples who were patrolling the surroundings also rushed over. The face of the corpse was already blurred, so they couldn't see whether it was a Tai Ching sect's disciple or not. Fortunately, the corpse's clothes were still intact, and it didn't seem to be someone they knew. Zhen Qing's expression relaxed a bit, then the ball of the illusory formation flickered a few more times, and a female cultivator in the late stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm flew out. When Xiaohua took a closer look, he found that it was Li Xiaoxiao, a disciple of the Thunder Palace. At this moment, Li Xiaoxiao's face was a bit pale. She sat down cross-legged the moment she landed on the ground, took out a medicinal pill, and ate it, then closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. Zhen Qing waved her hand, and a restriction formation surrounded Li Xiaoxiao. The Tai Ching sect's patrolling disciple examined the corpse's Dharma tablet, muttered a few words, and sent out a summoning talisman. Not long after, an early-stage Foundation establishment disciple of the Tai Ching sect and Kunlun sect's Han Zhu quickly walked over. Han Zhu looked at the corpse with a gloomy face and nodded slightly. Then, the early-stage Foundation establishment disciple grabbed the corpse's storage pouch, reached into it, and took out some jade slips and a magic tool from the storage pouch, then handed them to Han Zhu, and then handed the storage pouch to Zhen Qing. Zhen Qing didn't say anything. She just raised her hand and took it. Han Zhu took the jade slips and magic tool, waved his hand, and put them into the storage pouch together with the corpse of the Kunlun sect's disciple. He raised his head and glanced at the crowd, then turned and left. Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, already understood that Li Xiaoxiao won this battle and killed the Kunlun sect's disciple, so the storage pouch of the Kunlun sect's disciple belonged to Li Xiaoxiao. However, the cultivation methods and magic tools inside still had to be returned to the Kunlun sect. As for the pills, yellow talismans, and other items inside the storage pouch of the Kunlun sect disciple, they were probably the prize of this battle. All the rules of the Feather Immortal Assembly encouraged the participating disciples to kill. It's no wonder that Feng Yuan didn't compromise with I. Xiaohua thought to himself. But in his heart, he was thinking about that meaningful glance Han Zhu had given him when he left. Others might have thought that Han Zhu had given him a casual glance, but Xiaohua knew that Han Zhu had given him that glance. As for whether it was a warning, encouragement, or something else, Xiaohua didn't know. Immediately, Xiaohua had a strange thought. This Han Zhu, he gave the golden puppet to me so generously. Could it be that he knew I would definitely win? But then, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. How could Han Zhu know he would definitely win? It would be good if he could survive, but if he died, the golden puppet would definitely be handed over to Imperial Thunder Sect's Zhen Qing. And Han Zhu only needed to find a reason to exchange for it, right? This was probably the reason why Han Zhu wanted to find him after the Feather Immortal Assembly, right? Why is Han Zhu looking for me? Xiaohua pondered again. Deming sat cross-legged in a rather large quiet room in a large pavilion to the north of the square. He seemed to be deep in thought. Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong had a trace of anxiety on their faces. They seemed to be waiting for Deming's answer. However, when Zhang Yuhe saw Deming's lowered eyebrows, she could not help but say, "Senior Deming, I've already explained the cause of the matter. I wonder if the Tai Ching sect can lend a hand?" Deming blinked his eyes and smiled. "I have already sent a message to my sect leader. Before I receive a reply, I'm afraid I can't say anything casually. What do you think, Senior?" Junior only wants to hear Senior's opinion. Zhang Yuhe continued. "This." Deming pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "After all, you two came here on your own, not on behalf of sword cultivators, not on behalf of the Shenzhen sect, so my Tai Ching sect won't help you in the name of Tai Ching sect." Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong were extremely disappointed. They looked at each other, and Zhang Yutong said slowly, "Junior knows your sect is in a difficult position, but the Dark Een spiritual grass can only be found in the Dark Een illusory realm of Meng Kingdom. How can we enter the Dark Een illusory realm with our cultivation? So we can only ask for help from the Tai Ching sect. Senior Deming, please be merciful." Deming shook his head slightly. "I don't know why you two want the Dark Een spiritual grass, but the Dark Een spiritual grass has few uses, and it is said that it is only useful for female cultivators with dark Yin body. Therefore, my Tai Ching sect won't take a great risk to pick the dark Yin spiritual grass. What's more, the dark Yin spiritual grass grows in the most dangerous place in the dark Yin illusory realm. Doesn't the Tai Ching sect have the dark Yin spiritual grass? Zhang Yu he asked directly. It's not that we don't have it, Deming said with a smile. My Tai Ching sect has also cultivated some dark Yin spiritual grass, but the dark Yin spiritual grass can only grow in the dark Yin illusory realm, where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is extremely abundant. It doesn't germinate easily in other places. My Tai Ching sect has only cultivated a dozen dark Yin spiritual grass. Great! Zhang Yu he clapped her hands and said, Senior, why don't you exchange one of them for I? Deming smiled bitterly. I can't make the decision. It depends on the sect leader's order. Also, you two asked for 3,000 years of age, but the dark Yin spiritual grass in my Tai Ching sect is at most 500 years old. Senior, is there really no way? Zhang Yu he asked with a bitter face. What can I do? Zhang Yutong stared at Deming for a while and said with a smile, Senior Deming, you are a person of virtue and prestige, which is what I admire. Don't lie to me and my sister. What we want is the dark Yin spiritual grass, not the dark Yin spiritual grass. There are many powerful cultivators in the Tai Ching sect. The dark Yin illusory realm is one of the top 10 dangerous places, but the Tai Ching sect must have the dark Yin spiritual grass from the dark Yin illusory realm. We have traveled thousands of miles, so of course, we have enough sincerity to ask for the dark Yin spiritual grass. As long as your sect can take out the dark Yin spiritual grass of enough age, we will definitely take out the corresponding things to exchange for it. Be careful with your words. Deming didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand slightly and said with a smile, Your cultivation is not bad, but if others hear it, it may be a little troublesome. Zhang Yu he said proudly, If Senior Deming, a gold core stage cultivator, bullies me and my sister, we are naturally inferior. But other cultivators? Then it depends on our means. Yes, thank you for your reminder, Senior. Zhang Yutong said, We have our own means to protect ourselves, and to tell you the truth, if something happens to us, the masters of the Xian Sword sect will be the first to know. Whoever did it will also be reported to the sect. At that time, Zhang Yutong's words had a double meaning, and Deming laughed it off after hearing it. While they were talking, the restrictive spell in the quiet room flashed slightly. Deming waved his hand, and a dark red messaging talisman flew into his hand. Deming crushed the messaging talisman and closed his eyes to listen for a moment. Then he looked at Zhang Yu he and Zhang Yutong's expectant eyes and said with a smile, My sect leader has ordered that although you two are not sword cultivators, you are still guests from afar. If I can help you, I will naturally help you. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Master Qing Su of the Tai Ching sect. Zhang Yutong couldn't help but bow her hands and say. But Deming still shook his head. My two little friends, don't be anxious. What? Could it be that your sect leader's order? Senior doesn't want to. Zhang Yu he was anxious. Deming smiled bitterly. My two little friends, didn't I say it just now? Even if my Tai Ching sect has the Xianin spiritual grass, it definitely doesn't have the 3,000-year-old medicinal age that you want. It can't be. 3,000 years. It's really not that long. Zhang Yuhi's disappointment was obviously piled up on her face. Chapter 1613. Zhang Yutong looked a little disappointed. She smiled apologetically and said, Senior Deming, actually, the Xianin spiritual grass that we are looking for is at least 3,000 years old. The most suitable one should be at least 4,000 years old. Sigh. Deming couldn't help but gasp. He smiled bitterly and said, Our Tai Ching sect only has one Xianin spiritual grass that is 2,000 years old. It was found in the Xianin Mirage by an elder of our sect. If this one doesn't meet your needs, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find a Xianin spiritual grass of this age in the entire Meng Kingdom. It seems that we have to go to the Xianin Mirage. Zhang Yutong sighed. She looked at Zhang Yuha. Both of them were thinking the same thing. There was a trace of decisiveness in their eyes. My two little friends. Deming quickly waved his hand and said, The Xianin Mirage is not a place that you can enter. Even I don't dare to enter. I'm afraid that you won't be able to come out. Although Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha had never been to the Xianin Mirage, they had heard about the 10 most dangerous places. Naturally, there was such a place in the Huan kingdom. They knew that there was a slim chance of survival in there. However, both of them were silent at this moment. It seemed that they had already made up their minds. This matter had nothing to do with Deming. However, seeing two young female cultivators throwing their lives into the Xianin mirage, Deming couldn't bear it. He thought for a while and said, "How about this? I'll bring the Xianin spiritual grass from our Taiching sect. You can see if it's suitable for you. Then we can make other plans. What do you think?" "Then thank you, Senior," Zhang Yuhe said weakly. "By the way, Senior Deming." Zhang Yutong blinked her eyes. Her bright eyes were like stars in the night sky. She said in a low voice, "I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it." Deming smiled bitterly and said, "Of course you can. There are 13 cultivation sects from the 3 cultivation countries participating in the Feather Immortal Conference. Do they have the Xianin spiritual grass? My 2 little friends, did you think of the Xianin spiritual grass because of the Feather Immortal Conference?" Deming said with a smile. "That's right." Zhang Yuhe nodded. "Junior thinks that since there are so many people here, there might be someone who has this spiritual herb." Deming smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew very well that these disciples were all at the qi refining stage, who would have a 3,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass. Even if he did, why would he carry it with him? As long as he was killed, the spirit grass would definitely belong to someone else. Even if he hid it in his own sect, he couldn't bring it to the Taiching sect. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of building their foundation at any time, those late-stage aura-refining disciples definitely wouldn't have brought even a single foundation establishment pill. However, how could he bear to shatter their beautiful hopes? He pondered for a moment before he said, "The disciples of the various sects are participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering now. How about this? I'll tell the group leaders of the various sects about the 2 of you, and see if they have any methods?" "Thank you, Senior." Zhang Yutong bowed. "If anyone has a 3,000-year-old spirit grass, let them come over. My sister and I will definitely thank you," Zhang Yuhe said anxiously. Hearing this, Zhang Yutong's heart skipped a beat. She smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Deming, I still have a request. About the spirit grass. Please don't make it clear. Firstly, my sister and I don't want to cause any trouble. Secondly, we don't want others to have any scruples. Don't you think so?" Deming nodded to himself. That was the reason. If he directly stated that he wanted a 3,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass, there would definitely be others who coveted the 2 sisters. Even if someone really had a 3,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass, they wouldn't be so tactless as to show it to others. "You're right, Yutong. I will arrange this." Deming stood up and said, "My 2 little friends are guests from afar. You should take a rest. I will take my leave now." "Farewell, Senior." Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong quickly stood up. "Senior, can we see the grand occasion of the Feather Immortal Gathering?" Zhang Yuhe asked timidly. Looking at Zhang Yuhe's lovely appearance, Deming smiled kindly and said, "Of course. You sword cultivators have participated in it before. You can learn from each other and improve yourselves." "Thank you, Senior," Zhang Yuhe shouted excitedly. Then, she pulled Zhang Yutong and said, "Let's go, sister. Let's go and watch the show." When Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong walked out of the pavilion with Deming and arrived at the square, there were only Taiching sect's disciples on duty. There were also the sect leaders and vice-sect leaders. They were looking at the different illusory formations with solemn expressions. After the first round of competition, other than that Hefeng Yuan, no one else had broken through. Moreover, out of the 13 sects, 3 of them had lost disciples. Not only did they lose pills, spirit stones, and yellow talismans, they also lost a lot of face. At this moment, Xiaohua was standing firmly on a grassland. About 100 feet away from him, there was also a late-stage Qi refinement 12th stage female cultivator. That female cultivator was Black Heaven Sect's Zhu Beibei. She had an extremely hot body and was wearing a Taoist robe that Xiaohua usually wore. Many parts of her body revealed her fair skin. Xiaohua's gaze could not help but fall on certain parts of her body. Cough cough. Fellow Taoist Zhu, Xiaohua's gaze moved to Zhu Beibei's tender face. He smiled apologetically and said, "I came to the Feather Immortal Assembly to gain experience. I have no other intentions. I will exchange a few moves with Senior Sister. When the time is up, I will leave the illusory formation. How can it be so simple?" Zhu Beibei sneered and waved her hand. A shiny silver lute appeared in her hand. With a flick of her slender fingers, a pleasant sound reverberated in the air. Sound attack? Xiaohua frowned. He was laughing in his heart. He was from the myriad Thunder Valley of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although he had only been in the Imperial Thunder Sect for a few years, he had been taught the soundless thunder technique. If he could avoid even the sound of thunder, how could this so-called Pipa be inferior to him? Senior Sister Zhu, don't push me too far. Xiaohua looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He shouted in exasperation. How can this poor Taoist be your opponent? Humph, since you're here, you should be prepared. Zhu Beibei sneered, and the magic power in her hand surged. Ding ding dong dong. The sound waves attacked Xiaohua in circles. Xiaohua only felt dizzy, and his whole body was out of his control, as if he was a puppet being controlled by someone. Seeing that Xiaohua was under her control, the corners of Zhu Beibei's mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. Although they were both in the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, she was well aware of the difference between the late stage and early stage. Back when she was in the Profound Sky Sect, she had used this method to defeat over 100 middle stage aura refining disciples during the same disciple selection. She was very confident in the might of her magic tool. The sound of the pipa continued to entangle Xiaohua. His limbs seemed to be dancing along with the sound of the pipa. Of course, Xiaohua's long limbs didn't look very good. Even Zhu Beibei couldn't help but laugh. She said to herself, this kid is really clumsy. He wants to come to the Feather Immortal Assembly to take advantage of others? Fortunately, he met me. I'll spare your life today. However, with this level of cultivation, even if he doesn't die today, he'll die tomorrow. Sigh, I really don't know why he came here instead of cultivating in the thunder-controlling sect. As Zhu Beibei spoke, she didn't dare to stop playing the pipa. Then, she slowly walked to Xiaohua. She patted her hand and took out a confinement talisman from her storage pouch. She casually activated it with her magic power. It hit Xiaohua's body and immediately confined him. Zhu Beibei used her divine sense to sense that Xiaohua's magic power was confined. Only then did she stop playing the pipa. Then, she waved her hand. It seemed like she wanted to take away the storage pouch on Xiaohua's waist. However, after she waved her hand a few times, the storage pouch was tied very tightly. She couldn't take it away. This guy is so stingy. Could it be that there's something good in the storage pouch? Zhu Beibei smiled like a flower. She seemed to have forgotten to be on guard. She quickly stepped forward, reached out, and took the storage pouch. When she looked inside and saw that the storage pouch was almost empty, she couldn't help but spit on the ground. She cursed. What a poor and pedantic guy. As expected of someone at the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, Zhu Beibei hadn't finished speaking when a voice came from beside her ear. Big sister, you can't insult your little brother like this, right? That voice was right beside her ear. She could even feel the heat from Xiaohua's mouth. You, Zhu Beibei stared blankly at first. Then, her soul flew out of her body. She really didn't expect that Xiaohua, who she already regarded as a puppet, could actually speak so easily. Moreover, after being confined by her magic tool, he was also confined by the confinement talisman. Zhu Beibei's entire body trembled at first. Then, like lightning, she was about to flee outside. Being so close to Xiaohua, Zhu Beibei had a feeling of insecurity for no reason. Unfortunately, how could she be as fast as Xiaohua? Just as her figure flew into the air, Zhu Beibei felt a huge force coming from behind her neck. It was precisely her neck that was choked. In an instant, a numb feeling attacked her whole body. Moreover, this force was very strange. It was actually able to confine all the true qi in her body, making her unable to use her magic power. Junior brother Xiao, please spare my life. Zhu Beibei no longer cared about her dignity. She loosened her hand and threw the pipa magic tool on the messy grass. She no longer paid attention to it and shouted with all her might. Junior brother Xiao, as long as you spare I's life, I am willing to agree to any condition of junior brother. TSK, Xiaohua licked his somewhat dry lips and said with a smile, Senior Sister Zhu, aren't you tempting me? Everything in this illusion formation can be seen from the outside. Zhu Beibei's face flushed red. She didn't think that Xiaohua would say this. She could only clench her teeth and say with difficulty, if it's possible, Senior Sister can. Huh? Senior Sister can give the magic tool and cultivation method to I from the outside? Xiaohua asked in amazement. You. Zhu Beibei didn't know whether to laugh or cry in her heart. However, at the same time, her heart also relaxed for no reason. Since Xiaohua said this, she presumably didn't need to use her body to exchange for her life. What's wrong with that? Chapter 1614. Junior brother Xiao, I'm afraid I can't give you this magical item, and I don't think I can give it to you either. However, I have some foundation establishment pills and a lot of spirit stones in my storage pouch. I can give them to you. Zhu Beibei said carefully. Great. Xiaohua said with a smile, I don't want the foundation establishment pills. I don't want to disturb senior sister's plan to build her foundation. As for spirit stones and the like, I don't deserve them. Zhu Beibei was overjoyed when she heard this. Being able to use spirit stones to exchange for a life. This was a good thing that couldn't be found even if one held a lantern. Junior brother Xiao, you can take whatever you see in senior sister's storage pouch. Zhu Beibei said very meekly. Xiaohua looked at Zhu Beibei, who was still in his hand, and didn't have the chance to turn around. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Yes, although he used the lightning evasion technique of Myriad Thunder Valley to avoid Zhu Beibei's sound attack, his disguise was really inferior. Zhu Beibei actually didn't find it hard to notice if she paid a little attention. Zhu Beibei had overestimated her own magic tool. She also overestimated her confinement talisman. Yes, even if he was really restrained, Zhu Beibei shouldn't be too close to him. At least she should use a few more confinement talismans and cast a few more confinement techniques and the like, right? It seems that until the last moment, no one can guarantee who will be the winner. Xiaohua's heart trembled, warning himself not to make the same mistake in the future. Moreover, having a low cultivation level isn't a shameful thing. At least, it can confuse the opponent and make them lower their guard, right? Xiaohua's thoughts were also natural. His cultivation level was indeed at the early stage of the 12th level of qi refining. As for the strength of his magic power and the amount of his true qi, it wasn't reflected in his cultivation level. If others used his cultivation level to calculate his magic power, then the difference would be thousands of miles. While thinking, Xiaohua took off Zhu Beibei's storage pouch and took all the medicinal pills except for the foundation establishment pills. He also swept away all the spirit stones. This is... Seeing a half-inch long white bone, Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, Senior Sister Zhu, what is this? This thing is said to be something from Meng Mountain. Senior Sister doesn't know what it is. Zhu Beibei said honestly, Senior Sister, obtained it from someone else. Can you give this thing to little brother? Xiaohua said with a smile. According to the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering, junior brother Xiao naturally can't take it. Zhu Beibei smiled and said, however, with our friendship, how can senior sister not agree to junior brother Zhao's request? When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't hesitate and put it into his space with a flip of his hand. He said with a smile, Many thanks, senior sister. No problem, no problem. Then, little brother loosens his grip a bit and asks senior sister to activate the magic tablet. What do you think? Xiaohua said. These words were like music to Zhu Beibei's ears. She immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Senior sister, please. Xiaohua loosened his grip a little. He reckoned that the true qi in Zhu Beibei's meridians was barely enough to stimulate her transcendence energy, which was enough to activate the magic tablet. He didn't want to fall into the same careless end as Zhu Beibei. After seeing Xiaohua's cautiousness, Zhu Beibei didn't dare to have any other thoughts. She stimulated a trace of transcendence energy and activated the magic tablet. A ray of light flashed, and Xiaohua's hand was empty. Zhu Beibei's figure disappeared from the illusory formation. At the same time Zhu Beibei's figure disappeared, outside of Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, at the location of the heart of the Buddha relic, another Buddha light appeared out of thin air. However, this Buddha light was slightly dimmer than the previous one. Zhu Beibei leaving the illusory formation naturally caused a burst of surprise from the surrounding Taiching sect disciples. After all, the time limit of half an incense stick had just passed. Within the square, besides the cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, no other disciples came out. With Zhu Beibei's cultivation at the late stage of the 12th level of the qi refining realm, there was absolutely no reason for her to be eliminated now. Seeing the gazes of all the disciples, Zhu Beibei was a bit embarrassed and angry. However, her heart immediately calmed down. Fortunately, Xiaohua was kind-hearted, and fortunately, she saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was shallow, and her heart softened for a moment. Only then did she save her life. Thinking about how Xiaohua was actually able to easily escape from her confinement talisman under the sound attack, she still didn't know what method Xiaohua used to capture her. Thinking about that unparalleled strength, Zhu Beibei couldn't help but shrink her neck. Her heart still had a lingering fear. Seeing the illusory formation flicker again, and Xiaohua seemingly about to come out, Zhu Beibei hurriedly left and walked towards the position of the Profound Sky sect team leader. Sure enough, when Xiaohua flew out of the illusory formation, he was once again met with the shock of the Taiching sect disciples. Of course, an early-stage 12th-level Qi refining disciple was actually able to defeat a late-stage 12th-level Qi refining disciple. This was something that had never happened before in their knowledge. However, everyone only pondered for a moment before they immediately winked at each other. A man and a woman alone in an illusory formation, and even lost in such a bizarre manner. No matter who it was, wouldn't their imaginations run wild? Motherfucker, what's there to see? This young master one. Xiaohua stuck out his chest and fiercely glared at the surrounding disciples. Those disciples, however, curled their lips and continued their inspection. Not far away, that Qian Diheng from the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Thunder Palace saw that Xiaohua actually won and immediately ran over eagerly. He said with a bashful face, "Junior Marshal Brother, you seem very familiar. Did you and I meet at the Imperial Thunder Palace?" Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Senior Marshal Brother Qian's memory isn't very good. You and I are both disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, so naturally we met at the Imperial Thunder Palace. This disciple's name is Xiaohua." "He, Xiaohua, which Thunder Palace are you from?" Xiaohua's expression was the same as that of the Taiching sect's disciple just now. He curled his lips and said to himself, "How many Thunder Palaces does the Imperial Thunder Sect have? Everyone met at the Spring Thunder Palace, but this guy actually doesn't know which Thunder Palace this young master is from. TSK, he's a bit of a weirdo." "All right, Senior Marshal Brother Qian, this disciple is from the shocking Thunder Palace." Qian Diheng slapped his forehead and pretended to be enlightened. "Of course, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao is from the shocking Thunder Palace. Now I remember." Xiaohua laughed and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Qian, did you pass these 2 tests smoothly? How can I compare with you?" Qian Diheng narrowed his eyes and said with a very wretched smile, "You, an early 12th layer cultivator, can actually conquer a late 12th layer female cultivator. This brother is very envious, ah." The word conquer was enunciated with unusual emphasis. Xiaohua said unhappily, "Senior Marshal Brother Qian, don't joke around. This little brother was almost killed." Dying under a peony flower is also romantic, ah." Qian Diheng blinked his eyes. "This honor should be given to Senior Marshal Brother Qian." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Senior Marshal Brother left and right should also be in the same group as her. Maybe we'll meet later." "AI, don't mention it." Qian Diheng waved his hand and casually sat down. He said weakly, "I'm afraid I can only take a beating. If she wants my life, she still needs to cultivate for a few more years." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked curiously, "Why is that?" "Why?" Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, "You're the last of the 20 disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect, right?" "That's right." "And then this brother is the second last." As Qian Diheng said this, he patted his chest and transmitted his voice. "I originally didn't want to come, but my great-grandfather forced me to come and even gave me a blood sacrifice magic treasure. However, with this magic treasure, only Foundation establishment cultivators can break through my defense. You say, that female cultivator of yours is only at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. Can she hurt me?" Fine, Xiaohua secretly despised him. He came here to pass off as a fake, but he didn't expect to meet an even more experienced fake who even took out a magic treasure. "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, you have to hold on. According to the rules of my Imperial Thunder Sect, as long as a disciple participates in the Feather Immortal Assembly, when they return to the sect, they will be richly rewarded. If you can get a ranking, TSK, I'm afraid that the female disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace and the converted Thunder Palace will all favor you. Senior Marshal Brother Qian, you can't be, because of this, right?" Xiaohua asked in surprise. "Nonsense, of course not. As a brother, I should aim high." Qian Diheng raised his head and was about to defend himself when the spherical illusion array behind him shook violently. With a flash of brilliance, Sun Shu fell out from it. Sun Shu was wearing a white robe. At this moment, his upper body was soaked in blood, and there was a 2-inch-long wound on his neck that was still spurting blood. Seeing that Sun Shu fell to the ground and didn't have the slightest strength to get up, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and arrived in front of Sun Shu. At the same time, he patted his hand and sent a healing elixir of the Imperial Thunder Sect into Sun Shu's mouth. However, just as Xiao Hua sent the elixir into Sun Shu's mouth, the illusory formation behind him flashed again, and another middle-aged cultivator in a brown robe flew out with a ferocious face. This cultivator's body was also stained with blood. As soon as he saw Sun Shu out of the illusory formation, the sharp sword in his hand flew out and stabbed at him. "Stop!" The nearby Taiching sect disciple saw clearly and immediately berated. That middle-aged cultivator simply didn't stop. Seeing that the flying sword was about to stab Sun Shu, Xiao Hua was squatting beside Sun Shu at this moment. He also didn't expect that the cultivator would still attack after coming out of the illusory formation. However, Xiao Hua's hands and feet were very fast. With a backhand grab, he grabbed the flying sword. "Humph!" That middle-aged cultivator sneered. The sharp sword immediately flashed with about half an inch of brilliance. It looked very sharp. If Xiao Hua grabbed it, he might not be able to keep his fingers. Xiao Hua's heart was slightly hesitant, but he immediately made up his mind. The momentum of his palm didn't change. Just as Xiao Hua decided to attack, a third Buddhist light appeared at the heart of the Buddha Saraira. This Buddhist light was the same as the first one. With a dang sound, a purple brilliance flashed past Xiao Hua's eyes with incomparable speed and hit the sharp sword. With a piuv sound, the sharp sword was sent flying by the purple brilliance and fell on the ground of the lattice, deeply stabbing into the ground. Soon after, that purple brilliance was like a spirit serpent, turning around and flying back. Xiao Hua was very close to that purple brilliance. He clearly saw that this purple brilliance was a 3-inch-long small sword. "Sword cultivator." Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed as he secretly said in his heart. Chapter 1615. Flying Sword. Sword Cultivator. Xiao Hua's heart shook as he thought of the green and purple sword energy that came from outside the bright realm. At the same time, he also thought of the 9 sword pills in his small storage space. By the time Xiao Hua raised his head, sure enough, Zhang Yuhe was a little further away from them. She had just received the returning violet flying sword and swallowed it whole. "How dare you!" In front of Zhang Yuhe, Imperial Thunder Sect's Zhenqing leaped up and struck out a spell seal. A lightning net appeared out of thin air and quickly enveloped the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have exhausted all of his magic power and was unable to put up any resistance before he was bound by the lightning. Behind Zhenqing, another golden core state cultivator snorted and said, "Fellow cultivator Zhen, what is the meaning of this?" "Fellow cultivator Liao, what do you think I mean? Is this your Changbai sect's disciple? My Imperial Thunder sect's disciple has already left the illusion formation. Why is he still chasing her?" Zhenqing sneered. The golden core state cultivator was the leader of the Changbai sect, Liao Zhouquan. He waved his hand and also used a spell to release the lightning on the middle-aged cultivator. He said, "Even if my Changbai sect's disciple made a mistake, fellow cultivator Zhen has no right to punish him." As he spoke, Liao Zhouquan had already walked over to Xiao Hua and the others. He lowered his head to look at Sun Shu and then at the middle-aged cultivator. He kicked him and cursed angrily, "Lu Weigang, did you eat a leopard's gall? I told you before we came that if my Changbai sect's disciple wants to win, we have to win fair and square. This female cultivator has already left the illusion formation. Why are you still chasing her? Because you know how to use a flying sword?" "Humph, this is called knowing how to use a flying sword? You really don't know shame." Zhang Yuhe sneered, "Flying swords are the most righteous. We sword cultivators use righteous hearts to nurture and control swords so that flying swords have spirituality. This kind of dirty heart can only be a dead sword. It's a disgrace to the imperial sword technique." "Sister," Zhang Yutong pulled Zhang Yuhe's arm and whispered, "This is the internal affairs of the 3 cultivation countries." "What internal affairs?" "This lady is disgusted to see someone distort the sword intent and only know how to use a flying sword to kill people." Zhang Yuhe continued to berate. Lu Weigong's face was ashen as he stared viciously at Zhang Yuhe. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Zhang Yuhe shouted. Wow, just now you were teaching people to use justice to drive their swords, and now you want to use your flying sword to kill people. Xiao Hua, who was squatting on the ground, snickered in his heart. Ah, fellow Taoist Liao. Renju also walked out from the side and sighed. This disciple of your sect has violated the taboo of the Feather Immortal Assembly by chasing out of the illusory formation and injuring the enemy. I have no choice but to expel him from the Feather Immortal Gathering this time and face him head-on. Liao Zhouquan nodded and said, You're right, fellow Taoist Ren. This taboo was agreed upon by all 13 sections. Naturally, it has to be kept. After he finished speaking, he kicked Lu Weigang again and scolded, Go back and pack up. You have 2 hours to get out of the brilliant territory and return to Changbai Peak yourself. When you return to the sect, immediately reflect on your actions. I won't return. Before the sect decides what to do, you are not allowed to take a single step out. Lu Weigang stood up and lowered his head. He picked up the sharp sword from the ground and said softly, Disciple obeys. After he finished speaking, he staggered out of the plaza. How is this little friend? Renju lowered her head and looked at Sun Shu. Senior, please no. He has already consumed the elixir of our sect. He should be fine. Xiaohua replied. Renju scanned with her divine sense and nodded. That's good. Your sect's disciples have all obtained 3 points. Changbai sect's Lu Weigang has been expelled from the brilliant territory, so he will be considered to have forfeited. All the disciples who fought against him will take a break and obtain 3 points directly. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for upholding justice. Zhenqing cupped her hands and said, It's my duty, it's my duty. Renju waved her hand and turned around to look at Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe. She smiled and said, I have to go and keep watch. Fellow Taoists, please do as you wish. After she finished speaking, she cupped her hands and left. Other than Zhenqing, the other leaders also left. Zhenqing was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Sun Shu was fine, she also left. Only Qian Dihun glanced at Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong. He wanted to move closer to them, but he was fiercely glared at by Zhang Yuhe. Only then did he slowly move away. What are these Golden Core Realm seniors talking about with these 2 disciples of the Sword Sect? Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder after everyone left. Little junior brother, is your senior sister all right? Zhang Yuhe squatted down and looked at Sun Shu. She looked at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes and asked, You are really good. You actually used your hand to catch the flying sword. Don't you want your fingers anymore? Little junior brother? How am I small? Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at the 2 pure and pleasant sword cultivators. He smiled and said, I didn't think too much at that time. I only felt that if I didn't catch the flying sword, my senior sister's life would be in danger. Do you think I should catch it or not? Resolute, decisive. Zhang Yuhe praised. Kid, you are a good seedling for sword cultivation. This kind of righteous and compassionate heart is the easiest way to get the flying sword's approval. Don't listen to his nonsense. Zhang Yutong reminded, cultivators all have spells. He must have a spell in his hand and a controlling technique. The flying sword can't hurt him. Is that so? Little cultivator? Zhang Yuhe asked curiously. Is it very important? My intentions are all ordinary. Xiaohua said with a smile. Good. Zhang Yuhe clapped and said, Little cultivator, you are very interesting. What is your name? Which sect are you from? I am Xiaohua, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Xiaohua, your name is good. Zhang Yuhe smiled and said, The Imperial Thunder sect's Dao technique is good. Unfortunately, it is still inferior to my sword cultivation. With your pure heart, if you cultivate my sword cultivation technique, you will definitely shine. Are you interested in betraying your sect? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook his head repeatedly. Thank you for your high opinion, fellow Taoists. I don't have any thoughts of seeking a higher branch. When I really can't stay in the Imperial Thunder sect anymore, I will go look for fellow Taoists. There won't be such a shop after this village. Zhang Yuhe waved her hand and said, This is a one-time deal. If you agree, I will accept you on behalf of my master. A one-time deal? Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of analogy is this? Fellow Taoist, don't listen to my elder sister's nonsense. The Imperial Thunder Sect's Dao technique is outstanding and is a famous sect in the country of Shi. Fellow Daoist is also fated to be in the Imperial Thunder Sect. How can you casually betray your sect? Zhang Yutong saw that Zhang Yuhe was becoming more and more outrageous and hurriedly stopped her. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. I won't go so far. TCH, you want to be my disciple, but I won't accept you. Zhang Yuhe curled her lips and said. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he said with a smile, if fellow Daoist has the heart, why don't you give me the cultivation method of your noble sect's flying sword, and let I comprehend it? You're dreaming. Zhang Yuhe rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and said, you want to learn flying sword, but you don't want to enter my Huanjian sect. How can there be such a good thing? You might as well go and dream. After saying that, she casually said, otherwise, if you have a 6,000 years old profound Een spirit grass. But before Zhang Yuhe finished speaking, Zhang Yutong stopped her from the side and said, elder sister. Zhang Yuhe knew that she had said something wrong and hurriedly covered her mouth. Her eyes rolled, and she was very cute. She pointed her finger and said, Xiao Hua, your senior sister is awake. Xiao Hua lowered his head. Sun Shu still had his eyes closed. When he raised his head again, Zhang Yuhe had already pulled Zhang Yutong away. As they walked, they looked back with a guilty conscience. Who is the younger one? Xiao Hua was speechless. Xiao Hua, how is Sun Shu? Zhen Qing, who had just left, came over with a few disciples who had just come out of the illusion array. Ah! Coincidentally, Sun Shu groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Xiao Hua beside him, he was very surprised and asked curiously, Junior brother Xiao, why are you here? Me? Why can't I be here? Sun Shu asked curiously. Xiao Hua could only answer vaguely. Senior sister Sun. Beside Zhen Qing, Li Xiaoxiao's expression was also not good. She quickly walked over to Sun Shu and helped him up. Martial ancestor Zhen. Sun Shu saw Zhen Qing and said embarrassedly, Changbai sect's disciple called Lu Weigang was too fierce. I couldn't beat him. When he said this, his pale face turned slightly red. It's fine, it's fine. Zhen Qing's divine sense swept over and knew that Sun Shu was fine. She smiled and said, take a pill and rest. That Changbai sect disciple has already made a mistake and was expelled. You have already taken 3 points. Ah! What happened? Sun Shu was stunned. Haha, you should ask Xiao Hua about this. Zhen Qing said. Moreover, you should thank Xiao Hua for saving your life. This. Sun Shu sat on the ground and looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing some distance away from him. He was even more shocked. Don't martial ancestor Zhen, it was obviously that sword cultivator who did it. It has nothing to do with this disciple. You think I don't know? Even if that sword cultivator didn't do it, could you have let that bastard's sword stab your senior sister? Zhen Qing's gaze was very warm. Junior brother Xiao, what is going on? Sun Shu bit his lip and asked. Indeed, she had only met Xiao Hua a few times and was saved twice in such a short time. How could she not be shocked? At this time, the surrounding disciples, including a few from the Heavenly Thunder Palace, were all looking at Xiao Hua curiously. They looked at this disciple who had just reached the early stage of the 12th Qi refining realm. They didn't even put him in their eyes. Xiao Hua scratched his head and had no choice but to tell them what happened just now. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were furious. The tall and thin Qianhong and Qianemo couldn't help but curse. This Changbai Sect disciple is really shameless. He actually chased out of the illusion formation to assassinate. If it wasn't for junior brother Xiao, even if that bastard was dealt with, junior sister Sun's life wouldn't have been saved. Junior brother Xiao, you did the right thing. I didn't think that you would dare to face a late-stage 12th Qi refining disciple with your cultivation. I really admire you. Qianpeng even patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, in the future, if you have any problems in the Imperial Thunder Sect, feel free to look for this elder brother. There's nothing to say. Based on your benevolence and righteousness, this elder brother can help you. Chapter 16:16. Sun Shu's eyes were filled with gratitude, but there was also a lingering fear and a trace of uneasiness. Xiao Hua saw that everyone was pushing all the credit to him and throwing all the blame to Lu Weigang. He didn't even ask why Lu Weigang was so furious that he chased out of the illusory formation to kill Sun Shu. He could only rub his nose and smile apologetically. This is what I should do. Senior sister Sun Shu is everyone's junior sister, and also I's senior sister. If I didn't save her, I would be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. However, this is the Feather Immortal Assembly, and there are 2 more rounds today, both of which are life and death matters. I's cultivation is just for show. Senior brothers, you still have to prepare to find a good opportunity to build your foundation. Everyone's face turned cold when they heard Xiaohua mention the competition. Of course, it was necessary to care for one's fellow disciples. They also had to have the opportunity to care for others. Now that every round was a life and death battle, how could they not take it seriously? Everyone comforted him and sat cross-legged on the side. They took pills and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiaohua was about to leave when Sun Shu said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao. Thank you again." "Haha, it's nothing," Xiaohua said with a smile. "I was still thinking about the benefits senior sister gave me." Sun Shu knew that Xiaohua didn't think so she forced a smile and nodded at him. She also took out a pill and took it. The 3rd round of the competition was probably going to start soon. "Senior sister Sun." Xiaohua looked at Sun Shu and took half a step forward. He said in a low voice, "Senior sister, you're seriously injured. If you can't do it, you can just forfeit the next round." "Why do you have to do this?" Sun Shu smiled bitterly. "All the disciples who come to the Feather Immortal Assembly are aiming for that moment of life and death, to be able to gain some enlightenment and find a chance to build their foundation. If they have the freedom to forfeit, who would be afraid? Who would go all out? Who would be able to build their foundation under such pressure? Therefore, there is only one chance to forfeit in this Feather Immortal Assembly, and that is to withdraw from the Feather Immortal Assembly. I just finished 2 rounds. It's really too early to withdraw now." Then he looked at Xiaohua and said, "I heard that the disciple who fought against you in the 1st round was lucky enough to reach the foundation establishment stage. I am very envious. Stepping into the foundation establishment stage so smoothly without going through a test of life and death. There hasn't been a single person like that in several Feather Immortal gatherings." "What?" Xiaohua said in his heart, "If it weren't for I being kind, how could that guy build his foundation? I'm afraid he's already cultivating in the underworld." However, he didn't explain. He pointed at Sun Shu's bloody clothes and said, then, "Senior sister, you should at least change your clothes, right?" "Oh, all right." Female cultivators had always been fond of beauty and cleanliness. How could Xuanchu be an exception? However, at this time, her qi and blood were both damaged, making it difficult for her to walk. She wanted to wait until she recovered before returning to the pavilion to change her clothes. Now that she heard Xiaohua's words, she glanced at Li Xiaoxiao, who was circulating her internal energy, and said with a smile, "Junior Martial Brother Xiao, please help me." With a smile on his face, Xiaohua confidently raised his arm and said, "Senior sister's orders, how could I dare to disobey?" Pfft. Sun Shu almost wanted to cover his mouth and laugh. So sour. After saying that, Sun Shu supported Xiaohua's arm and stood up. "Senior sister, don't move. Little brother will take you back." After saying that, Xiaohua formed an incantation gesture with his other hand and grabbed Sun Shu's waist out of thin air. With a slight lift, Sun Shu's feet left the ground. Xiaohua quickly brought Sun Shu back to the pavilion. "Actually, Junior Martial Brother should regulate your breathing more. Didn't you say it yourself just now?" Sun Shu felt a bit uncomfortable and tried to find something to say. However, when she said that, she felt a bit strange. Xiaohua's attention didn't seem to be on her. When she turned her head to look, she saw that Xiaohua was looking into the distance with a slightly dazed expression. Sun Shu was surprised. When she looked up, she saw that in the distant square, there were also 2 people walking out. These 2 people were a man and a woman. The man was as handsome as jade, and the woman was as beautiful as a fairy. Sun Shu had seen these 2 people before. They were Yun Jiechong and Fairy Hong Xia from the Rinsing Flower sect. Fairy Hong Xia and Yun Jiechong had also seen Xiaohua and Sun Shu from afar. Fairy Hong Xia first looked at Xiaohua, then quickly swept her gaze over Sun Shu. After that, her eyes turned and looked elsewhere. Sun Shu very sensitively sensed that in Fairy Hong Xia's gaze, there was a trace of hostility. The moment Fairy Hong Xia's gaze flashed, Sun Shu also sensed that Xiaohua's hand, which had been as steady as a rock, trembled slightly. This tremble didn't matter, but it directly shook Sun Shu's heart. She. Sun Shu inexplicably felt an indescribable feeling. Fairy Hong Xia's gaze swept over, and Yun Jiechong's gaze naturally followed. Yun Jiechong's gaze was still warm, like the rising sun. However, he didn't come forward to greet them, but only nodded slightly. There was only warmth in his gaze, and there was only warmth. There wasn't a trace of surprise, nor was there a trace of joy. Sun Shu didn't speak, and neither did Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia looked ahead with a cold face, and Yun Jiecheng also looked ahead with a smile. The four of them almost brushed past each other, and didn't even make eye contact. Walking back to the pavilion, Sun Shu opened the door of the quiet room, and said in a low voice, "I have changed my clothes, and am preparing to rest in the quiet room. If junior brother Xiao is still thinking about the third match, you can go back first." Xiaohua nodded slightly, turned around, and left. Sun Shu held the door of the quiet room with his hand. There was a kind of desire in his heart, a desire that Xiaohua could stay outside his quiet room. It seemed that with him around, he would only feel safe. When Xiaohua's figure disappeared, Sun Shu shook his head with a bitter smile, and thought to himself, "What's wrong with me? Not to mention Fairy Hongxia, even Xue Xue. I seem to." Then, Sun Shu entered the quiet room, and opened the restriction. Xiaohua couldn't say what he was feeling. Fairy Hongxia's gaze kept flashing before his eyes, as if he was an irrelevant person, a transparent person. What's wrong with me?" Xiaohua scratched his head. The more he didn't think about it and ignored Fairy Hongxia, the more he thought about that beautiful face, and that gaze that used to be filled with concern. There were already many disciples in the square, but the third round of matches still hadn't started. Xiaohua looked at the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, who were already sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, and thought to himself, perhaps it's to give the disciples a chance to rest. Therefore, Xiaohua also found a place to close his eyes and cultivate. As time passed, even Xiaohua, who didn't want to fight, started to feel anxious. "What's wrong?" He frowned. According to the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering, it was impossible for them to rest for such a long time. As expected, after Xiaohua stood up, a moment later, not far from his right, an illusory array in a grid emitted a dark red brilliance, and countless noises came from there. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua secretly scanned the area with his Buddhist awareness, which he didn't dare to release. In the dark red grid, in the middle of a group of disciples, two badly mutilated corpses fell to the ground. At this moment, there were 3 cultivators standing in front of the corpses. One was Renju from the Taiching sect, another was Li Mingcheng, the leader of the Shenghua sect, and the last one was Xie Hui, the leader of the Utopia faction. The 3 of them looked serious. Renju scanned the 2 of them with her spiritual sense, and then she raised her head and asked, "Fellow cultivator Li, your disciples have lost their vitality. What do you think?" Li Mingcheng nodded but didn't answer. "What about fellow cultivator Xie?" Renju turned her head and asked Xie Hui, "Your disciples have also lost their vitality?" "Alas, yes. This kid." Xie Hui sighed slightly. Although it's important to build their foundation, they need to be alive to do so. The time limit of 15 minutes has passed. It's fine if they give up first. Why do they have to be so stubborn? That's right. Our original intention of holding the Feather Immortal Assembly was to allow the disciples to find a trace of opportunity to build their foundation through the competition, but not to let them fight with their lives on the line. Li Mingcheng also sighed. The eyes of the surrounding disciples were also filled with pity, but more of it was as if they had experienced the same sorrow, as if they were in the same situation. Actually, sometimes expectations are also a kind of burden that can't be borne. Renju, who was enforcing the rules impartially, also sighed. Sometimes don't we put too much pressure on the disciples? Li Mingcheng, Xie Hui, and the rest were silent. Beside them, Zhenqing, Xiongfei, and the rest were also deep in thought. But if they don't build their foundation, how can they be considered as cultivators? If they don't build their foundation, wouldn't the decades of hard work of cultivation be wasted? A voice was heard. Xiaohua looked over and saw the white-haired Li Zongbao. "We cultivators are already nature-defying. If we don't go against the current, we will definitely be washed to the bottom of the valley. Using our bodies to seek Tao, using our lives to question the heavens, isn't that what we pursue? If we don't have such thoughts, what's the point of building our foundation, the gold core stage, and the nascent soul stage?" Li Zongbao's voice wasn't loud, but it was powerful. Renju and the rest also realized that this was the Feather Immortal meet. Although it was a pity that the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Highest Glory faction perished together, If the hundreds of disciples were discouraged and couldn't make any progress on the path of cultivation, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? The sins of the gold core stage cultivators would be great. Therefore, Renju clapped her hands and laughed. Li Zongbao, you are indeed the most intelligent person in the three kingdoms of cultivation. Only such wisdom in seeking Tao can comprehend your sect's parting mirror. After hearing what you said, I believe that in the near future, fellow cultivator Li will appear in the ranks of the gold core stage cultivators. Li Zongbao. He is Li Zongbao. It is said that he is only in his 20s, but he is already a senior in the foundation establishment stage. He is really powerful. Yes, it is said that the parting mirror is also a famous cultivation method of the utmost happiness faction. It can cut off all worldly desires and achieve supreme Tao. But why did Senior Li's hair turn white so early? It seems that, when he just came to the bright realm, his hair didn't turn white. Of course, it is because he is cultivating the parting mirror. Without worldly desires, what's the use of a physical appearance? Only with such a pure heart can one achieve Tao. The disciples started to discuss spiritedly, and their low spirits were stirred up again. Renju saw that the time was right and hurriedly waved her hands. Disciples, the third round of the competition is about to begin. I hope that everyone can follow Li Zongbao's example and think more carefully and understand more. We will strive to have more foundation establishment stage cultivators. Chapter 16-17. The second round of the competition ended with the last pair of disciples dying together. Presumably, these two people's fates would alert the others and prevent them from doing anything stupid. Soon, the third round of the competition began. When Xiaohua was pulled into the illusion formation by the Dharma token, there were no disciples from other sects waiting nearby. Xiaohua was still muttering in his heart. Was the person he was going to face this round, Lu Weigang, who had just been expelled from Hao Domain? If it was this guy, wouldn't Xiaohua get a bye? Could he get all 3 points without making a move? Unfortunately, Xiaohua had just entered the illusion not long ago. Before he could clearly see the lush mountain forest under his feet, not far away, a bright ball of light flashed by. A middle-aged cultivator with a medium height and a very tall and sturdy figure walked out from the brilliance with his hands behind his back. Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he cupped his hands. However, before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged cultivator smashed the hand hidden behind his back and laughed sinisterly. I know you are a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect. Prepare to die. An emerald-green bamboo-like magic artifact flickered as it flew into the air, instantly enveloping Xiaohua within the emerald-green light. Ah? Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, the witch dust was held in his hand. With a push of his magic power, the witch dust flew above Xiaohua's head. Without waiting for the witch dust's brilliance to scatter, the middle-aged cultivator had already prepared a spell seal on the magic artifact. With a rumbling sound, fist-thick and 3-meter-wide green wooden strips appeared around Xiaohua and rolled towards him. Xiaohua didn't have time to activate the witch dust's brilliance, but seeing these numerous green wooden strips, he didn't panic. He sneered. Where did this wild brat come from? You actually don't dare to report your name? This middle-aged cultivator's magic artifact seemed similar to Yifang Yuan's Tai Green Light Rod. Since Xiaohua could move freely under Tai Green Light Rod, he naturally didn't care about these green wooden strips. Rumble. Following the rolling sound of the green wooden strips, Xiaohua's figure swayed freely within the green wooden strips. Every time, he would inadvertently dodge an attack that appeared out of nowhere. Ah! The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have never seen such a dodging method before. He sneered. Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have always been so cunning. What kind of demonic technique is this? You're a disciple of the Changbai sect? Xiaohua abruptly came to a realization, and he instantly understood why the middle-aged cultivator had long since concealed his magic tool and flew into the illusory realm. This fellow's intention was precisely to leave his life within the illusory realm. Xiaohua's eyes gradually narrowed, and the anger in his heart grew stronger. It's just this kind of insignificant skill, and you want to take my life? Xiaohua sneered. Haha, a kid in the early stage of the 12th layer dares to talk to me like that? The middle-aged cultivator laughed and said, I'm afraid that I'm the only one who can easily complete this task. Mission. Xiaohua's heart went cold when he heard this, and he instantly understood that the disciples of the Changbai sect and Lightning Control sect would probably fight to the death in this round. As he spoke, the middle-aged cultivator changed his hand seal again, and the green wooden strips that rolled down from Xiaohua's head suddenly spread out in all directions, and like a flood, they rolled down towards Xiaohua from all directions. "Come at me." Xiaohua didn't seem to be nervous at all, and his ethereal steps became even more proficient. His body shuttled back and forth between the green wooden strips, leaving behind afterimages. Time passed very quickly, and seeing that the time limit of half an incense stick was about to be up, the middle-aged cultivator was afraid that Xiaohua would escape from the illusory realm. So he clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the bamboo-shaped magic tool above Xiaohua's head. There was a burst of crackling sounds, and the brilliance was exceptionally bright. When the brilliance gradually returned to normal, there were faint traces of dark red within the emerald green light. "Go!" The middle-aged cultivator formed a spell with both hands, and the bamboo-shaped magic tool gradually disintegrated, turning into a dozen emerald green jade strips within the brilliance, and those jade strips began to slowly rotate within the brilliance, and the rotation path was very mysterious. The middle-aged cultivator's magic tool began to change, and Xiaohua, who was covered by the magic tool, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The green wooden strips that were just as thick as a fist actually gradually expanded to become as thick as an arm, and then they continued to change. In the end, they actually turned into thick green wooden strips that an adult couldn't wrap around with both arms. Previously, Xiaohua was still able to move freely and easily within the gaps between the green wooden strips, but now countless huge green wooden strips were colliding with each other, creating huge rumbling sounds. How could there be any gaps for Xiaohua to use the ethereal steps? What should I do? Xiaohua clapped his hands, and first wanted to take out the demonic spear, but when his eyes saw the green wooden strips emitting boundless green light, Xiaohua suddenly came to his senses. With a wave of his hand, he took out the spirit crow fire net. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, and just as he took out the fire net, he immediately urged his magic power, casting the fire net in midair. The spirit crow fire net flew up in clumps, and as the fire net unfolded, the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy was gradually sucked into the surroundings. Seeing strands of flames appear on the fire net, Xiaohua laughed loudly. "I'll let you, this ruffian, experience this young master's methods." Subsequently, a dozen fist-sized fire crows flew out from the spirit crow fire net, and flames curled around their bodies. They flew towards the green wooden strips that were already pressing down on Xiaohua's head. Boom! Like dry wood meeting a raging fire, the green wooden strips immediately combusted. Within the flames, the rolling green wooden strips gradually disappeared, and once again turned into green gas, disappearing between heaven and earth. Hee. Xiaohua looked at the surrounding green wooden strips that fell into the flames and coldly laughed. Using fire to restrain wood, he should have thought of this earlier. "Haha, ignorant child. You think you can escape this old man's green wooden array like this?" The middle-aged cultivator in midair also sneered. "You're nothing but a child at the early stage of the 12th level of qi refining." As he spoke, he once again urged his magic power. Within the green light, even more and thicker green wooden strips came down with even greater momentum. Xiaohua's dozens of fire crows were immediately submerged in the green light transformed from the green wooden strips. "Ignorant old man." Xiaohua was furious, and similarly waved his hands. Several spells struck the spirit crow fire net, and 70% of his magic power was poured into it. The spirit crow fire net was suffused with extremely beautiful flames. "Ka! Ka!" Several fire crows cried out in succession. This time, unexpectedly, only 9 fire crows flew out from the spirit crow fire net. However, this time, the 9 fire crows were countless times stronger than the previous dozens of fire crows. Moreover, within the flames of these fire crows, there was a faint purple color. Boom! Several loud sounds rang out. It was the sound of the fire crows crashing into the green wooden strips. The green wooden strips looked very large, but when they collided with the 9 fire crows, they immediately combusted. The burning green gas was also ignited by the flames. However, in a few breaths of time, within several zhang of Xiaohua, all of the green wooden strips were ignited. "Ah! These fire crows actually have samadhi true fire?" The middle-aged cultivator vaguely saw the purple color on the fire crows and knew things were bad. "Prung! Another sound rang out. Within the green light emitted by the magic tool, a figure covered in flames came out. It was Xiaohua, who had escaped. Xiaohua rushed out of the green wooden array, seemingly without stopping. Urging his magic power, his figure quickly flew towards the middle-aged cultivator, preparing to kill this old man. So fast! The middle-aged cultivator was slightly surprised, but he wasn't nervous. He slapped his hand and took out a crimson-red rope from his storage pouch. He threw it into the air. The red rope was thin and short, just like the red headband a little girl usually used to tie her hair. However, as the middle-aged cultivator's magic power spread out, the rope grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became a long rope like a python. Why does this old man have so many magic tools? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He pointed his hand, and the black dust above his head emitted an earth-yellow brilliance that protected Xiaohua. Fortunately, Xiaohua had urged the black dust in advance. Just as the brilliance protected Xiaohua, the python-like long rope circled in the air and fell towards Xiaohua. It seemed to want to bind Xiaohua. Seeing the long rope fall, Xiaohua hurriedly dodged. The long rope seemed to have intelligence. No matter how Xiaohua dodged, the long rope circled around him. Helpless, Xiaohua used his flight technique, wanting to fly away. However, after flying for about 10 feet, the flight technique that Xiaohua was so proud of was caught up by the rope, and Xiaohua was tied up without any explanation. Fortunately, Xiaohua now had the protection of the black dust's brilliance. The long rope could only bind the brilliance and couldn't truly land on Xiaohua's body. However, even so, Xiaohua faintly felt that the magic power in his body was somewhat stagnant. Moreover, the protective brilliance of the black dust also began to faintly flicker. It seemed that the long rope was also attacking the brilliance. What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat at his wit's end. He wanted to withdraw from the illusory formation, but he felt unwilling in his heart. The spirit crow fire net was restrained by the greenwood formation and temporarily couldn't be used. He wanted to use the samadhi true fire, but he was afraid that the long rope wouldn't be afraid, and he would instead reveal his trump card in advance. Alas, I still don't have enough magic tools. Xiaohua was now somewhat regretful. He shouldn't have coveted the fragments of magic treasures and sword pellets. Damn it! If the black dust is broken by this long rope, I'm afraid this young master will first be bound by the long rope. At that time, how will I have the power to fight back? Whatever trump card, whatever samadhi true fire, they won't be of any use. Xiaohua's mind sobered up. He extended his left hand, and a streak of samadhi true fire emerged from his palm, burning towards the long rope. You really know how to use samadhi true fire? The middle-aged cultivator shouted in disbelief. The expression on his face, which was already not relaxed, became even more dignified. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, then pointed his finger. The long rope very nimbly flowed around the brilliance around Xiaohua's body, preventing it from being burned by the samadhi true fire. As for himself, he stretched out his hand and untied a pouch from his waist. He chanted an incantation and waited for a moment before opening the pouch. A pitch-black strange insect that looked like a centipede but was completely different flew out from the pouch. Spirit storage pouch? Spirit insect? Xiaohua had always been paying attention to the cultivator's actions. When he saw that the cultivator was actually able to release a strange insect, he didn't care about using fire to burn the long rope and turned pale with fright. Chapter 1618. Ever since Xiaohua saw the spirit husbandry sect disciples use the spirit storage bag to release Fei Qing, he had never seen a cultivator use the spirit storage bag again. Naturally, he knew how precious this spirit storage bag was. Furthermore, he had also seen the power of Fei Qing. He knew that as long as a cultivator used a spirit beast, it would be an extremely powerful one. He had no choice but to raise his vigilance. The strange insect flew into the air and became bigger and bigger in a ball of black gas. Xiaohua could clearly see that this strange insect was like a centipede. It had a body that had more than 10 segments, but it didn't have as many legs. Furthermore, the head that was flying towards Xiaohua was a ball of black, like an extremely hard shell. It was impossible to see its face clearly. The most eye-catching thing was the two antennae on top of its head that were like clamps. The antennae were very sharp, and the tip revealed a cold light that was close to a sword. The strange insect twisted its waist, and a faint black gas was released. It let out a kind of hoarse sound, and in the blink of an eye, it flew to within 3 feet of Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the Samadhi True Fire with one hand to search for the long rope, and took out the devil's spear with the other hand. With a wave of his hand, he struck in the direction of the strange insect. However, just as his hand reached out beyond the dust and yellow brilliance, that long rope was like the tail of a spirit snake, coiling towards Xiaohua's arm. Without waiting for it to truly coil around him, Xiaohua could feel the magic power on his arm already condensing. Good. What kind of magic tool is this? Xiaohua was shocked. Although he didn't use magic power, he was still afraid of being bound by the long rope, so he quickly retracted his arm. With a hong sound, when Xiaohua retracted his arm, the strange insect flew to Xiaohua's side and hit the yellow light barrier. The strength of this strange insect was extremely strong, and the antennae at the tip were also very sharp. Under the collision, the dust shook slightly, and the yellow light barrier shook violently. At the point of impact, a small black dot appeared. Clearly, a small dot was broken through the dust barrier. Using strength to break through? Xiaohua was shocked. This strange insect can actually use strength to break through. Xiaohua was shocked, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The method that he had always regarded as his trump card had actually appeared on this strange insect's body. Moreover, using this method to attack him, it was really like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. However, what made Xiaohua even more surprised was that the strange insect actually borrowed the force of the collision to turn around. Its entire body curled up into a ball, and then it rushed over again. The force of the impact wasn't any less than before, and it crashed into his light barrier again. The same black dot appeared on the light barrier. The strange thing was that this black dot was the same as the previous black dot. It remained on the light barrier and couldn't be restored. At this moment, it looked very small, almost negligible. But if time passed, or if this strange insect was a little more agile, it would all attack the same spot. Then, Xiaohua's defensive light barrier would definitely be broken. What should we do? Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the middle-aged cultivator who was hovering in the air not too far away. The middle-aged cultivator had a ferocious expression on his face, and his face was somewhat pale. Xiaohua appeared to be at a loss as to what to do next. While Xiaohua was pondering, the strange insect had actually attacked him 10 times in a row. Wasn't this the same method that Xiaohua had used to bully others in the past? But now, this strange insect was actually using it to deal with Xiaohua. Ha-hop, little brat from the Imperial Thunder sect, now you know the power of my Changbai sect? The middle-aged cultivator said arrogantly, if you want to run, then run now. I won't chase after you. I know you're a coward. Humph, you're in the same group as my Changbai sect disciple. If I don't deal with you today, there will be other senior brothers who will deal with you tomorrow. I don't believe that an early-stage 12th stage chi refinement disciple like you can overturn the heavens. Damn it, you have a spirit insect, but so do I. Xiaohua knew that this middle-aged cultivator was trying to provoke him and was afraid that he would run away. But he also had methods that he hadn't used yet, so how could he give up so easily? Xiaohua's mind entered the space. Inside the space, Little Silver had a big belly, as if it had just eaten its fill, and was casually rolling around in the air. However, when Xiaohua noticed it, Little Silver nimbly stopped, and a pair of sparkling mouse eyes spun around, as if it was looking for traces of Xiaohua within the blight range. Mother! Little Yellow was also flying in the air, calling very affectionately. It had swallowed Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit, and its injuries had mostly healed. It looked very energetic. Mother is fighting with someone else. There's a strange little thing that Mother doesn't know how to deal with. Can you help Mother take a look? If there's no way, then hurry back. If there's a way. Xiaohua hesitated. This strange insect's attack method was very similar to his, so he couldn't help but feel greedy. If there's a way. Don't kill it first, subdue it first. Fighting? Hearing this, Little Yellow's eyes lit up and it said, Boy and Little Black often fought before. Little Black wasn't a match for the boy at all. That's good. Be careful, this thing isn't Little Black. It's very powerful. Hearing that Little Yellow had fought with some Little Black, Xiaohua was slightly relieved. Little Silver, let's go and fight with Mother. I'll show you how powerful Mother is. Little Silver cheerfully flew onto Little Yellow's back, without the slightest hint of being as timid as a mouse. Remember, Little Yellow, if you can't beat it, hurry back. Xiaohua brought Little Yellow and Little Silver out of the space. Before flying away, he still reminded Little Yellow. Little Yellow had been stifled for a long time. Its little body flew up and down in the air, very eager to give it a try. When Xiaohua let them out of the light shield, the long rope actually didn't attack Little Yellow. Outside the light barrier, the strange insect was still attacking the light barrier. The more the strange insect attacked, the more the number of black dots increased. Many of them overlapped. The light barrier was about the size of a palm, and it was extremely dim. It was likely that the light barrier would be broken in a short while. The middle-aged cultivator urged his magic power to deal with the spirit crow fire net while controlling the long rope. At this moment, seeing the sudden appearance of Little Martin and the spirit-seeking mouse, he was also slightly surprised. Then he smiled and said, "You little brat, you actually also have a spirit storage pouch. Serves me right for being lucky." It was as if this Little Martin, the spirit-seeking mouse, and the spirit storage pouch that he hadn't seen yet were already his. But when he saw Little Martin and the treasure-seeking mouse clearly, he was shocked again. "Your spirit pet? What? What is it? Moreover, you even used some treasure-seeking mouse to make up the numbers? Ignorant old man. How could you know about this young master's spirit pet?" Xiaohua pointed and scolded. "If you know what's good for you, then run away right now. This young master can spare your life. Otherwise, when this young master takes care of this ugly thing, I'll wring your head." Ha ha! That middle-aged cultivator seemed to have seen an extremely laughable thing in the world. If it weren't for the fact that he had to urge his magic power, he would practically be laughing until he bent over. "Just now, I was still afraid that you would escape from the illusion. You're good. You're actually afraid that I would escape. Don't worry, if I don't kill you in the illusion, I absolutely won't go out." That middle-aged cultivator seemed to have also let go, and he actually told Xiaohua his plan. Xiaohua smiled and said, "What? Do you also want this young master to say the same thing? Dream on. If this young master sees that something is wrong, then I'll immediately escape." Humph! That middle-aged cultivator's face turned cold, and he muttered an incantation. That strange insect left and turned its head, charging straight towards Little Huang. "Be careful," Xiaohua warned in his heart for no reason. "Don't worry, mother, this thing is still very tender." "Very tender?" Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that Little Huang would actually say such words. It seemed this Little Huang had somewhat grown up. However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it, and he looked at Little Huang with great concern. He saw that the strange insect emitting black gas flew in front of Little Huang, and a pair of sharp antennae pierced straight towards Little Huang's abdomen. However, Little Huang swung its large tail, and very nimbly dodged. Moreover, at the same time, its left claw slightly clawed, and with a light ripping sound, a small hole was immediately torn open in the strange insect's hard as stone shell. The strange insect was in so much pain that it curled into a small ball in midair, and its entire body was trembling. Ah! That middle-aged cultivator was stunned, and his expression changed rapidly. He muttered an incantation even more quickly, and after a while that strange insect slowly stretched its body and wriggled towards the middle-aged cultivator. How could Little Huang let it go? Its yellow figure flashed, and it actually chased after it. The middle-aged cultivator was very anxious, and he formed an incantation with his hands. Little Huang hurriedly dodged, and taking advantage of this gap, the strange insect flew back to the middle-aged cultivator's side. "Go, attack that person's light barrier." Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw that Little Huang was so clever, and he ordered, "That's right, have Little Silver come over and help me deal with this long snake." Sure enough, Little Silver obediently flew to Xiaohua's side and chased after the long rope outside, biting it from time to time. Little Huang flew to the middle-aged cultivator's side, and while dodging the spell attack, it stretched out its sharp claws and slashed at the middle-aged cultivator's defensive yellow talisman. Just as Xiaohua expected, Little Huang's attack was very powerful. After just a few slashes, the middle-aged cultivator's light barrier began to sway, and the defensive yellow talisman was about to be broken. The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed greatly, and he clenched his teeth, spitting a mouthful of blood on the dispirited strange insect beside him. The strange insect's body flashed with blood, and it immediately became spirited. The black gas around its body disappeared, and it shook its head and wagged its tail as it flew back to Little Huang. After the middle-aged cultivator used the strange insect to temporarily lure little Huang away, he raised his eyes to look at Xiaohua and couldn't help but be even more shocked. He saw that the spirit-seeking mouse was biting the middle of the long rope, and its entire small body was flying along with the long rope. The long rope was fine now, but if it was bitten for a long time, there would definitely be a problem. He then looked at his azurewood formation and Xiaohua's spirit crowfire net. They were in a stalemate, evenly matched. If he didn't have any more tricks up his sleeve, he was afraid that this little cultivator he looked down on would really reverse the situation. Thinking of this, the middle-aged cultivator fiercely clenched his teeth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and slapped his hand, taking out another item from the storage bag. Chapter 1619. It was a black and unremarkable square object. The Changbai sect cultivator carefully took it out and gently held it in one hand. He used his other hand to form a seal and hammered it down on his chest. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the small object. There was a soft buzzing sound, as if there were tens of thousands of flying insects flapping their wings. A layer of bronze light gradually appeared on the small square object. Then the middle-aged cultivator hammered his chest a few more times. A total of 6 mouthfuls of blood landed on the small object. The wung-wung sound became louder and louder. Moreover, as the sound became louder, the small object also became bigger and the bronze light on it gradually became brighter. Needless to say, this was definitely a very powerful magic tool of the middle-aged cultivator. Xiaohua's face showed a rare seriousness. Soon after, the square object that was about 1 foot in radius revealed its original appearance. It was a tattered seal. Above the seal was a beast's head. However, it was now extremely tattered. Only a small part of it remained on the seal. The outline of the beast could be vaguely seen. The middle-aged cultivator raised the seal with both hands and threw it into the air. He formed a seal and poured all of his magic power into the seal. Wung wung wung, the light on the seal slightly swelled, and in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged cultivator's magic power was swept clean. With magic power, the seal more than doubled in size. At this time, countless amounts of heaven and earth spirit energy gathered around the seal and were all absorbed into the seal. Gusts of wind formed around the seal. Magic tool? Even Xiaohua, who didn't have much experience, could sense that something was wrong at this time. As the heaven and earth spiritual qi was absorbed, the seal was constantly expanding, and the brilliance was constantly flickering. Now, it was already 1 zhang wide, and it was still expanding. How could a magic tool have this kind of power? Run! Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't hesitate to take out the magic card and urge it with his magic power. He wanted to teleport out of the illusory formation. However, when he poured his magic power into the magic card only flickered slightly before it was annihilated. What was going on? Xiaohua stared blankly. When he used his Buddhist awareness to scan the area, his eyes immediately cracked. He saw that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the entire illusory array was disrupted by the seals. The illusory array itself was also restrained by the seals. Around Xiaohua, within a radius of several hundred feet, all of the illusory realms were shattered. Now, everything had turned into bright green energy. This is the power of a magic tool. Xiaohua sighed. When he looked at the seal again, it had expanded to nearly 10 zhang in radius, like a small mountain standing majestically in the air. I still have to run. Xiaohua made a prompt decision and used the hibernating thunder escape to fly away from this dangerous place. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator pointed with his finger. The seal that was like a small mountain rose slightly and smashed toward Xiaohua. The middle-aged cultivator also collapsed in the air. Just as Xiaohua flew out about 2 feet, the bottom of the seal covered Xiaohua. A kind of valiant imprisoning force came from the seal, firmly suppressing Xiaohua. In an instant, the true energy around Xiaohua's body condensed, and only a trace of magic power supporting the flight technique could be mobilized, barely able to stand in midair. The seal's power was so valiant. Not only did the dust above Xiaohua's head lose its brilliance and fall to the air, even the long rope like a flying snake was also blown away by the wind. The seeking spirit mouse was so scared that it trembled and barely landed on Xiaohua's shoulder. What should I do? Seeing the seal carry a boundless aura and drive the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy to swarm over, Xiaohua looked at the seal that was missing 3 corners and had countless cracks at the bottom. He bitterly thought of a countermeasure. What countermeasure could there be? The mountain-like seal instantly smashed toward Xiaohua's head. "Go die!" Xiaohua shouted loudly. He reached out and took out the 2 demonic hammers he just obtained from the space. With one in each hand, he gathered all the strength in his body, and as if he was raising fire to burn the sky, he desperately smashed them toward the seal in the air. Clang! A sound that resounded throughout the entire world came from Xiaohua's demonic hammer. The mountain-like seal was actually stopped by Xiaohua's demonic hammer. However, it was only stopped for a moment before the seal smashed down again like a hot knife through butter. Yeah! Xiaohua roared loudly. His eyes were wide open and the veins on his arms bulged. He used all the strength in his body to resist the seal. Slowly, the seal was actually showing signs of stopping. No way, right? The middle-aged cultivator, who was barely sitting in the air, had forgotten to take the medicinal pill in his hand. He was dumbstruck as he watched the mountain-like seal gradually stop. Just like before, the seal slowed down a bit and then gradually accelerated, pressing down on Xiaohua. Roar! Seeing that Xiaohua was about to be pressed into the blue light of the illusion array, a dragon roar that also resounded through the entire heaven and earth came from Xiaohua's mouth. The dragon transformation art that he had been cultivating all this time showed its might at this moment. The meridians in Xiaohua's body slightly trembled, as if a sleeping dragon was awakened. The dragon slightly stretched its body, and the true qi in his meridians could immediately circulate. It was also this moment of true qi circulation that Xiaohua immediately used this opportunity to activate his magic power and use the hibernating thunder escape to escape from the seal. The seal lost track of Xiaohua and slightly changed its direction. It still wanted to cover Xiaohua, but the seal's momentum was not over yet. It did not have time to flip over. Xiaohua did not hesitate. He activated his magic power and flew toward the middle-aged cultivator who had taken the medicinal pill and was in a hurry to take out a magic tablet to escape. The middle-aged cultivator had just recovered a bit of his magic power when he saw Xiaohua escape from the seal. He hurriedly took out a magic tablet and wanted to activate his magic power to escape. He had already thrown the bold words he had just said to the back of his mind. Naturally, he was the same as Xiaohua before. He also had no way to escape from the illusion array. Fellow Taoist Xiao. The middle-aged cultivator's previously calm expression had already disappeared. He quickly stood up and said in panic, "You and I are cultivator disciples. What grievances do we have?" But as he spoke, his eyes were still looking at the seal behind Xiaohua from time to time that was gradually turning. "Go die!" How could Xiaohua listen to his nonsense? He flew in front of the middle-aged cultivator and waved his left hand. The huge devil hammer was raised and ruthlessly smashed towards the middle-aged cultivator's chest. Seeing that the seal had already flipped over, the middle-aged cultivator's face flashed with a trace of joy. He hurriedly activated the remaining magic power in his body and poured it into the defensive yellow talisman. He strove to resist Xiaohua's attack before the seal arrived. Kacha! Xiaohua's devil hammer hit the middle-aged cultivator's chest. A burst of brilliance flashed, and the defensive yellow talisman was smashed like paper. An incomparably huge force attacked the middle-aged cultivator's chest. Ah! A wave of fear that he had never experienced before suddenly rose from the heart of the middle-aged cultivator, a kind of enlightenment that he had never thought would happen before his death. The middle-aged cultivator's meager true qi in his meridians condensed at the same time. Unexpectedly, there were signs of foundation establishment. Fellow Taoist Xiao, spare my life. The middle-aged cultivator was ecstatic and shouted. However, Xiaohua's devil hammer did not hesitate at all. It struck the middle-aged cultivator's chest like a white steed flashing through a crack. Pooh! The devil hammer smashed into the middle-aged cultivator's chest. His entire chest caved in. Seeing that his lifelong dream was about to come true and being so cruelly torn apart by Xiaohua, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes turned ashen. He could only say one word before his vision turned black. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fell from the sky. Just as the middle-aged cultivator fell, the entire sky of the illusion array immediately turned blood red. Humph, this young master knows you've reached foundation establishment. But, so what? Xiaohua waved his hand and stored the devil hammer into his space. He sneered and said, daring to provoke this young master, Then this young master will kill Foundation establishment cultivators like you. At this time, the seal had already flipped over. The sealing power that had just been released was retracted because of the middle-aged cultivator's fall. At the same time, the seal also gradually shrunk and returned to its original small size. Xiaohua looked at the seal greedily and smacked his lips. He thought to himself, how can the fragments of other people's magic treasures be so powerful? This young master, forget it. If it was somewhere else, wouldn't this thing have changed its surname to Xiao? It can't be helped. It can't be helped. Mother. At this time, Goldie's concerned voice came from the sky. Oh, Goldie, you're not injured, are you? When the seal was released, Goldie had already sensed it and had already flown high into the sky. That strange insect also chased after it. So Goldie wasn't injured at all. This is what Mother wanted. Boy didn't want its life. Goldie's sharp claws were holding the strange insect. At this time, the strange insect had shrunk a lot and was drooping weakly. Great! Goldie reached out and took down Little Silver, who was lying on his shoulder. Little Silver's tail naturally wrapped around Xiaohua's pinky finger. Goldie, you've worked hard. Go back and rest first. Xiaohua sent Goldie, Little Silver, and the strange insect into his space. He also gave Little Silver a lot of spirit herbs. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put away the fire crow net and flew down to collect the floating dust. Because the seal had returned to its original state, the illusion array that had been disturbed by the seal was also gradually recovering. The green chi slowly returned to its original illusion. Xiaohua didn't know when he would be able to leave the illusion array, so he could only sit cross-legged in the air. He took a few medicinal pills and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. The battle just now was really dangerous. Xiaohua had also used up a lot of true qi. After an unknown amount of time, a beam of light shot out from the blood-red horizon and covered the middle-aged cultivator's corpse. Xiaohua knew that the illusion array had returned to normal. He took out a magic tablet and urged his magic power. Outside Xiaohua's mud-pill palace, another Buddha light appeared. It was just that the color of this Buddha light was somewhat different from before. Chapter 1620. When Xiaohua's figure came out of the array, he immediately heard a voice. He's out, junior brother Xiao is out. Ah, he's still alive? This was Wang Yunzhao's shocked voice. Quick, look where he's hurt. Even though he came out first, he's still alive. That's better than anything else. Needless to say, this was Zhen Yu's voice. Xiaohua landed on the ground. He could clearly see that the dozen or so disciples in front of him were all in a sorry state. Some of their robes were even torn, but they all stared at Xiaohua with fervent gazes. Most of them were concerned. Looking at the dozen or so disciples, there were also a few unrelated ones. Their faces were filled with disdain and a hint of a sneer, but they were all looking at him proudly. Changbai sect disciples? Xiaohua instantly understood. Then a sneer appeared on his face. Senior brothers. Just as Xiaohua opened his mouth to speak, the illusory array behind him suddenly flashed with a blood-red brilliance. With a bang, the middle-aged cultivator's corpse, as well as his scattered magic tools and other items, were all thrown out by the illusory array. Seeing the blood-red color of the array, everyone knew that someone had died inside. But they didn't care why the blood-red color came out so slowly. Why did Xiaohua come out first? Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared at Xiaohua's face. Yes, of course it was inconceivable. That was a late-stage 12th Qi refinement cultivator, 2 levels higher than Xiaohua. If Xiaohua had escaped, they would have understood. But Xiaohua and this Changbai sect disciple had fought for so long. This was the final battle of the entire square. None of the Imperial Thunder sect disciples had expected this outcome. Even the Changbai sect disciples hadn't expected this. Senior brother Fan. The people who'd mocked Xiaohua earlier were now grief-stricken. They hurried forward and shouted. When their divine senses swept over, they saw that their so-called senior martial brother Fan was already dead, without the slightest trace of life. Their eyes were filled with resentment as they glared at Xiaohua. Their movements were nimble. Some lifted up senior martial brother Fan's corpse, while others picked up their artifacts and storage bags, preparing to leave. Wait, Xiaohua said coldly. What? This junior brother. Do you have anything else to say? The disciple who was carrying the corpse replied coldly. Do you want to make an appointment with I? Which cultivator I want to fight with. That's the Taiching sex arrangement. I can't be bothered with it. What advice does junior brother have for me? Hee, do you still need to say it? Xiaohua's face revealed a very cute smile. He pointed at the middle-aged cultivator's storage pouch and said, "The things inside this storage pouch, besides the jade slips and magic tools, everything else seems to already belong to I, right? You shamelessly took away I's things. Can I say something?" This. The disciple holding the bag of holding blushed. He only wanted to pack his things and thought that Xiaohua had already taken the bag of holding. Now that he heard Xiaohua say this, it seems that the disciples of the Changbai sect were really stingy. "Here you go." The disciple threw the bag of holding over and said impatiently, "Take it yourself." "Don't." Xiaohua quickly waved his hand. "I don't know what to take and what not to take. Let the Taiching sect's senior brother decide." The battle between Xiaohua and the cultivator surnamed Fan had dragged on for the longest time. Naturally, there were Taiching sect disciples waiting outside the illusion formation. However, the thunder-controlling sect and the Taibai sect seemed to be at odds with each other, so they couldn't interfere. They simply watched from the side without saying anything. When they heard Xiaohua's words, an early 12th layer qi condensation disciple walked over and took the storage pouch from the Changbai sect disciple. Then he looked at Xiaohua and then at the Changbai sect disciples. He reached into his bag of holding and took out several jade slips. He gave them to the Changbai sect disciples and then whispered to a disciple next to him. That disciple quickly left and then said to the Changbai sect disciples, "Other than these jade slips, this bag of holding is filled with spirit stones and pills. It's not convenient for me to take them out for others to see, so I'll have to ask the Changbai sect disciples to come take a look." "I'll do it," the disciple with the storage bag volunteered. However, when he poked his head out to take a look, he involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air as a strange expression appeared on his face. "How is it? The bag of holding is what I said, right?" the Taiching sect disciple asked. "It is, but..." the Changbai sect disciple stammered, "But there seems to be something wrong with the pills. Please, what's the matter?" A voice came from afar. Everyone looked up and saw that it was the golden core cultivator, Renju. "Yes, Senior Master knows. The contents of this bag of holding are a bit strange. I don't dare to act rashly. Senior Master, please take a look," the Taiching sect disciple said and handed over the bag of holding. At this point, everyone understood that although they didn't know what was inside the bag of holding, if it wasn't spirit stones, then it was pills. There was definitely something out of the ordinary. Renju frowned and didn't open the bag of holding. "Go get fellow Taoist Liao from the Changbai sect. I've already sent someone," the Taiching sect disciple whispered. "Good." Not long after, Liao Zhouquan from the Changbai sect walked over and saluted Renju. "May I know what fellow Taoist Renju wants?" Renju waved the bag of holding in his hand and said, "Your Changbai sect disciple fought with the Imperial Thunder sect disciple to the death. According to the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering, everything in this bag of holding, except for the jade slips and magic weapons, belongs to the Imperial Thunder sect disciple. I want you to be a witness." "Oh, which disciple?" Liao Zhouquan turned around and looked. When his gaze landed on the middle-aged cultivator's corpse, he was slightly stunned. It seemed that it was beyond his expectations. His face was filled with bitterness. Which Imperial Thunder sect disciple is so powerful? He actually defeated a famous expert of the Changbai sect? Liao Zhouquan turned to look at the peak of the 12th level Qi Refinement Realm disciples. "I was untalented. I was lucky." Xiaohua saluted with his hands folded. "You?" Liao Zhouquan's face flashed with surprise, but it disappeared in a flash. "What's your name?" "I's name is Xiaohua." Xiaohua answered without hesitation. Liao Zhouquan replied and turned to Renju. "Since my Changbai sect disciple has lost, this thing naturally belongs to Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Renju, why did you ask I to come over?" "Okay." Renju nodded and handed the bag of holding over. "Fellow Taoist Liao, please take a look. I will give it to Xiaohua right now." Liao Zhouquan took it casually, but when he opened it, he was stunned. He turned to look at the Changbai sect disciples behind him, and then at the middle-aged cultivator's corpse in their hands. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. "How is it? Fellow Taoist Liao, are you sure? There are only pills and spirit stones inside, right?" Renju reached out his hand and asked. Yes. Liao Zhouquan slowly handed the bag of holding over, as if he was reluctant to part with it. Okay, since fellow Taoist Liao has confirmed, this bag of holding belongs to Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Ren Zhu took the bag of holding. She didn't want to look at it, but when she saw Liao Zhouquan in a daze and her patrolling disciples didn't dare to look at it, she also glanced at it. Ren Zhu was stunned. Looking at Liao Zhouquan's expression, she sighed and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is the bag of holding. It's yours now. But Ren Zhu wanted to say something but stopped. She extended her hand to Xiao Hua and didn't take it back immediately. Seeing everyone's reaction, how could Xiao Hua not know that there was something good in this bag of holding? Seeing Ren Zhu hand over the bag of holding, Xiao Hua's first reaction was to refuse. But thinking about it, this middle-aged cultivator was the same as Qian Di Heng of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. They both had magic treasures, and they were offensive magic treasures. This person's identity in the Changbai sect must be very high. Since he had already killed him, he had already formed a grudge with a senior of the Changbai sect. What difference did it make whether he took the bag of holding or not? If that was the case, he might as well take it. Therefore, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and took the bag of holding without hesitation. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior, for upholding justice." Ren Zhu looked at her empty hand, and a helpless smile appeared on her face. She nodded and said, "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Take care of yourself." Then she raised her voice and said, "Disciples, please get ready. The last round of the competition today is about to begin. You all need to be prepared. Let's go." Liao Zhouquan waved his hand and led the disciples back to the pavilion of the Changbai sect. After Liao Zhouquan and the others left, Xiao Hua pretended to casually open the bag of holding. Just as his divine sense swept through it, he was stunned on the spot. Even though he had already made sufficient mental preparations, but he was still stunned by the things in the bag of holding. And that greedy little heart of his, tung tung tung, was beating wildly. Damn it! Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as he was about to exclaim, he saw the curious gazes of the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He grinned, his white teeth shining brighter in the twilight. It's just some top-grade spirit stones. Look at how nervous they are. After saying that, he put the bag of holding even more casually in his arms. Hee, little junior brother is very lucky. Qian Diheng said with a smile. In one battle, you won both the person and the money. Seeing that Qian Diheng's expression wasn't good, Xiao Hua didn't say anything. He smiled and said, Senior brother Qian, didn't you also pass safely? This little brother was just lucky. Lucky. Qian Diheng's expression was indescribable. He turned to the disciples beside him and said with a bitter smile, You're not just lucky. Seeing that Qian Diheng was trying to change the topic, Xiao Hua asked, What? Senior brother Qian, do you have something to say? Junior brother Xiao, you came out late so you don't know. In the third round of the competition, our Imperial Thunder sect suffered a lot. Li Xiaoxiao said. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.